we go. We're back into the game. 9-3 is where we left off here on Fracture and Fnatic. We're looking damn good on the attack, but now it's time for them to be tested as they swap over to the defensive side, Tom. We know it's much more difficult on this map to defend, but we kind of got to guesstimate whether FPX can make that comeback happen, and I think the pistol round is going to be a big, big factor in that.
Yeah, I think realistically they're going to have to win this pistol. I don't think that they're necessarily in too bad of a spot if they do, just because I do expect this to be a lot more attacker-sided, but for now at least, we're seeing a lot of the same. They're going in towards that A site. Durka already going to be opening things up in the second as well, as he manages to dash away. So I get to actually, again, we're seeing play...
They found my wire.
Okay, well that's gone the other way. I didn't even know that would be possible, but I don't know what just happened. What did it bounce off?
I couldn't tell you, Tom. I could not tell you. Looks like we got a couple of clipping issues here on Fracture already identified. And a couple issues for FPX most definitely identified, as they are now down 10-3 with that pistol round. And what hope they had has significantly deteriorated now. Unless they can maybe win this round, but I see they're going for an eco. And they a lot of the time they will be, which then puts it 11-3. And sure, the attack side is favored, but with the way that things have been going so far, I mean, look, it's a telling sign when Boaster's 14-6. 5 assists as well. Most assists in the game, and the most kills. And the least deaths.
Clearly he was the better Viper all along.
Absolutely.
Revealing area.
I can see it on your face.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely.
Mystic would be on 15. 10 assists. Well, with 10-3, FPX coming in with pistols, we can't exactly expect a lot. As they move towards the B side, evidently, this is going to be a big group up there. See everybody pulling back from A, starting to look at this side. They're going to have a weak enough side to go into. A lot of utility defending it, but when you're in an eco, you might be quick enough to bypass that.
Yeah, they've managed to sneak their way through at least a little bit. Now, there's been a lot of aggression around the map. In fact, I almost wonder if they might be a little bit confused. Durka has found one, but because of that wraparound, there was a chance at least for Boaster to be caught out, but instead, he'll win his duel as well. Much more individual fights, making things that little bit more awkward for the remaining members of FPX to get anything done. And the push through. Mystic is going to catch another in the smoke.
Well, a 4 versus 2. Again, pistols in hand. You don't expect them to do anything, but they'll run through some stars, which makes it even worse.
30 seconds left.
Or indeed, maybe they won't. It looks like they're spreading out now. They're not looking to use their numbers, instead looking for individual duels. Jump spot's being heard, but they have no idea.
One enemy remaining.
Nice free kill. 12 seconds left. There's been a grab well pulled in on the other side of that,
left.
so Xiao couldn't run through it initially, and as he steps forward, he gets dinked by Magnum from behind. 11-3. Tom, you know, obviously during that break, we had a little bite to eat, right? Caught up on our breakfast and lunches, and I'm kind of wondering. I just had this random thought. You ever wonder why we don't get our food pre-chewed? You know what I mean? Like, you chew your food. You know what I mean? You get a burger, you eat it. But you wouldn't drink a burger. If I put a burger in a smoothie... No, but it's the same thing, right? If I put a burger in a smoothie maker, I ground it up. You would not drink that.
You just used the phrase pre-chewed, and I never want to hear that said ever again.
Listen, if you ever need it, I would chew your food for you.
Yeah, I would rather just die from whatever problem that I was having.
Blend it, you know?
Yeah, blending it. Okay,
blending
say the word blend.
But
pre-chew.
No, but you know what I mean? That is pre-chewing, right? Blending is pre-chewing. It's metal teeth. Yeah, if you think about it. A knife is just a tooth, but metal. You know what I mean?
Send help too early.
Just saying.
To listen to something like this. In fact, it's any day, it's too early. We're going to get back into the round. They're going to try and split through into the B site. Very aggressive stance once again, but the spot through actually doesn't find anything. We are still going to potentially get a snakebite put in behind, but the timing is everything here for Zipan. Might be able to just pick off one of these remaining players, but they're all in fairly passive positions now, and the B site, well, in theory it's open for business, but there's still plenty of personnel around.
Let's see if this push is going to work out for FPX right away. Disaster spelled as the trap wire catches out Angel. Mystic lurking inside the smoke will be mollied out, but he just backs off to safety, concedes the control, and now they look to make that push happen, but sprayed through the smoke. These Spectres are dealing so much damage. And And it looks like FBX came into this round pre-chewed.
30 seconds left.
Gross. Oh, Zipan alongside Artis. 25 seconds to try and get anything here, and every single member of Fnatic breathing down their necks. Now, they should at least be able to try and tap this plant, but I imagine the second they do, there's going to be plenty of peaks. Artis has been able to find one, though.
10 seconds left.
Durka lost. The remaining weapons were relatively short range, but I guess the Spectre's still going to be working. Nice shot from Artis, but it doesn't really matter. That was a bonus round for Fnatic, and they won it with 3 players alive. And even the 2 kills that came towards the end, that was more surprising based on how the rest of the round had gone.
Not the Fnatic FBX battle we used to get back in the day, Tom.
No.
The tussle of challengers,
Match
too.
point.
Here we are. I mean, a new map, obviously there's so much to be said about this. I think Fracture pulled out as a pick here as both teams wanted to try it, and I respect that. FPX probably regretting that decision, and in fact, it's the newcomer of Artis playing in there on the Sova. That's top fragging over on that side. I really do feel like there's a lot that could be done differently on FPX, returning to their previous form. They're obviously with 2 different players, but still. And also leaning harder in towards those duelists that we know they have players who are incredibly, like Xiao, Zipan, Artis. All these players can come in. I mean, we'd heard Artis was only going to be playing Jet in this tournament off of Angel in the press conference. And, well, I have no issue with Artis himself. He's having a good game, but I want to see a little bit more duelists out of FPX. I want to see them get up in their face. I want to see them look confident, Tom, not just 12-3 down.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough. And the thing is, one of the main difference makers has just been Durka on that Jet. Just been dashing into sites, opening things up. And that is the most frustrating thing about this team, is they have 3 players with the ability to do that. And that has been something that's been frustrating about this team as a whole. Like, they even, in the last roster, well, they kicked Sick after he wasn't really playing the Sentinel anymore, because they moved him from a Sentinel to start playing Phoenix on the attack side of Split. Like, it just... It seems like they're almost trying to outthink not even just their opponent, but the entire game with like the compositions that they come in and it's like, oh, but we don't need duelists because we got this, and this. It's like, yeah, but it might just work just as well if you did have one.
And for a long time, FPX were that team that innovated and consistently held the top level with their new approaches, whether it was to maps, agent comps, or rounds in general. And we absolutely loved this team for so long. It's just bizarre to now see a team that previously we regarded as the #1 chance, you know, the Gambit of EMEA back in the day. Now, well, at least to start on Fracture, they're not looking on form. I do think they'll look a lot better with this lineup on every other map in the pool. Maybe take Breeze out of that a little bit, but certainly the core maps, they will look fantastic on in comparison to this.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing as well is I'll be curious to see if they manage to get someone who's actually going to move in onto something like a Sky. Because that was always something they didn't really lean into. Of course, because it was a meta pick, so that's why FPX don't like to play it. But for now, this round's looking at least a little bit better. An opportunity for them. Oh, Zipan's been caught just with his wall in his hand. It was almost trying to, like, I don't know, confuse his opponent with flashy lights. It just been completely wrecked for it. Xiao at least managing to find the trade, and I guess there technically is now a wall there.
Spike planted.
There is, of sorts. Not really covering off too much. It is stopping him from picking up his poison orb by the looks of things. So that's
supposed to hurt himself with confusion.
Fnatic want to get back in here. Plenty of time to go still on that clock, and the operator from afar has already caught a victim. He knows now there's a player in the corner waiting for the peak to come out. They know a flash will be on its way. No, in fact, it's a fault line. That's going to slow Durka down massively, but Xiao's fallen. They know players in the corner. Now it's time to start picking up the pace, moving in towards this site, and out through the smoke, Boaster emerges to leave Artis alone to try and clutch this. The defuse already halfway gone. The spray, not good, and nor is the game for FPX. They will finish with 3 rounds as Fnatic take Fracture and look damn good doing it. I have to say, that is a great debut for this roster in the home ground.
Yeah, I almost have a feeling that from now on, we might get one of those 3 bans being Fractured from FPX, because they were never really in that map at all. As said, I feel like it was almost like a flash in the pan when they were winning a round, and it was off gambling correctly in the right direction. So other than that, Fnatic looked incredible. And for me in this tournament, that's so important because we've seen so many other teams recently look in form. If Fnatic come in form, we've got another challenger for the title.
FPX made a gambit here by playing on this map, and it definitely didn't work out. You know what? Fnatic, though, well-earned victory. Let's throw it over to the desk to hear more about how they got this win here.
We had some questions about both teams, Lothar, when it comes to the new players, when it comes to what Fnatic have been preparing. I know the lack of the breach raised some questions for you, but if they were to rock up to champions with this team comp, would you be happy with that?
Definitely not. I feel like the breach has to be there. I'm assuming that they're just not showcasing breach right now because they know they don't have to, right? They still play a meta composition when it comes to the other picks, but not showcasing the breach actually conceals a lot of information while you still get similar map control with Sky just because of the fact that you have these flashes and the Tiger to gain a little bit of control, and you gain vision at the same time. So I don't mind playing the Sky, specifically also because FPX didn't play Killjoy.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you don't need the Aftershock just in case they play Killjoy. But I'm assuming that Fnatic will definitely play Breach at Champions. Overall, I'm very happy with Fnatic's, let's say, showing, because they showcase that they understand how to play map control on this map and how to pace themselves when it comes to dividing attention towards the 4 different lanes that are on this map. And I could have said the same about FPX in the beginning of the map, because it seems like on defense they were actually playing correctly when it comes to grabbing space as defenders, because on this map it's a very unique map where the defenders actually have to be a little bit more aggressive than on other maps, and you have to push, you have to gain ground. This is why Breach is so important with the fault line at the beginning of the round. But then they fell short on everything else, specifically also that Brimstone pick that I assumed will be better on attack than defense, they didn't have many rounds to play on attack. So FPX, I wouldn't be surprised if they never play Fracture again during this day, and they're just focused on other maps, because it seems like they're just not prepared well enough to play on this map.
I mean, this is the cleanest and most almost synergized we've seen of Fnatic in a while, right? You know, in Challengers 3, they didn't really have opportunities to really dominate their opponents like this. But one thing that you were telling me when we were watching the game is, why is FPX not running a Jet? How much do you think that costed them?
I think it's a very big mistake to not run Jet in general on every map, because the character is just so powerful, but specifically on this map, you see how much impact was the other Jet doing. Like, there's literally Jet difference here, because without the Jet that dashes in from drop, an example, onto side and just hides behind the stack, goes into her smoke, creates so much distraction, disrupts the crosshair placement, and also adds another layer of angle, just another angle that your defender have to think about how they peek. It's a massive difference when it comes to the confidence level on the execute, when you know that your opponents are now distracted. It's like, I cannot put it into words how difficult it is to attack on this map without a Jet that just dashes in on site.
I mean, we saw that. Durka was just running into them on every side. Also, usually we see Mystic on Viper, but as of late, Boaster, he's moved on to the Viper, and you have some of the setups that he did to break us, to break down for us.
I do have one. I'm gonna move to the TV right now, because we have seen Boaster condition the opponents with a very specific wall on attack that you can see goes from the B arcade towards the entire side, but also clears the canteen. So when you pay attention to how this shapes the map, it's actually very important to understand what does he achieve with that. At the beginning of the round, he also stands in spawn, where he makes a jump throw with his Toxic Orb, and it lands on a rope, sorry, on B rope. And that, because of this setup, you have the smoke on ropes, you have the wall that leaves a space here on B arcade. You're allowed to grab this space in this area without being exposed to other angles. So you're clear from the rope because there's the smoke. You're clear when it comes to canteen and like the typical spots where someone can peek out of it, right? And you can only focus on 2 angles, which are very similar to each other. So when you go out into the arcade, you just have to pay attention if someone is standing in this spot and in this spot. And if you can pre-fire that or be ready for it, and you have a double switch swing, there's essentially no way of stopping that attack. And because of that, because of the conditioning that Bosa is doing every single round, the opponent cannot play with this setup, so they have to play defensively and reactively. This is why we see the Cypher trap being put behind the smoke, so they know that someone is pushing out of the smoke into a trap, which allows them to be reactive when it comes to defending the side, but also very deep into the side, which doesn't give them a lot of space. And also because of that, when Bosa doesn't decide to use the smoke, he still does the same impact, because the Cypher has to decide what to do with the trap in the first place. And we have seen Bosa just not do the smoke, just do the same wall, but then he moves to attack on A, and he puts the smoke just in the middle of the site, which covers so many angles again for the attack. Super impact from Bosa, really liking the way he played Viper on this map, and it shapes the entire way the team plays this map at all.
Well, you don't get to outbrain FPX very often, and thank you very much, Lothar, for that breakdown. Now, we've seen a few teams already in action, but it's time to see what Ascend and BDS can do. We'll catch you right after the break. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground in partnership with Lenovo Legion. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Lothar and Tom. Now we've had 2 games down already, 4 to go. The third one is Ascend versus BDS. Now they've both played already. Ascend are 1-0 up after beating Na'Vi, and BDS are unfortunately 0-1 after losing to 10-star. But coming into this matchup, on paper, obviously the champions participants Ascend, and you know they had their run of masters as well, and they've been doing really well in the Valorant Rising tournament lately. Yeah, Ascend are doing good, Tom. They're kind of good.
Everyone else in the group is battling for second. Ascend are going to take.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't want to say it.
Let's
but
just not beat around the bush and waste
no,
anyone's
I
time.
needed to bring some receipts as to why Lothar Ascend are doing pretty well right now.
Ascend, they're just star-studded when it comes to the lineup. They play well as a team. They have the fundamentals there, and I mean, having the best jet in Europe, in my eyes, still is like absolutely
In the
insane.
world.
In the world. I'm sorry, in the world. That's what I was saying before. I don't know why I misspoke right now. So I do really think that Ascend is not expected to lose a single map, but it's a best of one. If you have some really, let's say, random stuff happen in the pistol rounds, they can still lose a lot of rounds, and anything can happen in a best of one. But against BDS, that also just got a new player in, I don't expect them to lose at all.
They got a new letter. Changed out the O, switched it to an A.
Why do you always have the best jokes? That's
The best jokes.
Does he,
I'm putting
Lothar?
that on my CV.
Does he
Lothar,
have
why have you
the
always
best
got the
jokes?
best jokes? Keeping that.
You mean why is he the best
Yeah,
joke?
yeah.
Oh,
Why
that
am I
makes
a
more
joke?
sense. That
Why
makes
did I not make that joke myself? It was
Yeah.
like we even spoke about that before going to the broadcast.
It actually bamboozled Lothar when we're looking at the stats, because he's like, Hoppy, Happy, like, did he just change his name? Like, what is going on? But let's talk about Happy, because he is the newest addition. They announced it today. It's not a stand-in, Tom. It's a permanent addition. What do you make of this switch?
So it's weird because obviously if you're going historically, Happy is probably one of the people in Valorant now who has like the most trophies. He has a CSGO major. Like he is someone who in CSGO was incredible. Like he has, I guess, a lot of caliber behind him. In Valorant, very, very little. Like, in fact, he was playing a duelist for the majority of his career in previous teams, and it wasn't exactly going great. Like, the stats were okay, but that's not what I expect him to be doing in this team. And I think it has switched a little bit. I think in the last match he was on Sky. But BDS are one of those teams that, on an individual level, they had a lot going, especially in the early stages of the VCT. They would win crazy clutches, stupid rounds that never should have happened. And then other teams got better, and I don't think they kept up. So if he can add something in there, maybe they can improve. I honestly think they're going to finish last in this group.
Yeah, that's you brought up a very good point about BDS, because I was super impressed on how they well played like half a year ago on an individual level, but also in like a buddy system. They were always ready to trade. That system was great. It's something that still not many people have nailed down right now in the top level. The fundamental level of trading and having like the ability to execute well with your teammate without speaking like 3, 2, 1, now go, and so on. That wasn't BDS stratbook before. But it seems like they just stopped innovating, and people were getting individually better at the game. So people like Logan couldn't like clutch out anymore. Like it's
1v4 with a pistol versus Alliance. You just couldn't do that anymore.
who was able to do that at all, right? That was just like
Get a zoom in on Mitch's face, please. Zoom in on Mitch's face.
that was just something that you should never see at all on this level of play, but somehow it was happening over and over again. But now everyone is just so good at the game, you're not allowed to do stuff like this anymore.
I mean, we talk about the longevity of rosters. Gambit, they benefit so well from being together for so long. The core of Fnatic, you know, in some cases like Guild, it didn't work out. Do you feel like BDS, they still have enough gas left in them? They need to play on the fact that these guys literally know each other inside out.
I mean, they played with the same lineup with Hoppy, of course.
Yeah.
Since First Strike, they were playing as opportunists back then. And I was very impressed by the fact that they were just sticking to the same lineup, and that's why they had such great fundamental level of play, because they knew inside out how the teammates are playing. But I think it comes down to a point where you have to ask, what are we missing? Because if your goal is to be one of the best teams in Europe or in the world, you cannot just stop progressing at all, right? And that BDS is coming to that point where I think addition of Happy, if it doesn't elevate them to that level, then you have to just think about the entirety of the team? How do we progress?
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think that having like an in-game leader now should
Yeah.
make a pretty big difference. Like having someone who's actually going to lead the team. It's just whether or not Happy has that capability to do it as well in this game as he did in the last. Very different ball game altogether. And also, as said, we've not really seen Happy play at the top level of Valorant, which is where he is right now. So he's walked into this roster, got given a spot for that exact reason. If he now doesn't perform, sure, it's very early days. They now have a bit of time, but you almost have to think that BDS are going to go, well, there's a lot of talent out there right now. Like the Echoes and Friends guys, any one of them could be picked up into this team. So,
I mean,
you know.
if they want French players, there's a few that's moved on from Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah,
that I
like-
feel like are currently.
Seni, correct. Natural born, something. No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't.
one of those big dogs. But how much do we read into the results that happened off stream? Obviously, we didn't get a chance to see it, but Ascend taking that win over Na'Vi, but also BDS losing to 10-star.
Polvi. Called it. 30 kills in the first map. Like, I was like,
We
one
need
of the
context.
players.
What did
one
you
of the players-
call?
Oh, he was my player to watch. I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
Polvi, he's going to be one of the players who I think can perform to a very high level. I think that they are. I think this group is very much in contention other than Ascend. So obviously we have to have that match go on as well between them and 10-star at some point. But I think BDS now uphill battle because basically if you lose 2, you're kind of screwed. So now they have to beat Ascend, which if someone's gambling on that, maybe they can win a lot of money. But I wouldn't say that it's going to happen because
It's a best of one, Tom. It's a
it's
best
Ascend.
of one.
Like, they have good players in every
Yeah,
position.
okay. I think that's a good enough excuse. But for Ascend, though, how much do they have to put into this, Lothar? Like, does them dropping a map, does that mean anything in the grand scheme of things?
They're already champions. They have
Yeah.
to ease that. They're, let's say, relaxed when
gonna
it
be
comes to their
dancing.
position.
Arzo is going to be rocking some moves.
He
I hope we
always
have
does
his
that,
player
doesn't matter
cam.
where he plays.
That's true, actually.
What,
Are they
Champions
going to be clapping
qualifiers?
again?
Oh, I loved that. I loved that. The We Will Rock You, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they lost while
They
doing
did.
that.
They did.
Which I
actually
almost
got
respect
karma.
more. Like, just to be like, yeah, we're losing, screw it, let's do it
Twitch
anyway.
chat loved that moment because they were like so cocky and then they lost. It was like, oh my god, the best moment for Twitch chat. Everyone was just copy pasting.
You got to give it a little bit, you know. You got to give it a little bit. But so far, all of the teams we've seen on stream that are going to Champions, Gambit, Fnatic, Lothar, have looked insane. So it's time for Ascend to prove themselves, right?
Well, they are the best team, one of the best teams in Europe, right? They are going to champions, so they are, even if they are playing a little bit more loosely, loose, and they play off roles, maybe they play a little bit more free-for role, try to deathmatch a little bit. They're still individually better
You're
than
saying you want
most.
CNED on Breach.
Yeah, I would pay money for that. That would be a great choice.
I would never checked if he ever had a game, even during a scrim or whatever, and then something else.
I would
than
hope
Sage or
not.
Jet.
Yeah.
But-
You don't just get that good at Jet by not playing Jet 24/7 your whole life.
True.
Yeah.
You also you also need Turkish blood to have that predisposition, you know.
That helps, yeah.
Yeah. But this is why I don't like seeing him on Sage. You know, it's like, please don't give him Sage. Just take someone else on that role and just give him that opportunity to shine as a Jet, right? But in general, I feel like Ascent is super relaxed right now. They just don't really care that much about showing what they are preparing for champions, and they will just play on an individual level as they always try to, right? But without spilling the beans when it comes to their plan for the big tournament.
Yeah, well, Bone Cold, he did say that they're going to somewhat show a little bit. They want to test some of the stuff that they weren't sure about in practice that they're doing for champions. But also he said that one of the biggest goals that they want to aim for, especially in this tournament, is to raise the level of their fundamentals, to improve that. But, I mean, what is the ceiling for this team, Lothar? How much improvement do they realistically need when it comes to their fundamentals?
Well, you can still see that there's something missing, especially when it comes to the comms. They're coming from, you know, very different backgrounds when it comes to languages. So there's still a language barrier.
Yep.
You know, and I'm not saying this as a negative thing. I think CNED has the biggest room to improve when it comes to his English comms, because it's very lackluster when you listen to comms from some CNED.
All he needs to say is, I'm going to go kill that guy.
Yeah, I mean,
What else do you need to
yeah,
say?
I'm going to get an ace.
Watch
real
me,
quick.
guys. Watch me.
watch this.
Pretty much, yeah.
But there's still that level of fundamentals that can be improved, and it's great that they're aware of that, because even though they're one of the best teams when it comes to just level of play in Europe, there's still stuff, minimal, small stuff that you can improve and be even better, because
Well,
sometimes
MBS is on it.
sometimes trading your player still is good, but you could avoid trading him and just helping him with a double peek, and you can pinpoint some of the moments where Ascent were very close to nailing down those timings. And I feel like if they work on that, they can be even more impressive when it comes to like attacking than before.
Well, Tom, I need to let you go now to go cast, but before you go, I'm not going to ask you to predict this one because I think it's pointless. I'm going to ask you what BDS have to do to change your mind that they could beat Ascend.
Disconnect CNED's PC.
Okay, who knows? You never know. We've heard weirder things that's happened in Valorant, but thank you so much, Tom, for joining us, and we'll see you on the caster desk. But for now, maps, of course. We've had Fracture, we've had Split, and now we are moving on to Bind. Lothar, I'm surprised that BDS let Bind through, given how consistent Ascend have been on this map.
I'm flabbergasted. Why are we seeing Bind? It's like, I would never want to play against Ascend on Bind.
On Bind, yeah.
They do play, maybe, you know what, maybe that's what, maybe they listened to what I said, or they just don't want to play against CNED on Jet, because that's the only map where CNED actually plays on the Sage. Maybe we'll see actually CNED now on the Jet again. I'm
going to give you some bad news, because they have played this map quite recently, and they stuck with the trialed and tested comp of Sky Viper, Sage, Raze, and Brimstone, and yeah, CNED is indeed still on the stage. I mean, that could change today, but they played this, I believe, 2 days ago.
That was the LVP, right?
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit disappointed, because I really would like to see just CNED on that Jet. Zeke is typically on Raze. I would love to, like, Zeke has such a wide variety of agent pool in his bag. Like, I feel like he could have just go for that Sage as well, and then free the slot for CNED, but that's just my wishful thinking. But in general, Ascend, when it comes to like the way they present themselves on this map, is very impressive in the way they have always everything planned out. When they have an execute on Bind, you know always what to expect from them, and even though you know what to expect from them, it's so hard to stop, because it's like pinpointed when it comes to like, we use the utility here, we cut off this angle, Sage comes in with the wall here, cuts off this angle, and then they just brute force their way through those gaps. It's like what I pointed out when it comes to Boaster and creating angles with the Viper wall and the smoke. It's something that Ascend is doing as a team. They know exactly which angles to pre-fire when they go into an execute. But hey, we go to Agent Select.
We are through to Agent Select, and I'm sorry to report that CNED has locked into that Sage straight away, and Happy coming in here will be playing the Raze.
Okay, well, we did say that Happy was playing a lot of duelists, so there's a lot of pressure on him, to be honest, to perform, because he's the only duelist right now on Bind, and if he's not gonna do the same thing that Zik is doing, so double satcheling inside, and if you're not gonna do it exceptionally well, because there's no room for error, like for Jet just dashes into a smoke, she probably will not die, but a Raze dashes in with the satchels, and she has no plan to fall back on. So there's a lot of pressure for Happy right now.
No, yeah, it doesn't look too different on the side of Ascend in terms of team comps, but BDS, they've switched things up. I'm very excited to see what they're going to do on this map, even if Tom Beers is being a hater. But Mitch, I want to know what you think. Who's taking this one?
Wow, you're going to throw me under the bus like that right away? I mean, I'm kind of feeling... Tell me you did an impression of the last map. I'm kind of feeling like coming into this one, we're looking at Ascend, right? A little bit of favor, just a little bit.
No, just a tad.
But Happy on the Raze, you were super hyped about that. Tom said as soon as he saw that lock in, he was like, you know what, Ascend, they're screwed. There's no shot.
I'll be honest, like I thought that if he was coming into this team, it would be for more of a supportive element. In some of their warm-up maps, that's what they were doing. Yeah, he's going to have to be a lot better than I'm expecting him to be for this to work.
Yeah, that is a fair estimation. Deep wall coming out of Ascent. They're looking for an aggressive fight over towards this side and already picking up a Kuma, but in comes Happy for one. Roden on another, but the trades are quickly coming in favor of Ascent, as they'll get a plant in a very peculiar position. This is a very different pistol to what we normally see out of teams on this map, and the right click unnerfed in this current patch. Puts a 2v2 on the board.
It's not quite a Sentinel, but Logan being back on something like a Viper does actually excite me a lot. He was maybe the best Killjoy we ever had at one stage of the game, and if he can perform on the Viper anywhere near as well. Maybe, just maybe, they have a chance. They're going to get into the afterplant. The problem is there's still another snake bite to at least reduce the HP a little bit. He's actually stuck it at least half, though. So they're not in a bad spot whatsoever. We're also going to see the blast back just to make sure nobody's on it anymore. And realistically, the time ticking far too gone, and Zeke and Killers will be there to close it. It is going to be a send into the lead.
One enemy remaining.
And, well, they're going to die to the spike.
Yeah, and a pistol round. You know, they'd already been tagged up as well, so you're not having the light shields anyways to save over. What are you losing? A couple of ghosts. Not the end of the world. Ascend 1-0. Picking up the attack side pistol. And I have to say, you know, it just landed this comp. Looking at BDS in their current state, we haven't seen anything from them for a long time. These guys have been in the lab and happy joining in, now playing a duelist. I see Ascend dominating this matchup. I would be surprised if BDS even got up to like 8-9 rounds.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you say surprised, I'll say impressed. There you go.
Standing
The
Disappointed in Ascend would be my take. You go your own way, though. These players on BDS for a long time have been, a long time ago, they were some of the best we had in Europe. They were a team that we could have definitely sent towards international events. They didn't exist at the time, really, but certainly ones that did a lot of damage when it came down to the initial Masters event.
Eliminated.
And then the qualifiers thereafter. But they fell off. And now, with Happy on the roster, joining in to try and, I don't know, revitalize it a little bit, we'll see how it gets on. For now, at least, just pistols in this round, and it's already been an easy opening for Ascend, and Tom, it looks like it'll be an easy closer, too.
Yeah, not really finding any level of resistance. Like a little bit of damage done onto CNED, but not much to write home about. There's at least a flank coming in, but it's being watched by multiple angles, and Happy. Hey, I've seen him last alive a lot in another game as well.
Yeah, you know, and it is strange. Happy coming in here, taking what I would consider a selfish agent of Raze a lot of the time. It depends how you play it, sure, but it's not like him. You know, we know Happy is a supportive player, someone that really picks up the team, and yeah, hopefully he'll be able to do a lot for the mental of BDS. That's always been the selling point of Happy. You know, he just brings everyone else around him up. Wouldn't you agree, Tom?
So it's 2-0 to Ascend.
Not willing to give him a
Sorry, I think
second chance.
I think maybe my audio cut out. I didn't hear anything you said.
He's turned another leaf, mate. Don't worry about it.
We'll see. We'll see. Like he was at one point a legendary in-game leader, as was well, I guess Existence, or Akukos, the man formerly known as Existence. But we haven't seen much from him, and let's see if we'll see much from Happy. It's all a learning curve, you know, today, Mitch. That's for sure. Roden, decent position. Should be a fairly easy kill as well, in fact. Gonna double up. CNED there with the trade, and Roden.
Great flashes, Roden.
Doesn't want to see. No, if he can't see them, they can't see him. That's a thing I learned as a kid.
And the shock darts, I mean, BDS coming out with some insane utility already. What can Ascend possibly do against this? Yeah, that was possibly the worst 10 seconds of Valorant I've seen for a while. So let's pretend that util didn't happen, because they might still win this, considering it's a 3v1. You've only got Killers left, Spectre in hand, and it looks like BDS have managed to beat back this spy, which, for the most part, I mean, the utility's a meme, right? It didn't actually have any impact on the round. The reality is Ascend in this, if they get one more kill, they're in a decent position. And Roden is low HP up close. Killer swings this. Okay, now, it's almost winnable now, Tom. I start to get a little bit worried because Poison Orb goes down, blocks the angle. If he gets that rifle, all of a sudden, I'm believing in Killers clutching this out. I need to see Team BDS play off each other here. The spike is down in the open. Everything is going their way in this moment. And that's a ranged fight versus a Spectre, one that should be easily won, but somehow it's not. And now Killers is alone, and he clutches it. Get out of here. Ascend win the third round. And BDS, about as much of a meme as their utility usage was. How did they lose that?
I don't know. I genuinely, like, I know it's my job, but I genuinely have no idea. He had a Spectre. This was slightly ridiculous, but other than that, it just came to, like, we literally just had a conversation with Lothar about how we used to love the fact that they had really tight spacing and were always very good at trading.
Yeah.
Well, not that round.
As we said, it has been a while since we saw BDS deliver a top-tier performance.
Killers is still good. There you go. Who would have expected that?
Decent. Yeah.
Yeah.
1v3.
That was nuts. I guess moving swiftly on. CNED's not far away from his res either. By the way, also, that was the bonus round, so that is going to give a lot of extra finances over to Ascend, as they could have now bought into this round anyway, but instead get the extra finances off the win and a free gun. We're going to see the wall used just to try and give them some space. Starzo, what? He's doing exactly that, and they've got so much. He's one past him! He's one past him!
Oh, Akuma was blind. He didn't notice. And now, finally, he'll take his moment to strike. Takis got caught off guard. Akuma coming around with the show. And already 3, leaving Killers to clutch it yet again. The 1v1 versus Happy. Beautifully placed last pack. And BDS are back in. But this is not going the way I expected already, Tom. This seems to be a bit of a mind breaker of the game.
I see Happy has taught them one thing from the Counter-Strike days of Envious, which is you can always win a round with pistols. They were the kings of the force buy, always winning ridiculous rounds. Granted, he did have like Kenny S and Shox and some of the greatest players of all time, but they've just done it here, and that from Akuma was ridiculous.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me a moment as I go through my Vietnam flashbacks of sheriff clutches from BDS. It's I have a soft spot for that. Ascend, a lot to work with there. Orbital strike already going to be deployed. That's long control. Takis is locked in. He goes out for a fight. Starzo deletes him. Showstopper. Did that just hit the flash? Did the showstopper just get blocked by a guiding light?
That's next level. Oh, Rodin's in a good spot that they actually don't check for him. And now it leaves it onto Bone Cold alongside Starzo. Now, Starzo is nowhere near the action whatsoever. He's making a late lurk in towards the A site, maybe trying to catch somebody off. I think Lothar is trying to signal to you, by the way, that the Classic actually is nerfed, and you've somehow got it double wrong.
I've got your
Right.
trail.
Let's have a little timeline here after this round. So I've asked 4 different people if the Classic is or is not nerfed, and I've heard a different answer every time. It's like, what is going on?
You should have just trusted me. There you go. That would have been...
Lothar, talk to Hypok. Discuss amongst yourselves, because we're getting conflicting
Okay, Bone Cold has brought this back. We're gonna ignore the Classic for now,
30
because he's
seconds
managed
left.
to find a way
Healing
in
area.
towards this B site. This was looking
Found
very
them.
good for the side of BDS. Shock
Spike
Dart's gonna go
planted.
through, and actually, it's not really worked out fantastically, but he's managed to find the kill anyway, and Starzo is incredibly far behind. If they get on this defuse, they have basically already won the round, but he's going to get into position before anybody gets anywhere near it. They don't even expect him to be here. He's just taking his time. Nobody watched towards long. Logan is down, and Akuma into that 1v1, tries to fake flash him out, and it's going to pop directly into his face. It is going to still just be this time ticking, and Starzo, he'll land the shot in the end. It is another clutch that looked unlosable for BDS, but they found a way.
Sorry, Tom, I broke my headset for a second there. I was standing up in disbelief of what was happening, and might have smashed it on the floor, but I think it's working now. If you can hear me, it is.
I can.
Good, okay. Well, that's a big positive. Having a headset, actually a good thing for a caster. BDS can't be.
Oh.
They can't. It's not possible. It did, didn't it? Didn't it? Am I wrong?
I still don't really know.
I feel like it did.
Even with a slow-mo, my brain is not quick.
All right, you know what? Yeah, we're not quick enough. Our analysts are over there. I see a heated debate right now about whether the Classic is nerfed or not. I'm pretty sure punches are about to be thrown in a second. But listen, the thing is, I'm going to leave it to the Twitch chat analysts.
Oh yeah, they're the...
No. Did it hit the bird? Did it not? That's all I want to know. And I think it did, but maybe I'm wrong. Nice nade. Rodin's in trouble. He's pushed forward a little bit. He found a nice little safe spot. We know how dangerous BDS are when they have sheriffs in hand. We know how absolutely not dangerous they are when they have an advantage in rifles. I don't know how that works. I just know it's a fact.
Three for me.
Right now, Zeke shutting down 3, looking for Happy, and he'll get that as well. Gorgeous. Really farming up that showstopper that he just used the other round.
Yeah, who would give that guy away in a trade? That would be silly.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it be great if they then had to spend a load of money to try and buy out a different member of Ascend? That would tickle me at least a little bit, but you know, we'll see. I don't think Ascend are going to look to sell anyone on their team at the moment. And Zeke, definitely not one of them. 8-3, top of the board, making sure that it's not going to happen again versus the Pistols. And that's the other problem, though. It's like, okay, they won that incredible round off the back of Akuma's individual brilliance, but they didn't get anything out of it, because now they've lost the next one almost, well, clean. I think they lost one player.
So this wall goes down at the start of the round from Ascend, but this is very different than what we saw before. This is to get them into lamps, and I think it's a bit of a misread from BDS, immediately popping the Viper's Pit in towards Bathroom. Sure, that blocks off an avenue of approach, but it's one that Ascend, sure, they've taken it a lot so far, but with the setup they were currently running, it didn't look like they were going to go over for it. A little bit too happy on the trigger finger, let's say.
Hey!
But as BDS go into the late round, they'll still have control over Bat. They'll have a one-player hold on mid and a rotate coming around from Happy to reinforce the B side where a hit is about to come down. And Happy has his showstopper. This could be massive if he gets an opportunity to deploy it.
Unless, of course, it gets blocked by something. You never know.
True, yeah. Potentially a bird, you know? We'll see.
Oh, Killers is already going to drop Akuma.
And
It's on the other side of the map as well, so they have to start to question whether or not they want to start rotating players back. Nade not really going to do anything. The flash, though, is superb, and it's Starzo to pick up another. Showstopper has at least found one, but it doesn't even matter at this stage. It's too little too late. They had a 4-man stack on this site, and it is quickly diminished into absolutely nothing. The only man remaining is Logan, and sure, he's pretty good at those clutches, but I don't think so.
In the pit, bro? Okay, he's in. Yeah, probably going to be saving out here. 1v4, not a great opportunity to close this one out. Even a res online for Ascend, doubt they use it. Their economy's already stacked. And you know your round isn't really under threat, because as previously stated, Logan is a rifle. If you had a Sheriff, you may be res, just to be careful. Got a little... Oh, that was a little bit awkward, but he's finished him off, taking Bone Cold down. Now they know where he is, and it's time to go looking for that rifle. I think that kill was probably worthwhile and just dealing the extra little bit of damage. If he loses this weapon but still manages a few more, it could have been great, but only 2 kills in the end, that's going to put Ascend still in a very strong position.
Yeah, they're already up to 6 rounds on their attack in half, and although this is a map where I think I'd say it's fairly even. I don't think it really comes down to either side for the majority of teams. Like, okay, maybe if you're Gambit, you struggle a little bit on the attack and dominate the defense, but I think in most cases it's not too one-sided. So the fact that it's this dominant, CNED, I think CNED might have, actually, let's just say Ascend then, have probably my favorite player cams, because I love watching Starzo, because he has his, that loves to like do his little dances whenever they win a round. Yeah. And then you got CNED with the thumbs up, which I think is now almost as iconic as some of the Fnatic celebrations.
Well, Tom, with all these ultis for Ascend on the attack side, and we know the res so much easier to use on the attack, I'm looking at BDS for an answer. Again, Sheriff's in their hand. They're going to start to close in the distance. Zeke hunting them down with a showstopper will be caught on the back side. That's a valuable opening to have. Orbital strike coming down. Logan. He's gone. Taken out of that one right away. Happy in a little bit of trouble as well. Pressured and taken down. And like it started out well with that kill onto Zeke, but since then, Ascend have just been rolling them. Taka still ain't got a kill, by the way, so this would be a very impressive 1v4.
It's also one of those things where I'm looking at Takas playing Astra. Is it just me? Is that a bit weird? Like, I feel like his previous agent comps were like...
Back in the day, it's been a long time since I've seen these guys, but I think he used to play a Breach.
Well, no, but yeah, it did occasionally. I think everyone on this team at some point. But his most common agents were Jet, Raze, like Arena when it came down to like Icebox.
Split, I think, was where he played the Breach. I remember that for a very specific reason.
I wouldn't even say he's the best Breach on this team. Like Akuma was always the one that I would go to.
Yeah.
Even Hoppy at times as well, I believe, played it a little bit. But it's one of those things where it's like, well, actually, I'm looking at his all-time agents. Has he never played Astra before?
Yeah, but BDS haven't played many officials recently as well, so you have to give them that little bit. Like, this is a tournament where you come in and you experiment, right? You try to flex into new things. They've obviously been working on it.
Let me ask you a different question.
Okay.
Takas.
Yes.
World-class duelist.
Yes.
Happy.
I see where you're coming from.
Not world-class duelist.
Yes.
Who are you putting on the duel list?
Hey, look, I ain't got anything to argue with you on that one.
It just seems weird, all right? That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to sell the false circumstance that I'm sat here cheering that Happy's on a raise. That was you, Tom, in the agent select. I'm not
yeah, that was that thing in the agent select that you made up.
Yeah. You were very happy with that one, huh?
Yeah,
That's
don't use it twice.
The joke's never been made before.
Oh, once again, slow default round. A bit of a moment at least for BDS, but if we're being honest here, they need every single round. Like 5 on the defense is not too bad, and it's not looking too likely. That was basically just a solo push that came through.
Bone Cold in an earthquake zone right now. Every time we switch to this guy, I just see everything shaking. He's not moving right now, so obviously that's not the case. I think he's playing on like a desk with one leg.
He's sitting down.
Right here.
Obviously I meant the desk has one leg. I wasn't making a comment on Bone Cold's physical.
He's a flamingo. We just didn't know all along.
Do flamingos only have one leg? What?
Oh, they stand on them.
Oh, right.
I wasn't saying he was like getting
Most animals stand on their legs, Tom. That's actually, it's kind of the point.
Here we go. Takas.
Here we go, baby.
Right. He's going to get himself a couple of kills. The trade out gives Akuma a chance. One of the better rounds we've seen so
30
far.
seconds left.
Again, based off individual brilliance. All right, Happy. Just going to spam straight through. Now it's left all onto Bone Cold. A 1 versus 3, like, there surely shouldn't be any way that he manages to close this out, but I don't want to hold my breath.
If they lose this, they should forfeit. I think that's just lose this one.
Rough. They're going to go pushing through, given a slight opportunity, but they're coming in with the pistols. First goes his way, second one. Happy's there on a quick trade, and it's going to be a second round on the board for BDS.
Doubling up the rounds, and it's look, it's been a little bit shaky so far, that's for damn sure, but maybe this will be what propels them back into the game. Another thing, minor thing, Tom, but it's something we complimented teams a lot in LCQ, and then definitely in Game Changers. I was incredibly surprised with it there, which is rather in Game Changers, it was the presence of pauses. Here, what disappoints me is the lack thereof. 7-1 down, don't call a pause. Win that round right there, still none. They're not giving themselves that extra time to breathe, but maybe that's just because they haven't really went that deep into their strat book yet. They seem to be able to change their setups here on the fly within that pause time, so that's just fine. Whether it works or not, that's the real question. And so far, I would say Ascend have been anything but predictable. They've been flexing up how they go, but this mid control, they've sought after again and again. It's just a chaotic amount of utility currently in play.
Yeah, there's a Viper's Pit as well available for Killers if he just wants to try and take over some control, but instead he's going to switch off his Toxic Orb. I'm already going to Killers a single tag for Akuma that isn't really going to make much of a difference, and look how far Killers has actually gone. He's all the way up, pushed forward. He doesn't land the shot though, and that might be a way back in.
That's a big whiff out of Kill. That's not something you see too often, but still a lot of players left alive in Ascend. No res possible at this point with the position of his body. Seekers online. Do they get deployed by BDS? They don't have a chance.
No
Not even
way.
a chance.
He had like 2 HP
Yep.
when he did that. Starzo is just ridiculous. Nice shot again from Akuma. At least he individually is looking a little bit crisp, but yeah, as you can see, there is utility flying over that is going to deny any chance of a defusal at this stage. Again, it's a couple of nice shots that don't really matter too much, but I would love to see those Starzo kills from his POV. I imagine we're probably not going to be able to get it, but he literally hid within the smoke because he was getting wall banged out of position. Down on low HP, pops a flash out of it and just insta-headshots 2 people. Like, it is ridiculous how good he is on that Sky.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-2. Ascend, looking damn good. Individually, as a unit, everything's going their way. And now I look at BDS and I wonder, you know, what are they going to be able to do when it swaps half? Hey, if they've only got 2 rounds on the board when they swap sides, I'm not going to believe in them at all. But the best case scenario is 4, and Tom, to be honest with you, I'm not going to believe in them at all if they get 4. So, you know, it just goes from bad to just as bad, pretty much.
Slightly less bad.
Minute.
Yeah. Again.
Blinded.
We are going to see an opener. An aggressive push down mid is going to find a kill onto Killers. That's actually the lurker, but instead we're going to see this fast push in towards, and their entries are just superb. Both players down, they even have the wall for the flank, and CNED,
Oh, wrong heal.
actually has his res. Yeah, he healed about 2 HP from that, but, you know, hey, every little helps, and they're already in an advantageous position. Also, if that player then dies, he can just res them, or just go and kill them all himself. Just peeking straight in, has Bone Cold alongside him, and again, this goes from a nice start, an early kill, to a 4v1.
You know what, Tom? Because
Still going. Okay.
obviously, back in the day, this is the kind of tournament that we had all the time, right? Invite tournament. Now, we're coming into the off-season for a little bit, coming up to Champions, and obviously for a lot of these teams, they're not going to be in Champions, so it is already their off-season fully. And back in the day, you remember those open quals, right? Sorry, before we had open quals, when we had invite-only tournaments, this happened all the time. Teams get invited because they look like on paper maybe they can be good, they've got an org, so on and so forth, and then they're just terrible compared to the better teams that are out there. And I think that's what open qualifiers definitely sorted that for us. Obviously, it takes a long, long time.
Last
and there
round
are
before
ways
the
into
switch.
this tournament through the qualifiers. But sometimes invited teams let us down. And right now, BDS are, well, you know, I think meeting some of our realistic expectations. But in terms of the grand scheme of the tournament, letting us down for sure. 2 rounds on the board,
Yeah,
and they look sloppy.
It's like they did okay, I think, versus 10 star, but they ultimately lost, and that was what we saw a premise this at the beginning. This is a match where it does matter, but what I mean is, Ascend are going to finish top of this group, or very, very likely going to finish top of this group. The battle is for second, but the fact is, unless BDS do something here, they are going to be 0-2, and you basically have to hope that Ascend batter everybody and everyone else trades maps, which you're basically putting your hope, and they have to then win one. I have to add that as well. Xenon is going to take a lot of damage. Happy's paint show already picking off one, but Bone Cold's going to be brought back. Now this could actually do quite a bit because it's going to be completely visible, but if he starts to spam through, he might get caught out because Zeke is just, this is so aggressive.
Good Tiger. Good Tiger to clear out Heaven. They know there's a player up close, but they're trying to challenge him, and it doesn't seem to be working, at least at the start. Logan in there with a big trade, though. Now, all of a sudden, an opportunity to get back in towards this site. Fighting into the Viper's pit, never easy. And as we say, without that drone, it is so much more difficult. They've got to pick up the pace on the walkthrough here. Already, Akuma is 1 HP, but there goes Gilles. He's dropped. Bone Cold still here, though. And he'll have a bunch of low HP players absolutely tearing them apart. It's Bone Cold with the 4K to put 10 rounds on the board for Ascend, coming out of half number 1. Oh, not a great look for BDS, that's for sure.
No, I will say that although I think like facing off against a Gambit could be equally as bad, I actually think this is one of the worst opponents that they could possibly face off against, purely off the basis of we know that a lot of BDS is like momentum, individual skill, clutches, right? That's what they always
used to be, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they always were in the past. Well, Ascend do that better.
Yes.
All of those things, and they have more in the tank as well. So
and it's the packing. So when we talk about 10 stars strategically, they're an insanely good team. I think they've got a ways to go when it comes to tier 1 individual skill. Ascend have that on pretty much every single player. They are cracked. So the thing for BDS is a lot of the time the early round was bad back in the day, but they punished teams later on because they would come back into rounds like 3v5 with their big clutches. Problem is against Ascend, the early round often sees the whole team dead. So there's no chance to come back into it because they're not getting those duels. They're not getting away with the early fights the same way that they would versus some of the older teams. Zeke has just completely tanked that nade. And then it turns out they know where he is anyways. The recon on backside revealing him, giving the opening duel and a second. A pistol round is essential for BDS, and it looks like they're going to actually win this one out.
Put themselves in a position where it's at least workable to try and get back into the match. I don't know this is something that I'm necessarily supposed to do, but I think I feel like I have to at this stage. Gambit have just lost a map.
Versus?
London United.
No shot. What map?
It was Fracture.
Okay.
13-8.
I'm not that interested if it was Fracture, I'll be honest.
That is true.
If they lost like a, you know, if they came in, they lost a bind or something, all of a sudden I'm gonna
Also, 10 star are now 2-0. So if BDS lose this, they are out.
I like that you put an if there, Tom. You're a very nice guy.
They won the pistol.
They did, yeah.
There you
And
go.
2 other rounds. I'm
One of
surprised.
them was with pistol.
I'll be very honest with you. I'm surprised to send up force buys. Maybe it's the right call, but at the same time, we talk about it a lot. But you can sometimes just sit back and say, hey, we're the better team. They haven't done it this time, and I think that it impresses me that Ascend do this because it shows that. Great shock dart. It shows that they're going to fight for every round. Okay. They're going to play it seriously. Sorry, lost myself for a sec. The shock dart really threw me off without the double bounce. And, oh, please.
Okay, it was just the one. Just the one.
It's the right
That's
click
fine.
classic, man. That's what gave it to him. The jump, he just needed one shot and it's a kill with a free weapon. It's crazy.
The question is the classic nerfed or not?
That's true. Hey, hi, Puck. All right, he's not listening. Never mind. Didn't hear me.
No.
We'll figure. But see, the thing is, Hypuck told me earlier he spoke to League Ops, and I'm pretty sure they told him that the classic is not nerfed.
Do you trust League Ops or Lothar?
Well, I'm pretty sure Lothar tweeted it too. Lothar, come here, buddy. Come here. Come over to us for a sec. We can share a mic for a minute. Okay, you need to tell us the truth. Okay, what's happening? Is it nerfed?
There. There.
Oh, see, I saw that red cross and I thought, oh, it's not nerfed, but fracture it. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Lothar. Thank you very much. So the classic is nerfed here, and it's still insanely strong.
It's amazing how you ran over to the desk so fast as well. Because he never leaves the desk.
Oh yeah, Lothar lives on
Day
there.
long. Happy? Couple of blast packs. He's already going to find them an opener. It's starting to look at least a little bit better for BDS in these attacking rounds so far. They've still got a lot to deal with, and the lurk through looks like it's about to be caught. Takas is gone, and holding onto this control is going to be huge. Roden with the wraparound, but they still haven't dealt with CNED, and they may not get the chance. Logan, though, turning it into a 1 versus 2. Again, this already as a bonus is a fairly successful round, but it's one that they almost feel like they have to win because of the current scoreline.
Yeah, fighting back, you lose 1 buy round, you're forced down to an eco, game's over. Logan has no chance to plant this. Oh, he's even being spotted now. He knows a flash is coming. It's time to just turn your back to it and accept it.
Does he go B?
No, he's going to block him off, try to take the fight into heaven. The problem is that player doesn't need to fight unless they choose to, and they'll just wait for the second player to come around. And you say Lothar got over here pretty quick. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Tom. You're selling fake information to people out there. As soon as the game starts, Lothar comes over, he sits on my lap, he's just rubbing my hair, telling me, you know, you're doing a great, it's a great cast today.
He sits
you're doing
on
great.
your lap and then rubs your hair. That seems like a very
He's like sitting sideways. I mean, Tom, you can see him right now, you know? We have a rule, he's not allowed to talk during the games, just for, you know, competitive integrity and all that, but, yeah.
It's almost
it's
even more impressive that you managed to...
He's not allowed to talk, he can make noises.
Why is he the villager from Minecraft?
Well, they know Zeke's up close. Do they challenge it? Does Happy know that this man might have a judge in his hand ready? Rain down judgment upon him. They're certainly looking to challenge towards me anyways. The judge has been spotted. They know it. They don't push it now. They don't push it now. They don't push it. Okay, they get him.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. Fair. I was ready. I was ready to really lean into you.
Zeke's just gone. He's just walked out the room. What?
I don't blame him after that. He got absolutely abused. Getting out of there. Yeah, go take a breather.
He just left. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm glad that was caught on camera. That's really funny.
He might have needed to go to the
We
toilet.
saw it on 2 cams as well. He took his headphones off and then walks past Buncode on the way out. Oh, 4 versus 4. Uh-oh. Oh, is it the revenge of the wallbangs? He's actually stopped right at that moment.
Look, Bone Cold's holding it. Happy has already used 1 blast pack. I'm not sure about 2. He's caught Starzo, though. As he crosses over, here's where Bone Cold should easily take him down.
Oh.
The second one found on the spray. That brings it back into a 2v2. Pay no attention to the HUD up the top. There is no Viper ult online for Killaz right now. He hasn't activated it. It's a little UI glitch from the final round. So this 2v2 is just going to be a raw fight. And the thing is, BDS have that Sky online. Roden can pop some flashes out and engage. Once that spike is tapped, this is very dangerous for Ascent. And finding room is going to be difficult. No wall to block them off. No information on the second player, but the first is taken down. Now CNED needs to try to run this quickly, but he won't. He's faced him! He faced him, Tom! Why? Why did he face him? He had the time on his side. Why? 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 It's 12-4.
Match point.
Going for that cheeky timing. He's going for the cheeky timing. He was like, there's no way CNED will expect me to do this.
No, because he just ran into Tube. He was obviously going to be standing there with his gun out as he cleared the angle. He literally peeked as CNED cleared the angle. That's so weird. If he waited like 4 seconds and peeked or something, you know, fair enough. But I don't know, man. The decision making is questionable. 12-4. I mean, I've known this was over from about round 8, but I mean, I was hoping BDS would at least.
You realize I said it was over on the desk.
Yeah. I was willing to give him a little bit of space.
I have a lot of faith in Ascend, and unfortunately, well, as said, they're out if they lose a round. Gilles has just found one, and Zeke up close as well. This is just absolute destruction. See you later, Happy. I didn't even know where he died from. It's just another kill coming through. Absolute dominance. They've just wrecked them in the final round. That is, well, an incredibly dominant performance. 13-4 in favor of Ascend. Can't say I'm overly surprised, and I'm actually incredibly excited to listen to Lothar try and break some of that down.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have a good time breaking down some of BDS's plays, because obviously Ascend did really well here, but we know that they're a top-tier team. They're a champions team. These guys know what's going on. I want to hear
the big boys.
I want to hear about all the effort, about all the grindy setups that BDS had there that Ascend managed to beat. Lothar, let me know, man. What impressed you about BDS in this game?
You're setting me up a lot. I suspect foul play here, you know? It's like that Rodin peak at the end, I went a bit insane when I saw that. That's, I don't know, it's something that
Unnecessary mistake, it felt like.
I was explaining how great BDS was at fundamental level of play just a few months ago, half a year, like 8 months ago. They were just always impressive when it comes to like trading, peaking in good moments, knowing how to read when to clutch and how to clutch, because they read the opponents with the game sense they have. And here, it was like poof and gone. There's no way of saying it otherwise. It's just unnecessary peaks, unnecessary, let's say, taking risks, the low risk, high reward plays. Sorry, high risk, low reward plays that BES was doing was just really detrimental to how they presented themselves in general on this map.
I mean, it's difficult to judge Happy based off just one map, obviously, but him coming in, playing the Raze, not a direct kind of replacement for Hoppy. What did you make of that?
So I would say that in general, this doesn't apply to BDS only, but in general, I feel like when you choose Raze on Bind, it seems like you do it because mainly you have the Boombot to control Hookah on attack. And that's like the main value of having the Raze. But the thing is, everyone understands how you play Raze on this map, so it's very easy to counter that in a way that is not really impactful. So I feel like even though it was only on one map, you can't really decide if this is even that much of an impact or not. And also, like as you can see in those situations here, the Raze doesn't really give you much on attack when you have to like just blindly double satchel this side.
Yeah, I mean, let's focus on the positives on the side of Ascend. I know this between you and Tom, you guys expected a result like this, maybe not as dominantly. Actually, I don't know if you expected them to win as dominantly, but CNED, we spoke about him before. I know you wanted to see him on something other than the Sage, but it does feel like when it comes to CNED, it doesn't even matter what he's playing when he's just killing everybody.
Yeah, there was the clutch that he did at the end against Rodin when Rodin was in Garden. On the left side of the octagon, it was a good example of why CNED is such a good player, because even though he started reloading his gun from side and wanted to go into tube, he actually stopped and peeked left side to check if Rodin crosses to the other side of the garden, so he knows exactly where he is. And that's the reason why he won that clutch. And of course the other reason was that Rodin actually peeked straight into the crosser placement. But those small things show you how good CNED is at reading the game. And those small decisions that most people will probably just miss in general, because it was as big of a decision as stopping and peeking and going back to just see where Rodin is, just set him up for the next peak. And that's why CNED is so good. But you know, you cannot ignore the fact that when he plays Jett, he gets additional life in most rounds. So even if he makes a mistake, or even when he takes a risk, he can be not punished because he will just go back or just dash away somewhere into safety. And when he's playing Sage, he cannot make those mistakes. He cannot take those risks because he cannot just take them back, right? So this is why I would love to see CNED on a character like Jett.
He can just kill them though. You know?
Yeah, he can. That's what he did on this map. It was
against everyone.
It wasn't pleasant to watch, to be honest. Like I don't really like blowout games like this because you know that the other team is just getting demolished and they can't really do much. When you think about the score, it was 1-6 at some point, if I remember correctly, and the only reason why BDS even had that one map one round was because there was a 2 versus 4 clutch with a triple kill on Logan, from what I remember. And the only reason why it even happened is because Bonko decided to crouch against the Sheriff and just gets domed.
You're so passionate about why people shouldn't do that.
It's really easy. Don't be a static target when someone has a Sheriff.
There you go. If there's anything you guys learned today from Lothar, is that. But I do believe you have a round prepared for us as well to break down.
I'm actually super impressed by the pistol round from Ascend that they did as an opener of this match. As you can see, there are 5 players going into the showers area, and we're gonna roll this clip for the 10 seconds to see what they are doing with the utility. You're gonna see the Viper Wall being put across the A site like this, and this allows them now with the combination of the stage wall. Let's freeze it right here. This combination of those 2 key pieces of utility allow them to take space of the entire site, because first, the Viper Wall denies the vision for everyone who is standing on the side, on lamps, and in the backside, and then they can safely cross because the Sage Wall denies anyone to shoot through the Viper Wall when they're planting, so they can plant in the open. It's very easy setup, but super effective. You don't see it often when it comes to like how teams are executing on bind on the pistol round, because you put a lot of your eggs into one basket. So if the opposing team would actually have more attention put towards showers, they would probably know beforehand what are you doing with this attack. But in general, I would say this is a very impressive and fast execution from Ascend, which doesn't leave a lot briefing room for the defenders, so it's hard to stop.
I mean, I hope we get to see this at Champions. I hope this is one of those things that they haven't hidden away from us and they are going to proceed. But Lothar, from now on, I'm going to be very surprised if anybody leaves bind open.
I will be surprised as well.
A team like Ascend. But for now, we're going to head to a break. But don't worry, if you're an FPX fan, they're going to be back on stream again, this time taking on Giants.
we be looking at in terms of the fragging? Which one should I have my eyes on?
No, Meadow if he is not sick, and my boy Fizzy, always. Those two guys, those two.
Hello everyone, my name is Jackie and I'm back in my hometown of London to see the sights and the sounds of the city, of the people and the pigeons. It's going to be a great day, but the one thing we have is not a national part of our heritage, but they are a giant landmark. I've of course got the Vodafone Giants that are going to be joining me for one hell of a day. Boys, how we doing?
Great, super good, thank you.
Nice, we're in a good environment. We've got some great landmarks behind us, but there's so much more to see. Should we go and have a look?
Sure, let's go.
Let's head into London. But right now, we have this skyline behind us. How do we feel? Are we all right with the heights? We're quite high up.
It's a cool view. Yeah, for sure.
Surprisingly quite warm for London as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, I suppose you guys prepared with the winter clothes, but somehow we've got away with summer.
Yeah, very convenient.
Now, in terms of preparation for home grounds, how's it been looking on and off of the server? A lot of practice, a lot of preparation going into it?
I mean, we haven't been practicing that much lately, but we will do our best anyways.
Hoping to just come out with the raw firepower on the server.
Exactly.
And who should we be looking at in terms of the fragging? Which one should I have my eyes on?
No, Meadow if he is not sick, and my boy Fizzy, always. Those two guys, those two.
Now, if we go into something a little bit controversial here, boys, Phantom or Vandal?
Phantom! No! What do you mean?
Why Phantom?
It's just better.
I mean, it's better, but for me,
yeah,
I prefer Phantom.
it's higher rate of fire. You have like super good fights on the close range, you know, and yeah, it's just better for the, you know, spraying, not spraying style.
I mean, yeah, you can spam through the smokes.
Yeah. No, just play Vandal and one tap.
Just play Vandal?
Yeah, just play Vandal.
So we're at the top of the London Eye, and obviously you boys are currently at the top of the Valorant scene. But now we've got you all in person in London together for the first time, really. How does it feel having the whole team in the flesh again?
Yeah, it's great. I love my team so much. Yeah, it's very fun.
Excited to have that camaraderie back as well, the comms on LAN, getting each other fired up.
Yeah, I want to scream.
Yeah, you're the one I'm going to be looking at for the screams then. That's what I was going to ask. Where's the passion come from? You all seem quite lively. Where's the fire in the team?
Yeah, we are all like, when it comes to emotions, I think we are all the types of like, we are super emotional about the game and we always give out this. Yeah.
All right, hopefully we see some of that when we get you in the arena, but we've got a rich history here in London. But the history that I want to know about is with the Giants roster. How long have you been together and how did the team form?
When we joined the roster, it was originally 3 other players. It's only me and Hoodie right now. And we joined in the beginning of this year. And since then we've switched a couple of players. And then Pete joined.
Yeah, you in March.
Yeah, he joined in March. And then we switched some other players, and then Anubis and David P joined, and that's where we found our success.
Yeah.
Well, we've had our time in the pod. We've all had a couple of laughs. We've seen some cool sights, but one important question, aside from Valorant, can we all cycle?
I think so. I think so, yeah.
We seem pretty confident, but we are off to the Boris bikes, so we'll see how we do at Olympic Park.
That's the answer.
Brotherly love. It's important in gaming.
Brotherly love there, Jackie. I've got Tom and Lothar back with me on the desk. I love that transition. I had to use it, guys.
We do look like brothers, don't we? Very, very similar.
We're just missing. We're missing Link, Ryan Central.
Yeah.
A few of you. Yeah.
Any bald man in the universe.
Poor Lothar. Lothar's been grouped in with you now. But before we jump into all of that, I do want to take a look at the standings and how things have gone today, because a few games have happened off stream and also on B stream as well. And as you guys can see, London United, they beat Gambit, which means they are the first in their group right now. Ascend and 10-Star both won their 2 games. Fnatic and Giants, they're 1-1 here too. And Liquid and Big. Big took down G2, guys. I feel like that's one of the biggest surprises.
So I would like to put some context into those, because both of those really big surprises, so G2 losing, Gambit losing, it's on the, let's say, back of a best of 1 when pistol rounds are so impactful, because when you lose 2 pistol rounds and you lose the following up round after the pistol round, so we're basically starting a 0-2 on both halves, you are 80% to lose the entire map. So it's really important that you do not lose pistol rounds.
Also,
best of 1.
Kellogg's played Reyna on Bind.
Yeah, that happened.
I know you're a big fan of Reyna. What do you think of the Reyna Raze Bind comp?
I think playing Reyna on a professional level brings so much utility to the team. It actually just shines beautifully with the team play that it represents. It's absolutely phenomenal to play Reyna on a professional level. I love it.
Exactly what I expected to say, Lothar. But of course, you guys, if you haven't seen those games, we've got other streams going on, not just the A stream here with us. You can head to REDBULL UK on Twitter to see which matches are being streamed, or just use the !language command in the chat to see those as well. Again, I'm hoping that people did catch on some of the upsets that we didn't get to see on stream. But for now, FPX, they're back again, and they're going to be playing against Giants. Now, we saw FPX already. It didn't go too well for them, but we were talking about, yeah, Tom is just here to like take everything I say to another level. It didn't go too well.
They got banged.
Yes, they did. But are we putting that down as, you know, maybe they didn't play that much Fracture, or maybe Fnatic are very well prepared?
I would say one thing. They played Fracture for the first time in an official match, which can always be like, you know, hit and miss, right? But then they also picked a, let's say, controversial lineup, to not say bad, because they didn't play with a duelist.
Tom's like,
on,
it's
on
bad.
Yeah, I will be destroyed on Reddit if I'll go for my typical like response to that stuff like that. So, but what I will say is that they didn't pick a duelist. They picked a Brimstone, right? And
on
just
Xiao.
Yes, on Xiao, and it just feels like FPX didn't have a plan what to do with this composition exactly, and what are our strong points, and what can we focus on and squeeze value out of. And that's a big problem. If we're ever gonna see FPX again play Fracture, I just hope they will not play the same lineup.
Yeah, the problem is though, is like it's what, like an hour or so apart. It's like realistically, how many? I know that we always used to talk about FPX as that team that had like 15 comps for each map, where it's like, oh, you know, you could see an Omen come out for Angel, or Reyna, or just like, they would have a load of different weird stuff that they could have to throw in. So I kind of hope they have that here. It did definitely look like they had no initiation to a lot of their plans. It was like, okay, even with how Angel was playing Breach, I really didn't like it. It was him going hunting for information, and then like most of the time being shot in the face. Which, if you have all of the supportive utility, all of the stuff that's used to deny space and slow people down, and you're the first one dying every single round, that's a problem. So I don't like the way that they were using him in that way. Personally, I'd even prefer if he was on a Reyna, because at least if he does find a jewel, he can get out of there.
So because I feel like you're gonna make it come true somehow. But let's talk about Giants, their opponents. We haven't seen them on stream yet, but I would say that, you know, looking at all of the other teams that didn't make it to Champions, Tom, this was one of the teams that people hoped, wanted, and to a degree expected to make it to at least Masters Berlin, but they fell short, but it wasn't for lack of trying.
No, and in Berlin at least they were incredibly close. Like that was one of those games where I think they beat out Guild, which was a pretty big surprise, and then they went on to face the sort of new and improved version of G2, which they weren't quite able to counter. So I don't think that they're in a bad spot. Also, they've battered Anubis in the first game. I don't know how much we can realistically take away from that. Like, I don't think Anubis have yet proved themselves anywhere near this level. So it's a good sign that they walked over that game easily and didn't have any struggles. Now we get on to almost, I want to say a real game, but we don't really know, because as of right now, FPX have shown me nothing. So I don't know if maybe Fnatic are just incredible on Fracture, maybe FPX aren't good on Fracture, but they are on other maps, or maybe FPX just aren't good at all.
Look, if you would have just made everyone in FPX play under streamer mode and not put the team name up there, I would never say this looks like a professional team on that level. When they were playing on Fraction. Like,
I'm meant to be the harsh one. You're meant to be the nice one. Did you not
maybe
get
it
the email?
flipped. But really, like, I was really upset about FPX playing that Fracture. But at the same time, typically I would say where maybe they try to conceal information before champions, but that doesn't apply to FPX.
No.
So.
You can apparently hear.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't even get to LCQ.
let's talk about Giants a little bit more, guys. You know, we saw them on the screen. They are boot camping right now. They're, you know, just seconds away from us. They're just behind that wall over there. Tom, you didn't believe that they could get out of this group earlier.
No.
And do you stand by that now?
I'm questioning it,
Yeah?
that's for sure. Luckily, I think this game will be the decider, sort of. If they win, they
still
get
have to
themselves
play
through.
Fnatic,
Like, obviously, yeah, but if they get 2 wins, they're already through the group. So
True, yeah.
it's one of those things where realistically they could do it versus beating Anubis and FPX, which won't tell me how good they will be in the tournament, but at least will prove that they are one of the teams here to compete. I also think I really enjoy their roster. I think Ambia's addition was fantastic. He played Split today, and on his role, his original role, at least on Jet, he was unbelievable. And then you've also got Fitinho, who is also just a star. So.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the maps for today, because we already spoke a little bit about FPX on Fracture. I'm delighted to report that we're going to Fracture again. This has been let through. FPX, they want to try their luck once again, maybe against an opponent who could be slightly less prepared than Fnatic. But Lothar, do you think this is a good idea?
I really hope, because it would invalidate whatever I said before, right? But I really hope that FPX went back to the drawing board and said, well, we can't really play with the same composition, because it obviously didn't work. And even though they had a good idea on how to play defense, because they were, let's say, proactive on taking map space as defenders, which is very badly needed, but the entire lineup just didn't, let's say, enhance the ability to do that. And if they are now switching it up and they will play with a completely different lineup, I'll be happy to see them again on Fracture, but I am now very visibly worried that they get stomped again.
Well, they're starting on attack this time. Does that change your mind?
Yes, a little bit, because I said, well, if you play Brimstone, that means that you're planning on very explosive executes, right? Because you drop the smokes at the same time, and you're the guy that is boots on the ground. You don't play Astra, that is very slow on executing with the utility, right? So you typically can support the team better. And they didn't have the chance to do that when they were playing against Fnatic, because they would get stomped when they were playing on defense, and they played like literally 4 rounds of attack. So maybe now there will be a small difference, but I would still like to see a huge change in the composition.
I reckon they're going to do exactly the same thing again. Are
you okay with that, if they do?
I think going onto the attack side, as you sort of said, I think that there's more opportunities for them. I think also with a map that, at least in my eyes, should at the moment be very attack-sided, focusing on having a good composition for that side is going to be fairly important. So that might just be where they've sort of let the cracks go a little bit with their defensive side of the comp. So I'm hopeful that we'll see a better performance, especially because Giants, I think they've only played the map twice and they've lost it twice.
Yeah,
So
they ran a KO one time, so there's that. But let's head into Agents Select now and see if we are going to see something different. And we are going to see something not different. I was hoping that we were going to see
Less
something
Artist picks Viper.
Well,
But
do
then-
we address
no.
nothing different? But on the side of Giants, we are seeing the most recent comp they ran with, so the Breach instead of the KO on Ambi and Tom, of course, Rosock for Ambi as well.
It should be David P on Astra, if I'm not mistaken.
It
So
should be. It should
this,
be.
in my mind, Giants composition is one of the best compositions you can play on this map, because you fill every single need of utility on this map right now on both defense and attack. You're great at taking space, and you're great at supporting your teammates, and you have Jet, which is obviously very much needed when it comes to dashing on sites, and you play Cypher instead of Killjoy to not get smashed by a breach, so you're covered, right? And now we have a Sage on Zippen, who is one of the best duelists in general, and he's stuck on that Sage, which I really hate. So
Xiao, who's probably one of the best duelists playing Brimstone, or maybe Artist, who at one point was one of the best duelists, who currently on a server.
Let's just get this over with. Do you think that FPX, they can come back from the performance against Fnatic?
Because I said that they'll get through.
Yeah. Okay, Tom believes. Lothar?
I can't.
Hope you.
I can't put anything here on FPX. They're gonna get smashed again.
Wow. Okay. Well, two very different opinions are here, but Tom, we get to have Tom stay on the desk because we have another pair of casters to introduce to you guys. You know who they are. You love them. It's Pansy and Hypok.
Wow, she's been very kind today.
Yeah, something must be wrong.
Yeah,
must have been a terrible morning actually to start things off.
God, only knows what.
Putting up with Tom and Mitch. Yeah,
it
exactly.
had to have been.
Exactly.
But it is a pleasure being here, and we actually get to look straight into Fracture. I mean, this already just kind of screams these sort of tournaments, right? In between the big events, you want to try and find maybe comfort, maybe something a little different. This is the perfect time to try it out. Now, we've seen a couple of teams fall foul, though. You know, this hasn't been, easy or smooth sailing for everyone. Gambit being probably the finest example. But now between these two, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, again, I know Tom touched on this. Obviously, Giants. There's a little bit of data out there in terms of Fracture already, and then we move on to Lothar, and I'm kind of with him. I didn't know what to make of FPX earlier when obviously they played against Fnatic, but there wasn't a lot to take away from it. I'm going to be brutally honest. No. And I'll be honest, the bar's set pretty low for me here in terms of expectations. Again, questions over the comp. Teams still finding their feet, but I think in terms of what we know already from what we've seen, this doesn't feel great. So FBX have to do something kind of unorthodox and make that unorthodox work.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of unorthodox, we saw teams without breaches coming in. We've seen some really weird looks, things that didn't quite sit to our expectations. We do see the net being closed in, but we are expecting quite an attack-sided game, to be fair, which I'm glad Tom kind of discussed, and the compositions sitting around there. It does seem as though the site here does at least start to build. A little bit of contact made. You can see the smokes going up, but it is Meadow to draw first blood.
Actually quickly traded through a 2 for 2. 3v3 now left in this round, and Artis actually will find Ambi as well. Coutinho now last man standing, but that will be cleaned up. Will be able to get the whole point through as well for the plant as well. So FPX off to a pretty comfortable start there with a very slow and progressive pistol round. Seemingly actually after it was Giants that looked to get a little proactive, a little antsy.
Yeah. Swinging
out of B site all the way through main. And again, the thing to look out for here, I mean, initially, until teams kind of find their comfort levels on this map, you've got to have your head on a swivel. Again, the rotation factor is so prominent here.
It's mad.
It's crazy to consider. And just how quickly you can get up close and personal to these sites before the defenders really have any inkling of what's about to go down. So, whether or not Giants continue with that, again, previous performances, you'd see them pretty proactive on their defensive halves, but
yeah.
Oh, well, FPX can keep that in check here, or at least stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and again, I'm so glad they were talking about the likes of Artis coming into this, and whether he fully incorporated or not is beyond the point. But I really want to see him back to the top end of the scene. I think he was such an impactful player, but I also want to unleash someone like Artis, right? Like there's still a couple of players I'm like, oh, if only they played this, if only they're in that role. I understand maybe why they don't want to go for that just yet, but already Giants could be looking for that. First start in this Angel, gonna just sit on that deeper angle now as that wall does drop, and it will be Ambi.
Timing on that swing.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate time for Angel to be cornered, but Shao does at least trade it, but now on a touch of an island, some unfavorable angles, but he does have the support coming in, so he's gonna be just fine.
Cleaned up there. Again, Giants fairly proactive, at least looking to take contact ahead of this hit coming through, maybe try and find an opening, which they did, but now left down to 2 to try and recover this, and the spike will be planted on B. Xiao going hunted inside his own smoke. The 2 remaining players from Giants stuck between Canteen and towards back behind Generator, really.
Well, we want to see, keeping, 4 up, keep what they have in hand, try and play this out correctly, but for Giants, if they can get maybe, 1 more body, that wouldn't be too bad. That'd actually be a pretty decent takeaway.
No more charges left.
See what Meadow can get out of this. Gonna get much, and the follow-up as well. Shao gonna just confirm everything going as per. And again, they get a little bit of that kind of, I guess, boot camp buff, right? That little bit of, nice camaraderie, everyone next to each other, very kind of chill affair so far, kind of going, I don't want to say the way we expected. I'm coming in with actually very little expectations as to result here, because Fracture just throws things through a loop. It was like when we first saw Breeze.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, actually, just think back to July sort of time when Giants were on that hot streak of games where toppling opponents they had absolutely no right to be honest with you. A real dark horse throughout at least that period of VCT. Come through here, FPX carrying across a lot of the equipment from the previous round. We're going to see a quick hit here, but Fatinho again swings out main. Actually finds Ardis right off the rip.
Well, for Giants, they do need to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit here, considering, you know, they've had to come in off the back of the pistol being what it was, but they do get the buy coming out at the very least, which should give them enough buffer at this point. Let's see if FPX get a little fruity, get a little saucy with it, find maybe something to do with the lighter weaponry, try and get a little cheeky, I guess. I mean, this map does have some close-range fights that you can find, some maybe more favourable positions you could play with.
Initially, though, it's very difficult to kind of close that gap.
Exactly.
As soon as that barrier drops, I mean, you have the complications, again, playing against a breach on A main here, where you see David P facing off against Angel, and actually, on the flip side of that, over towards B main, where we saw Fatinho swing out very early on. For the attackers, it's difficult to make use of these weapons, especially the bonus round. You have to be so quick, and unfortunately, that sort of scenario, you look towards a jet to close that distance off the rip on the back of the fault line.
Yeah, and well, already you can see FPX starting to build the way they intend to. A couple of players close by, so let's see if any of these trades do come out, any of those angles maybe get played with. Shao does at least find one, and then there is the follow-up. But Ambi's done well to at least keep this in track, and now this is where the problems begin, though. Shao does manage to find David P. Hoodie, can you do it? Not right now, actually, in a 1v1.
Come down to a little Cypher face-off.
Cypher diff.
Meadow, again, probably going to catch a sound cue there, and will actually catch him just on the cross back over.
10 seconds left.
Try and fake through. Meadow will clean things up, but a costly round.
I'm glad you said
bonus coming through, 4 kills.
You're loving that. You will absolutely take that every day.
Especially with how that started as well. It was a freebie from Fatinho at the start of that.
Yeah, that is a massive tick in the box. That is something that, again, yes, you saw that Vodafone Giants would be happy enough to celebrate getting the round on the board, but at that point as well, you're kind of wanting at least 3 of those rifles to stay up. Coming down to
bare minimum.
Yeah, it's not ideal. However, 1 to 2, have to see how it kind of affects things. Again, the buy coming back in now will kind of, you know, swings and roundabouts, right? The economy can be so brutal when you don't convert in that clean fashion.
Well, and again, with what we've seen early on here, this is kind of Giants almost forced to play this a little deeper, right? A little more passive, at least in the early round. They're not going to go for a cheeky opening. You see here almost resorting back to full-on hold in sight, but FPX will creep through underpass here. Looking to get full control towards Arcade. Meadow, got to be careful up in tower here, but 2 teammates as well. Ambi close by, potentially with a flash, but actually Hoodie's the first to fall.
Ooh, and not a great swing off it. Meadow has to... Oh, Meadow might be... Oh, screwed. Yeah, he did get caught. I thought he might have just made it away, but absolutely not. And FPX showing some real diligence in this, considering this was relatively well read by Giants, but you can see Dino's having a couple of issues, a couple of problems.
Can't catch a break.
No breaks to be had here. All gas. And for now, Giants, I mean, what do you do with this?
Spike planted.
Find themselves in a 2v5, I think, yeah. We're going to see Fatinho backing away. Forced to just consider the save here. A pretty cut and dry hit from FPX there. Again, as soon as they identify that there's somebody in tower, I think actually the tagging forces Meadow back a little initially, but it slows him down, so he actually can't escape that orbital strike whatsoever. And again, with Brimstone, again, we've seen teams lean away, obviously, from early days of Valorant, but that ultimate's so impactful. If you can isolate somebody in a corner like that where they ultimately can't get out, you think of it the same way on Bind with lamps, right? It's a freebie, essentially.
And these are critical areas for taking space. You know, you kind of win that exchange, and it can truly bode incredibly well for you. So, hey, if it's viable here, it's nice to see a couple of different agents kind of being toyed with as well. You know, be it just a theoretic thing, or, you know, theory coming through from some of these teams, kind of maybe coming with concepts, but the logic is pretty sound so far. Happy to see Breach back in, you know, on a more regular basis as well, rather than Flex. Again, and this is why I love kind of watching this. Again, I love Scar generally. I think her as an agent has made some incredible play, some, you know, real brilliant usage of utility, but it's nice to see variety coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, the only thing I would second, and I know Lothar will agree with me, is the lack of the jet.
Yes.
Again, just with, you think back to the early flash and dash when Vision Strikers made it so prominent. It's almost now with Breach having a couple of changes along the way. Well, it seems a given to run it alongside, but see, Fatinho again happy to explore the possibility.
Get the timing on this.
He's going to catch it on the drone, at least. Angel, though, in the back lines.
Oh, he's
have his weapon out.
The tag on 2.
Yeah, wow, he still actually turns and punishes that.
Fitino, it looked like he was so set up for success, and the timing looked so right, but just that little bit of a dip back in, and he does do damage to 2, but you wanted a bit more from that. The heal will come out, and at least one of them will be kind of back in fighting form. 4 still stand for the Giants, though, so not over just yet, but certainly not looking too viable, considering we do note this is that more attacking-sided map. And looking at the buy coming in from the Giants, that was their one big, I guess, I don't know, card up the sleeve.
Got himself into a weird position here. Actually, just behind the wall there, so he gets to actually finds Meadow. Hoodie will respond with a Sheriff headshot of his own. And Angel actually stuck right now.
2v2.
Yeah, again, the cross is treacherous to say the least for Angel. And he's down to 32 HP as well, Lauren.
That was from earlier. The heal, I think, went out to, I guess that was Artis. So now he gets caught on the cross. The spike's now lost. So, Xiao, what you got for us? How deep can you go? Now, bear in mind that Hoodie still only has, I think, that Sheriff. Does he get the timing right? Oh, he was thinking about it. There was a second of consideration, but to look back through, it's only 13 seconds. The first fight's not going to happen for him.
Again.
Hoodie with a stunner coming out there.
And that was on the back of the 2 rifles they saved from the disaster that was the previous round.
And their first kind of foray into things with Fitino kind of going looking, and it looked quite good, but the unfortunate trade.
Yeah, they lost Fitino off the rip there, and that was one of the rifles saved. So the fact that Giants are able to recover that on a couple of crucial headshots from Hoodie with the Sheriff.
Pretty decent.
That's huge for them. We'll have to see the knock-on effect there towards the economy. Again, I think FPX relatively comfortable. I mean, other than Angel down on a Spectre, but again, expect him to just try and set his team up for success on the back of his utility here.
You have to also now start looking at the ult progress coming in for the Giants, because they are loving that. They've got, I think, 3 now available. They did have 4 at the start of the round. We can see the Hoodie's invested his. Why not? That just kind of locks down a big portion of this. We'll see how FPX continue forward.
No more charge. Cage triggered.
Meadow will be at least identified. Again, FPX leaning towards this 3-man play towards Arcade, and want to get control of the backside of the tower here. Obviously, with that Viper's ultimate on the other side of the site, it made things difficult, but no site control garnered on the back of that. So, again, if this hit comes through and Meadow does fall, haven't really got that crutch to fall back on, but Fatinho, a nice little peek there. We'll find Xiao, and the spike noted immediately.
And that you could ask for a better first pick. Can Meadow do something from this, though? We've not seen him find full form, and it does feel like almost a gamble on timing, and this could maybe set him into motion. Meadow, what can you do with it? They all kind of tuck in. They know there's going to be problems. Meadow from just up above does at least get a zip hand, but now on the double down, it's going to be Artis to at least stay alive with 50 HP. It's viable, but it is a 1v2. Roll your mind back. This man was...
Look at this, though. He is never going to expect
a player
wrapping this in. It's David P, of all people.
He gets to live.
Swings ahead of it.
He gets to live. The boy who lived. Artis just has to keep trying to charge on. David P is playing time. He's got 9 seconds to try and buy. He's going to make Artis sweat for every second of it. David P. Nasty positioning from him.
There's almost things there. Again, Artis knife out, run in to make that rotation. David P swings a little ahead of the rhythm, I'd say, but again, good read nonetheless, and ultimately it played out in their favor. At the point in which he takes contact, then Artis is, again, the clock's not in his favor whatsoever. He hasn't got time to clear out all those angles. Again, David P can just play off the audio. He does just that.
Oh, we've got the up out. All right. Now, again, this is something I'm kind of looking towards, especially with this map longer term, is maybe expected scoreline between maybe close teams or maybe a favored side. And what does it look like when you have a team that is, I guess, quote unquote, technically up on the attacking side? Should it be quite polarizing? Should this be quite a commanding scoreline? Or actually posting these rounds so far for the Giants and breaking a fair amount of the money actually been a really good beginning. So I want to keep my eyes on it, how it kind of progresses forward.
You don't see enough fast zipline rotations again. We
No,
can't really
need
put
some
the
more.
sound effect in.
I can't do it slowed down, can I? It kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
Yeah, David P has no idea what's on the other side of that smoke. I think that's for the best right now.
Look, Artis wants revenge after that previous round, and yeah, David
Gets
P's in
caught in
trouble.
that here.
Does he get away from this though? Oh, he's actually gonna be at least gonna be able to move out of this. Does he get to live? It's not looking good. No, absolutely not. But in the meantime, Hoodie, maybe an unexpected angle that came through from off the back of that kind of fallback coming in. This is lovely work coming out from the Giants, holding this down. And keep in mind, the op did come out to play, but we just haven't seen it really lent upon yet. But now the side cross could be what brings this to bear as soon as those gun barrels show, as soon as the cross tries to be had, and it's going to be Ambi on the follow-up too.
That's actually beautiful. Again, takes the Al drone. It's almost like, yeah, okay, you can pop your Hunter's Fury, and there's two players desperate to make sure that just in case Artist misses with that Hunter's Fury, two players try and chase that kill down, and Hoodie's just stood there, just welcoming them right through the doorway, and picks up 2 kills ahead of that hit coming through. Again, almost taking the wind out of that execution before it really gets off the ground. Beautifully done by Giants, honestly, and getting on the back of just Sheriffs. I think actually Shao had a Vandal invested there.
Yeah, it wasn't a complete, you know, Shiko. It had a little bit of something to it.
A little bite to it.
Yeah. The Angel Cam.
Just have that up. Yeah, actually constantly. We get that featured actually just on the game feed throughout the entirety. That's the expression we're used to. One of the most vacant expressions in Valorant actually, but also one of the most deadly.
Yeah. Again, though, if you are FPX and you're a fan of FPX, they have been missing from the spotlight a fair amount. I mean, they've been in the shadows for a while, and we don't really know where to put them.
Team, I think we pitted as, you know, the best, but kind of hadn't kind of had the accolades to back that up, but widely regarded as the best team in Europe, I guess, for a long time.
Very long time. And it felt like just fell behind, you know, the trend, behind, you know, whatever it was, they just
I think with the meta sped up, just that FPX slow and methodical kind of playstyle just really struggled. And whether or not Artist is the missing piece of the puzzle here.
You got to unleash him though. Again, it's one of those.
On the jet, man.
I agree. It's one of those things. If you bring in a player like that, I want to see you try and bring him to kind of full fruition. But we don't know what stage this is in, or if, you know, FPX agree with that notion or not. But for now, we run it again. But plenty of issues for FPX so far. It is 4-3, but keep in mind that FPX did pick up that good start, so it kind of put them on at least a bit of a upward trajectory. But since the rifles have been out, and even after that dodgy, I guess, bonus round that did eventually over Giants' way, they have somewhat stabilized. Economy looking a little better. Obviously after that previous round, keeping a fair few of the rifles, the up in play, all the goodies. And of course the ultimates now just filtering on through every single time.
I'm looking at the minimap here. I can see actually they've been making a zipline rotation behind this hit here. Again, FPX stacked up towards Arcade. Rolling Thunder comes through, but nothing initially followed up other than the push.
Oh no!
Ambi actually
he's had a nightmare.
Creeps through. FPX with full tower control now, but it means nothing.
Because you know the back line is on the way. Hoodie's done really well to just be this kind of anchor, this presence on it. And let's see if that kind of killing blow does come through. It will be eventually there. And David P, this is one of the, I feel like one of the best maps for this man. Like, the guy already finds so much timing. This map is so hard to keep control of the bigger picture.
I just caught it there, and it's another round where Giants are getting proactive, but it's in terms of information gathering that they're able to completely pinch that play.
Yeah.
David P's in position as that Rolling Thunder's invested through Arcade.
Absolutely.
Which is crazy to consider. Whether or not, well, how much of that is on the back of those early rounds where obviously Fatinho found some success, he found some value just finding first bloods, or at least, you know, confirming presence on the other side. I'm thinking about when he unfortunately missed the timing on Artist in the drone there, but it's going to be difficult for FPX to kind of recover from that because they're not really gaining anything in these rounds where, again, where they're kind of set up in, dare we call it a default on Fracture.
Yeah, it kind of feels weird to say it.
But again, FPX are almost waiting out the first 30 to 40 seconds, and Giants are accomplishing so much more with that time than FPX are. It's not as if they're setting up in a position where, you know, these executions come through and there's absolutely zero fail-safe behind it.
Yeah, it's getting a little scary in my eyes when you're losing, as you said, this much map control, and if you are going to play that slow kind of style, which is fine, it can be viable. The problem is you've got to hold somewhat of a default. You've got to be able to kind of lock down someone like
on this map, it's just...
It's so hard to do.
It's a wild concept.
Yeah, it's just like, if you can do it, fair play, but we haven't... I mean, we haven't seen much of the map at this level regardless, like, just flat out, but... I will be interested to see how this kind of keeps going forward. For now, a little bit of a slower start. It does look like FPX's funds have kind of run a little dry, so they're going to have to sit back on your sheriffs, your odds and ends. So I don't expect too much from this, unless they make me get a rifle away, do something a little dangerous. But we're down to 26 seconds. Maybe trying to catch someone out. Don't mind it. Might give you a chance to work in that kind of weird bit of timing where people are maybe a little off guard. But again, we've seen Ambi doing great. We've seen Hoodie doing great. Every single player from the Giants had some really big impact.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's 10 seconds, Hypok. I'm not that hyped for it just yet, mate.
Well, say if Angel can find one, but again, the spike. The bottom of the ramp, and Fatinha holding that with an operator.
Hey, getting a little dicey.
That's the sort of route you think back that's a 2020 FPX round.
Absolutely.
Again, 30 seconds left. Again, minimal investment. Yes, you could argue that, but again, they're in the positions to make the move around the 60-second remaining mark, but they opt not to. They almost anticipate something being gifted to them, which after Giants find their first blood, it would be a massive blunder for them to over-invest in converting that further, knowing full well the purchase isn't good. I think Giants demonstrate great restraint in that regard, where it's like, okay, cool, you're a man short now. If it comes to it, we play trades on site.
And I think that concept of trying to wait for a team to overextend is fine, but I just think at a certain level, teams are getting better and better at not doing that, not playing into FPX's hands. And for now, it's 6-3. David P, a little bit of a glimpse. See what he gets up to this time. Not going to be completely let off the chain here. Going to have to be a little bit more careful if he does want to try and get proactive, which we know he loves to do. If he finds a route, if he can sense a bit of maybe a weakness on approach, he will try and exploit that. We've seen it now time and time again, and he seems to always get away with it. And it's not just Fracture, keep in mind. That is very much the MO of David P. But for now, FPX, I mean, it does feel as though you might as well just throw away the first half of the round. And then kind of keep note now.
We're already 25 seconds ahead of the curve here for FPX. At least they're up through Arcade, but Hoodie again.
Can't displace him, man.
One, yeah. Zipan falls, and elsewhere, other side of the map, Fatinha will fall. But again, the majority of Giants' bodies invested here. The neural theft will confirm it. Orbital strike as well, just to make sure FPX can find this plant.
Yeah, this is the first time we might be seeing them in a post plant, really in a good purchase round, in a full buy round, it feels like. Now, Artis is sitting pretty close, but Hoodie's still alive, and this man has found impact. The retake's not going to be easy. Artis pinned down. Look at the HP. Just drilled out. Ambi's got him. Okay, first step found. And now down to 2. Angel trying to do what he can from the back lines, because this cross is going to be the, I guess, the win or loss on this one. And a quick fight from Angel gives him nothing.
It's been absolutely picked apart there.
Yep.
Ambi will come through, find his third, and
it felt like none of them were in crossfires. It felt one by one. This just feels so flat from FPX. Am I out of the loop?
There was no swing on the back. And again, I think there's a little bit of a mix-up there with the utility, because the aftershock comes through, and then Artis is actually stuck inside Xiao's molly. So they had nowhere to go there, even with the reduced damage. But again, there was no counter swing. On that initial contact, it was just Giants able to identify them in terms of positioning one by one, and they systematically break down that post plant.
Now, we are coming into what's probably going to be a Chico, bit of armor upgrade, something. You were talking to me, and I think Tom touched on it a little bit. The Giants have played this, but not to great success. But it
lost both times, yeah. I mean, we saw some, you know, grasp of the map, but again, again, you got to question really what in terms of reps, what have FPS got so far? Again, they're still technically, you know, ironing out the kinks in these roster changes. So to also throw an extra layer on top of that, which is a new map, which they haven't had, you know, live comp games to play throughout. So the line up to Zipan and Angel will fall. But again, this is where, you know, everything you worked on, it gets put to the test, right?
Yeah, and this is one of the things I will say, that I know teams won't run maybe the full comps that they're considering and bits and pieces, you know, they want to give everything away, and I get that, but finding comfort in like official games is wildly important. Now, Artis has managed to get 2 here, and I'll give this man credit if he finds another. Hoodie, safe pair of hands on that side. He has been very solid on this.
I was actually just looking, yeah, the last performance, actually, Hoodie again had an absolute
terror.
Same performance against UCAM previously here. They did end up dropping that 13-11, but again, you got to question kind of the validity of being able to scrim this map versus coming into the first time that a team like Giants, really, they come into an event like this, it's like, yeah, we're not going to hide anything. Why
would we?
We're going to play what we practiced so far, and actually, outside of practice, we've had the opportunity to play some live competitive games.
Huge.
So, but other side of that, I haven't really seen much of FPX that's really...
It's not selling you, is it?
No, that's impressed me. which I'm sure Lothar's happy to see with the expectations come into this, but it's a little weird to see this comp from FPX, and at that point you do kind of question what they have been working on.
Okay, a little bit of a switcheroo here. Rez does get invested, so they will be back up standing at 5 for FPX, and away we go. Big pick as well. The jet away could be maybe the gateway forward, but Meadow is here, and Meadow delivers 2 huge frags back-to-back. Third! Go for it, Meadow. Finally gets denied. His art is still alive, and he's actually garnered 2 for himself, and maybe this could be a punish on those rotations, maybe a punish on positioning. As David P gets caught out, and Ambi left in a tricky scenario. Not a comfortable spot. I don't know how noted he may be, though.
Also, good. FPX, at this time in the round, 50 seconds remain. They can recover this. Even
It's
now,
not
they've...
in the bin.
Exactly. I mean, Ambi does actually have his ultimate here, but again, in a 1v2, expect FPX to have full knowledge of that and play a little split here to try and mitigate as much of that risk as possible.
And a little bit of credit I do have to give to Artis in this one. I mean, I am happy to see him back at this level, and he does have that kind of bailout mechanic, right? Some players will be able to get you those 2 kills. Keep in mind that Meadow this round had huge impact.
Got full utility here, Ambi, actually.
So maybe there's still a little bit of play for Ambi. Can't really be subtle, has to kind of respect the time, and these crosses, these angles are so hard to clear, but
It's a little late in the day already.
It is. There it is. Even with that full utility, it's still going to be quite tricky to bring to bear. But let's kind of take stock, because again, this is our first time watching this map, so it's very much. I almost feel like I'm, not quite the commentator. I'm also like a spectator of just looking how the game kind of unfolds in front of me.
I mean, said the same thing about Breeze and Icebox.
Absolutely.
These first few games are definitely, the taster to get, and there's still that kind of, I guess, adjustment period for teams where, certain things are going to work against, one team and others it's just categorically not. Again, just coming back to the composition, there could be teams that, unable to handle this FPX comp. The Giants already having played this and shown some, I guess, advanced grasp of the map. I don't think Giants falls under that umbrella. I think the scoreline right now is indicative of that.
Very much so. But we get to see it on the other side as well. Shoe on the other foot a little.
Again, with this leaning towards kind of being attacking favoured, now you look at the combo, you think, what have they got to slow things down here? And you're comparing the Breach and Sage versus the Astra Viper. It's...
Throw in a dash of aggression. I'm down for the ride, Zipan. Hoodie's been caught off. This opens up an avenue.
Look at them backfill, though.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something with it, right?
Giants have made great use of this time already. David P will actually get the better of Ardis as well. Doesn't take a single point of damage on that engagement as well. And they get the plant on the back of it.
Okay, post-plant now. Maybe there's life in them yet. Maybe there's still a little bit of a closer. But again, hey, pistol was a good start. It didn't go well into the buy rounds. So what Giants could do, though, shut off now for a couple of seconds. Zipan on the other side. That Frenzy looking pretty primed here. Timing's going to be a factor, but Angel turns it to perfection. 2 back-to-back as David P now called upon. What? What?
They turned that around.
How? How did that just fall apart in an instant?
Again, they don't expect the third again. They were perfect second swing there from Tower, and Angel deals with it very swiftly with a headshot, but again, David P just playing the third layer to that stack inside. You see Ambi swings ahead. Meadows found as well on the back of that. David P, the last line of defense.
Wow, look at that.
But again, yes, the aggression's there from FPX, but Vodafone Giants backfill perfectly through B main. Again, anticipating there's not going to just be Zipan solo swinging out through Arcade.
Sure.
So they know there's going to be a weaker side to that hold on B, and they capitalize on that perfectly. That's big as well. Again, 8-4 half, you're on the brink of double digits now. This effectively could just be unrecoverable for FPX.
Yeah, I honestly thought we could be game back on. After that pistol, I was like, okay. You know, even with the caveat of maybe they had a good pistol on the first half and didn't quite convert it into the gun round, but, you know, I was ready to believe. I was all aboard the FPX train, maybe not to the Plat Chat copium levels, but, you know, I was ready. I was ready to believe.
There's levels to this, yeah.
There truly do be levels. But the Giants and, hey, David P. Where are we going today? Where are we having it all look towards? A bit of a fight to begin with. Taking a little bit of space here.
Oh, this is up to no
hurry.
good with a shorty in tower.
Yes, yes he is.
It's about as dirty as it gets.
Quite unpleasant.
But we love to see it.
Yes, thoroughly encourage it, if anything.
Giants don't like the look of something.
Something's put them off.
Yeah.
They've really been...
I'm not sure exactly what utility was noted there, but about 30 seconds left on the round now. They will divert their attention towards A site. Already FPX, though, ahead of this. They're going to rotate, so they have effectively 4 people in position here. Xiao with a shorty will immediately get found by Fatinho, though.
The drive-by from Fatinho, and now Sugetsu gets found, and Angel's done some damage, but the numbers are here, and the trades are pretty effective thus far, but time, 9 seconds. Keep your eye on the clock. Spike going down. Nothing to deny or dissuade it, as Hoodie closes the gap towards Zipan, leaving just Ardis alive in the 1v3.
And just ahead of that rotation, where just went over to grab that orb. Again, with a shorty in the retake. Now has to stare through spawn. No opportunity to engage in this with the weapon he's currently holding on to. Again, Hoodie actually got to be careful that Ardis is able to close this gap already, but finds the headshot well ahead of time. A little off angle on the ropes there. Giants comfortably convert their second.
Yeah, and it's hard to find kind of balance to this. It was the first couple of games from the Giants, them finding their footing. Was it over performances from teams they didn't expect, or are FPX actually really not ready for this map yet? It's very hard to find that balance, and yeah, a little bit of, you know, first look at teams' nerves maybe coming out. And again, we haven't seen FPX for a while. I feel like Giants really did explode on the scene relatively recently. We saw that kind of huge swing up, that David P kind of Cinderella story that came through that really caught a lot of us, not necessarily off guard, but totally definitely caught our eye. And Angel catching the eye of Fatinho is already a good, effective start, but again, the instantaneous trade, and Angel in a very precarious spot.
Oh, this does actually just catch David P. The Rolling Thunder gets invested on the back of that. Angel looking to double down this damage that's already been done. And Meadow just tucked inside that cage. Again, they respond. Zipan good for the trade, though, and we'll wall off here to just slow down any further advance. But FPX down to 3. You see already Hoodie with the spike making his way over towards B site now. There's one member of FPX over on this side. Zipan and Angel still committed in case this hit comes through. Again, this kind of re-exploration towards A side. Now Zipan considering the possibility, but we'll see the rotation come through here. Giants want to try and pinch their way in towards Arcade. And be actually creeping back towards Dish now. This is getting a little weird, but again, if FPX rotate out of their current setup, Giants might be able to find a way into A side.
Oh, this could be so nasty, but so much rests on Ambi here. He still has to get that pick, and quite cleanly, because it's going to be relatively late in the day as soon as that...
Crossfire is deadly, though, between Angel and...
It's not nice, is it? How'd you clear this in a quick manner? You don't. 10 seconds, you got to go for it. Ambi can't make it happen. And this round should be all wrapped up, and it is. The Crossfire held in place, but you could see the intention.
And almost there, actually. Ambi takes a second jump as he hits the ground, and you could argue, he potentially finds that first kill onto Angel, but Zipan in position to clean things up.
Yep.
Again, really difficult to funnel your way out of drop there, especially with the time running away. One kill swings that heavily back into FPX's favor, but doesn't even get to that point, so FPX will hold on.
Hey, it's a little bit of breathing room, right? But I see Bulldog out, I see Light Armor. It's not how you dream of it, it's not the dreamy scenario, but I want to see how they now approach this. The kind of shoe on the other foot. There's Ardis. Over towards the Dish, it's going to be Meadow on the other side. Peekaboo drops the cage, and Meadow wins the fight. Now that's a huge issue. That's a huge amount of space they now have to kind of readdress and reapproach.
Yeah, I guess that's FPX desperate to try and find kind of an advantageous opening to this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ardis has got to assume that Meadow's on the other side of that. He does get picked off. Giants will freeze, anticipating potentially another push through. Around the 1 minute mark now, we'll start creeping both directions, at least initially. See, David P will invest a little bit of utility over here, but it's a bait. They're trying to pull an extra member of FPX away from B site. That will not be the case though. Zipan and Sugetsu still committed to this B site hold.
Oh, you can see the trickiness to it, the nuance to it, as Tino does find the first. So maybe there's still...
deadly. Not so much anymore.
Yeah,
It's completely negated by the Giants' push.
Must be nice to be able to get around there. You could see the full intention behind it. And this is just an absolute backhand. Giants coming out swinging here. It looks such a subtle start. That first pick looked okay, but this explosion towards the site is so robust. It's so well considered.
That's a big round as well.
It's huge.
Again, the overall timeline, the fact that as many members of Giants are able to survive through and hold on to these weapons as well could ultimately be FPX's demise, because again, I was talking about this half effectively could be concluded before it gets going with that 8-4 start. I have to see now what position FPX are left in. I don't think there's an awful lot for them to say around the remaining rounds here, whether or not they're going to opt to throw everything in to this next one. Again, if we can just touch base with the ultimates, they were well ahead of this. That's the only one really to consider on the side of FPX.
No. Maybe a timeout from FPX here could be the shout, honestly. We're seeing a lot of player cams, so I feel that might be the case. Little snack, yeah, there you go. It's actually, they say it's a tactical timeout, it's a snack timeout.
Yeah. You've been exposed, actually. You're just eating an apple, aren't you? There's nothing tactical about this timeout.
We're getting the vibes right. But again, I think it's one of the things, I was very much in the camp of getting to see Giants go further.
I was so excited to see them convert that run they had.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, you think about it, it was in the same week where they toppled Fnatic and Liquid.
Yep. It was like the final game that they lost, and I mean, it was hard to not enjoy what they were bringing. That's why there's a timeout.
It's hard to enjoy this buy either.
Yeah.
With Giants on 11 rounds.
Oh, it feels like 12.
Chico without the ultimates.
It's feeling a bit nasty here. Hoodie making a little bit more work of that, but let's see. FPX, hey, odds are against you, boys. Let's see what you can dig out of this one. Anything that those sheriffs can bring to bear would be maybe that lifeline that they need, and a little piece like this could work out, but Hoodie is so refined in his craft. Doesn't overdo it, doesn't spray unnecessarily, controls even though vision skewed, and they make a move off the back of it, and maybe rightly so, reading the push, reading the play, and taking the side control to start with.
Again, they're able to backfill so quickly onto B site here. Cosmic Divide goes up. Giants want to make sure there's nobody else tucked away on B site here, but find everything they need to on the way in. And a comfortable setup. 5 alive in this post plant. 3 members of FPX without weapons. Now let's see if they can find any damage, really. That's the only saving grace of a round like this. And Woody, so quick once the wall drops. This will trade it back. Lucigetsu will find a second. Now, at this point, you don't really care about the economy damage because of the scoreline. So they still actually, I was gonna say, attempt the retake, but David P will find the final 2. And again, doesn't really mean an awful lot here with this scoreline now. They're on match point, Vodafone Giants. FPX have to bounce back now. Yeah,
it's do or die time, really, for FPX, at least in this map, and this hasn't convinced me much on this, in this round at least. No, and a couple of the teams have fallen foul to it. I think Gambit is obviously the standout, but Vodafone Giants have had their own issues coming into this factor. But again, looking at just, even on the defending side, the crossfires, the way they've been so quick to hit these rotations, deal with that early aggression that's been coming out, they've been very much on the ball. So it looks good for the Giants, but let's see if there's anything left in the tank for FPX here, as they really need to make a go of this one. It's now or it's, well, maybe never on this. Maybe fall out of that map pool for them, but see Giants as the collective working forward, and the first pick is essential. The Chow gone. But there is a trade, so it's not all one-sided yet, but this push is going to continue.
Little theft will be invested here, so at least reveal the setup the other side. Angel comes up with the first, finds the second as well. Hoodie falls, Fatinho good for the trade. Getsu finally shows his hand.
Dear. He's still standing.
Nearly gets the reset there.
You saw it. You saw it.
If he could just break line of sight there, there's a chance. Really, with the Hunter's Fury being invested from where it was, Lauren, he's able to at least isolate another 1v1 and bring that down to a realistic clutch opportunity.
Hey, he had a little bit of a, an Angel moment, right, where it bails you out. Yes, Sugetsu was there as well, doing very nicely to work off the back of it, kind of creating a bit more of that crossfire layering to it, not just Angel kind of popping from the side, but that makes a big amount of difference here. It's given them that lifeline that they need, but they are still against the gun. 12 rounds against you is never going to be easy. You can't make, any mistakes. Intended or not, unforced errors suddenly become a huge issue. And this fight for Dish, again, Xiao happy to go for this one. Does have support there. will try and eye this up, but what does FPX do now?
Again, the tendency to want to play this a little more passively on the defense just because of that scoreline makes it really tricky for FPX. They have to wait to see what Giants give them. Wait for any of these indicators. See Hoodie set up for this wall here. David P also going to invest some utility. The flash comes through, and that will actually be the green light for Giants to try and force their way in again. Sugetsu just caught, he doesn't know which way to face.
You could see him, there was no good choice to have, but picks the worst, and Ambi succeeds in the best way possible for himself.
Slowed it down, though.
They have at least denied the hit, so I guess they've bought time. But it's not like Giants play that super slow game. They still have 40 seconds to play with, so they can turn their attention elsewhere. They can adjust, and David P is going to try and just slice right through him if he can. Let's see if he can be a nuisance, which he often is.
Zipan will find the res, though, so FPX back up to 5 standing.
Shoulder, it's been noted. So
how far this ultimate actually stretches here, Lauren.
Yeah, it's not gone far enough to deny Artist at the very least. That's going to be Ambi found. Angels there now. Fatinho still stands. Hoodie! Oh, Hoodie! Out of nowhere. 2 huge frags, but there's still bodies on the site. But it does not matter. David P, Fatinho in combination just destroy FPX. And I've got to say, I'm not that convinced by FPX here.
I'm not, but I'm absolutely sold on Giants. Again, we saw Hoodie have a fantastic performance previously here. Individually, him on that map, that was fantastic. Again, that last round, a perfect opportunity to check in. Again, those 2 kills, absolutely critical. He doesn't find the 3rd because of the ammo.
Sure. And I think you were similar to me that we loved watching Giants go on that run previous to now.
Yeah.
So it's so nice to see them find a little bit of that magic once again. David P filling that role that we know he can do, but it's not just the David P show. I mean, we had Hoodie being essential, Ambi on the site, those crossfires, Fatinho, lovely presence. Meadow, just a safe pair of hands, not as needed in that regard. But beyond that for FPX, your quick summary of your thoughts here.
Not so whether or not it's back to the drawing board in terms of the composition here. I think FPX have probably got a little more to give with a different composition, but again, time is the best test. We've got to see a greater data sample here to really, I guess, evaluate what FPX brings to the table on Fracture.
Yeah, and time is of the essence. We've got plenty more games today, so we're going to go to a little bit of a moment for us, take some, maybe a breath of fresh air, and we're back. The analysts will be talking through everything they just saw, and I'm sure they have plenty to take away from that performance. So we'll see you in a sec.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren and Hyper. We do have quite a few things to break down there. First of all, Giants, with that win, unless Fnatic loses to Anubis, I believe, they are through to the next round of the quarterfinals.
2 wins, right?
Yeah, but it's going to be a 3-way tie.
I guess they all got 2 wins.
Exactly. So Giants, that was a really, really good showing from them. But I know you guys want to talk about FPX for a little bit. This is the first time we've seen the new FPX. And Lothar, a little bit disappointing. We only saw Fracture so far. And this comp, I guess, you feel like was probably the reason they're in the position they're in now?
Well, I said before the broadcast, before seeing the first FPX time, the first time for FPX here, is that this might be the FPX that just tries out new things and see how it works with the new lineup. And I'm gonna assume that this is the reason why they really try different stuff, because they have two new players. They want to see what is their limit, how they want to be, let's say, be more creative when it comes to the approach to the game, but it's obviously not working. I don't think the reason they lose here is because they have 2 new players. It's just this composition just have so many flaws and so many open just space for the opponents to capitalize on that you just cannot win. Fracture is a map that punishes mistakes so badly you have almost no room to make a comeback.
Yeah, I think I agree with you in the sense of like, they always wanted to run a zero duelist on like in the previous iterations of this roster and on other maps, and at times it worked with the amount of utility, so maybe it was a test. The only thing is it just seems like a wasted test from my perspective at least, because it's like, unless they're really confident on every other map until next year, which is now likely when they're going to be playing again, you get to the best of 5 stage and you get to test out every single map just by having that many maps available to you anyway. So it just seems like a wasted opportunity, because you've now run the same comp twice. It didn't work either time. You've played 2 maps, and well, as I said, the very likely chance is they're now out of the tournament because of it. And like most of the time, like I know that you normally have a round breakdown or something like that. From this match, a lot of it I was looking at like even just silly scenarios where you're like losing silly 2v4s or just positions where they had opportunities to do something, and it's not even like an FPX style thing where maybe they're struggling in opening duels or something like that. That wasn't even that bad. It was just, it came down to clutch scenarios or like closer scenarios, and they just looked off. They looked like a new team, which, considering that I imagine they've had a bit of time to practice and they're a roster that has an incredible in-game leader, has so many superstar players, I was expecting more right off the bat, and we didn't really get anything.
I mean, that's what we mean, right? Like, they've got Angel on this roster and Doombras as well. Lothar, we trust the process. We trust that they're doing this for a reason in terms of just playing Fracture and using that comp.
I mean, I have a lot of respect when it comes to FPX in general. I was always very supportive on how they play the game in the beginning of the metagame. Like, let's say a year ago, FPX was one of the best examples of how do you approach the game in general when it comes to like using utility, gaining advantages because you chain a utility like Link. But now it seems like they're just behind everyone else and try to reinvent the wheel. So I just hope they realize that sometimes being too creative is not the proper way to go forward, and I'm sure that they will do, because they're on a fundamental level a very good team and they have smart players. So it's just finding the right balance between playing the meta game, playing against the current, but also abusing the mechanics that are giving you advantages.
Well, that's it. That's it so far for Giants and FPX, but we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to go to two teams that haven't lost today yet, lost yet today. It's not happening. It's not happening. Just go to a break, guys. We'll see you in a bit. welcome back to Red Bull Home Ground in partnership with Lenovo Legion. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk again with Lothar and Tom. We're in the home stretch now of the group stage. A lot of teams have played the majority of their games, but we've got 2 left here on stream for us. But before we dive into Ascend versus TenStar, I want to look at the standings right now and see how these teams, where they are and the permutations of what they need to do to get through to the next round. Of course, Ascend, TenStar coming up. This is going to be a big tiebreaker for them in terms of who's going through. And Liquid's sitting pretty comfortably, guys. Giants are there now, but Fnatic, Lothar, they did beat Anubis off stream, so they should be on the 2 as well.
Yes, Fnatic is on 2, and they beat, actually, the 2 was a scoreline of Anubis in that match. They won 2 rounds. They got they got bodied. And as you mentioned, actually, Dirk was playing on the Reyna, right?
Yeah, no Jet. You would have had a heart attack if that was on stream, Lothar.
I don't know. I don't know why, but they picked the more teamwork-based champion, you know. So Reyna was there, but they still won 13-2 against Anubis. For Anubis, this has to be a learning experience for sure, because that was the first time they played Fnatic at all.
But also, I got to mention G2 there in Group 4. They've lost both of their games now, Tom, and I think
out, right?
I'm pretty sure they are out. Yeah, because
even on head-to-head,
yes.
they're screwed because they've lost to Footballers.
Very unexpected.
And then they'd have to beat Liquid, which
Yeah.
if you've lost to the other 2, I feel like you're not going to beat the big bad boss at the end.
Let's do a rewind to what we were saying before we started the show today. And when we were talking about Pool 4, we both said, well, this has to be a group where Team Liquid and G2 just advanced. There's no other way around.
I called you out that as well. I was like, are you guys sure about that?
We also said that Gambit would finish top of the group, which is also looking a little bit questionable at the moment.
I feel like
It seems like most of what was... I think you got Pool 3 spot on and Pool 2, though. So
there's a
I just
Mitchman
got
among
everything
us.
wrong.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you the new Mitchman?
You are the new Mitchman.
Not enough hair, you know.
Well, we can sort you out with that. We can get a wig.
I actually heard him say that he thought BDS was going to get through, though, so he was really wrong.
Oh, wow. That's such a Mitchman thing to say.
That he is not here to defend himself. But let's move on to the next match. This is an interesting one. Ascend versus TenStar. Like I said, they're both through as of now. They both won 2 of their games, and the winner will top their group. You guys were super confident when it came to Ascend versus BDS. Do you still have that faith for Ascend against an opponent like TenStar?
Well, TenStar is one of those teams that can actually catch you off guard, like very heavily, and they have a very aggressive way of playing on defense. I will talk a little bit more about it after we have the map selection with some examples, but it's a team that has a lot of firepower, and it's just the way that they play. You don't expect the player to be there, and suddenly there's a player that gets a kill, goes out, and you're like, well, okay, I guess they outplayed us. But it's a very, let's say, something that you see often in a Turkish style of play. So to see it in TenStar is actually kind of surprising because it's so uncharacteristic, but also I feel like that's something that CNET should be prepared for and mentally prepare his team to play against, how to play against TenStar.
I think I remember me and Mitch, I think it was one of the open qualifiers, got to cast a little bit of TenStar, and the thing that we loved was they had a few little gimmicks, like on each different map. It was like they had a cool little idea. One of them was on the B side of Split. It was a Viper screen that basically left a little corner for them to like pop flash out of, and it was just a cool little idea that they basically put in to one of their rounds that completely caught a team off guard. So I think that they're one of those teams that, as you said, can play quite aggressive, but also they are coming up with niche little things that other people haven't thought of yet to try and throw people off guard. And if you were going to do it, I guess a game like this would be the perfect time to attempt it.
Also, outside of VCT, they've played a lot. They've been really, really grinding. They have a lot of experience. And Lothar, you want to know what the map is? Let's take a look at it, because I can reveal to you guys now that we are going to go to Haven. You can if you want to. Go for it. Yeah, I'm not going to object. But they've played against each other one time on Haven before. This was ages and ages ago when TenStar were known as Tara Mill. They went to the side of Ascend, I believe. Actually, this was before Ascend were even Ascend. This was back when both teams weren't 100% signed to their current orgs yet. So and that was a long time ago.
With the same roster as well.
They called a mentor instead of the back then.
Yes.
But yeah, Haven, are you guys surprised that this was the map that it was let through? But I guess TenStar didn't fancy the bind.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play bind against Ascend, that's for sure. Haven is a very balanced map on a pro level, because typically we'll see a 6-6 half the first one will be typically like that, and that's it. So there's a lot of overtimes when it comes to professional play on Haven. What I do think and I like about the picks for both teams actually is that TenStar has something that you don't typically see to such a degree. Pay attention to Stanley, how he plays on defense. I don't think I have ever seen such an aggressive player in any of the teams on defense here. He pushes mid like crazy. In the first 10 seconds, he's already like in the windows, he's taking space. He can be exploited because if people will be aware of that, he can be caught off guard. And Ascent has the same type of player in the same spot because that's Zeke playing on defense on B and he's pushing mid, but a little bit slower than Stanley. So if both teams can exploit the same thing from both of those teams, like against each other. But wow, we're already at
Phoenix. We're into Agent Select now, and if, for the side of TenStar, it looks like they're going to go with what they usually
They played
run.
it today.
Yeah, and
It'd be surprising.
I know that.
It's our Stars on
Zeke!
Jet.
No, Starkzo's on Jet. CNED is on Astra. CNED is playing.
Okay.
We're getting memed. That's cool.
Is this gonna be remade?
So confused right now. Production, can I just get okay that this is the lobby is completely fine? Like we don't need to remake this because
I'm almost certain this is just
this
the
legal?
mark that they don't want to show what they're gonna play on Haven
do you
for champions.
think, Lothar, or do you reckon that CNED is now an Astra main? I don't think it's legal.
Takaz was an Astra main earlier, and I don't think that was a meme.
Anyway, we've had enough. We've had enough of all of this. Let's give it to two very sensible people, and I want to know their take on a CNED being the new Astra main, Pansy and Hypok.
Where are the sensible people tucked backstage?
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
Somewhere else. What on earth are we witnessing here? This is are we just going down the rabbit hole? Where's Alice? Like what's going on?
A couple of minutes ago, I was really excited for this matchup.
Fun
Actually,
one,
now
right?
not really sure what to expect, Lauren.
No. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I was kind of like, a bit of a KO coming out. That's kind of interesting. What on earth are these compositions? I'm beyond stunned with this. So look, I'm all aboard. We'll see what we've got. Ascend have just absolutely surprised all of us.
So yeah, actually, initially a lot of damage comes through as TenStar try and push towards A site. Certainly going to give this up with a man advantage and I guess anticipate the hit coming through. Maybe opting to play retake here in the pistol round.
Obscuring vision.
But yeah, I'm actually pretty excited to see Stars on the Jet. If we have a moment to talk about that, because
absolutely.
He's been one of those guys that's been so impressive to watch. He's being self-sufficient, right? And actually the nade from Zeke comes through from Heaven, but Russ will find the kill regardless. And I don't know what Stanley's gone creeping, but Crave will find two of his own. Polvi follows up. CNED on the Astra, last man standing.
What is going on? TenStar have been actually such a... The reason we wanted to do this is because they've been such a big threat. And CNED's going to get a wiggle on. He's dead. He's done for. TenStar pick up first. And they've been such a big threat in this group, right? Besting Na'Vi, big roster, good roster. Not having the best of runs here. We hadn't seen too much of them. I was like, okay, but BDS as well. Like, these boys have actually really stepped up. So I was like, okay, yeah, we got to check in with them. Didn't expect Ascend to just pull out the Mad Hatter card.
I was going to say, potentially here on the brink of defeating Ascend as well with this composition. I'm not sure if they come into this just thinking, well, you know, regardless of how this plays out the rest of the event, we don't want to show strats or comps enough to almost just give this win across to TenStar. Now, again, how much we read into that, we'll have to see as this map develops, but initially it's interesting. TenStar, again, in the background, I know the desk had touched on this, they've been grinding away. They've had some notable performances. Again, the one that stands out would obviously be Fnatic, but a couple of these other events that have run alongside VCT. TenStar are no slouches. They've made a name for themselves.
They have, and I want to see more from it. Lovely flash, look at that. Didn't get too much for it. Actually, no, they did. Bonecourt actually finding one was massively important. They can still do a bit more damage. TenStar going to be... beheaded, apparently, by Starzo. So if this guy just keeps being aggressive, I'm all down for it. And the problem for 10-Star is they probably maybe prepped or kind of considered, you know, maybe a traditional Ascend or, you know, a traditional map, and now they've been given the biggest curveball of all.
Last player standing.
Polvi will find CNED. Bone Cold now, the last man standing. 7 HP. And you're right, that weapon that he's made a name for himself.
Oh, and if he gets the timing right, this could be...
Could find both of these.
Could. Russ is looking this way for a second.
30
He's
seconds
turned
left.
now. So the gateway's open. Spike's still in hand. What do they do with this one? You can see Bone Cold trying to find that little bit of a moment. Actually going to play it relatively safe, head over towards that A site. Not going to go for that B plant, maybe too many threats, too many dangers, too many angles uncleared, and Bone Cold noted previously. So
10 seconds
with that
left.
flash going through, he should be aware, and now noting that the spike is down,
planted.
fully cognizant of the fact that it is that A site, and they want to stay stacked up. They want none of these easy shots to come out, but how do they play this close plant as safely as possible? You can see Bone Cold is just a man on a mission.
They've got full control actually of spawn here. And obviously the plant on the backside of default to make it really difficult for Bone Cold to find both of these kills. Again, Russ low HP, might even throw his life on the line just to make sure this round 2 is converted.
Revealing area.
Will be confirmed by the recon bolt. And again, Bone Cold anticipates Polvi. Is he going to stick this through?
Yeah, he's absolutely going to at least try and get it halfway. Ross goes for the drive-by, saving it. But you could see the magic starting to build there. I mean, Bone Cold's a danger, especially with that weapon. But, hey, 10-Star have somehow lived through the madness, lived through the threat. But you're right, money-wise, it ain't pretty. I mean, this game's not going to be pretty, right? Like, let's kind of talk about this a bit, because I do want to speak about KO, because we have seen it run by Liquid. I think Soulcast picked it up in one of their previous games. But if you've ever watched Sliggy stream, the man's he's a KO main.
Yes.
He's not, but he believes in the KO, right? Like, he's all aboard that this could be viable. Now, I don't know if Ascend have gone, yeah, now's the time to get real into some of the theory-crafted ideas. And again, some of these concepts aren't terrible, but it just feels like they've gone, let's do it all at once.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Star will creep up towards B site. Yeah, noted though, presence detected here by Zeke from Garage. Again, not sure how many are tagged up with that. Police will slow things down initially. You can see the pings coming through now. Ascend expecting 10-Star to try and split their way through towards A-Link. We'll find one backside. I think actually, that's the indicator here. Starzo tucked up on the box, a difficult angle to deal with. We'll find Brody off the rip.
There's a lot of people who will be excited to see Starzo kind of, you know, toying with this notion and concept. I'm sure you can dive into that, but let's see what he does. The re-aggress, Russ gonna deny it. Big catch from him, gonna stop Starzo in his tracks and give at least 10-Star a little bit of that step way forward. Now, back to the side, there is still that player waiting patiently. Polvi gonna try and clear, but now noted. Now fully aware of where Killers is playing, but still gets outdone. Kills on a big swing, turns the flash well enough to be ready for the fight. But Russ again, the safe pair of hands in this round, keeping a couple of those over-aggressive, those kind of re-engagements in check, and now that A site is ready for the taking.
Again, Bone Cold catching the turret being recalled. Again, they're gonna know that they've ended up on A site here. You see Cray actually will drift into heaven now.
I've got your
Good opportunity here for him to swing on the back of the Seeker, because they're both split in opposite directions. CNED has to deal with it immediately. You can see now the Astra utility to follow up.
Taking that back.
Actually, CNED tries to slip in just behind that one, but unsuccessful here. Bone Cold again left in a position.
Double stack on short was nice, but there was again great play from Heaven. He was going to always be that backbone of this 3 rounds of the board, and they may not be pretty, but you're going to take him at this point, because Ascend wants to be in that kind of mad territory, right, where nothing quite makes sense, where it's all a bit hard to predict. But they've been able to at least stabilize enough to give themselves these 3 rounds here, 10-Star. This is great as at least a beginning.
Indeed, Ascend back on pistols here if they even opt to throw anything in. Again, weird to see Bone Cold 2700 and he's going to throw a Frenzy in the mix. I'd almost rather see him throw a Sheriff in there. Again, do have the Blaze Storm available. You do hear Starzo pop that as soon as the round starts. Again, slowing approach. 10-Star anticipating this sort of play coming out from Ascend here. Zeke just making sure nobody creeps into lobby while Starzo makes his way through sewer. Now, again, he's got the drone to deal with.
Oh, he's stuck in such a bad spot now. Amazed that he's still alive, honestly, that he didn't get punished for this. Does just about get away. So credit to him for that, but he ate that utility like it was dinner.
See, elsewhere though, on the back of that, TenStar will drift towards C site. Looking as if they're going to try and split through Garage as well. Bone pops the Hunter's Fury just to try and slow things down here. I'm not sure if he even found a single tag on the back of that. Zenit already very low HP.
Oh, Zenit
Still finds one.
Still okay for one. Good trade for Polvi. Killers still doing damage, and Bone Cold should be set up for this. He is. That spike now let loose. Stanley is noted as well. Dealt with on the site, so it leaves it all down to Russ. And this has gone real bad.
In the blink of an eye, actually. See if Russ can get anything done here. We'll get detected as well. Does he swing close onto Keyless here? The trap wire makes it difficult. The drone comes through. Keyless good for his third on the round. Finds that one on the back of the Owl drone. Ascend, that's destabilizing the round. You expect them least to do so. The back of what, 2 Sheriffs and a Frenzy. The Hunter's Fury invested. The Bladestorm invested, but they're able to convert that to a round victory. Again, the economy not going to be too damaged. I mean, round 2 being as costly as it was, the only real factor to consider there. But you can see here, TenStar, okay, actually way worse than I was anticipating, considering the first 3 went their way.
And Ops out. Quick aggression. Love that play, but Starzo laps it up. Catches Polvi on the quick play up through sewers, tried to make that initial damage, bring that Spectre in, but
you got big shoes to fill on the ascent.
Yeah.
You're gonna pull the operator out.
Yeah,
this is what I want to see.
I mean, hey, he's got someone to aim towards, right? You're like, okay, I've just got to be as good as CNED. Cool, right? Okay, I've got it. And let's see what he's got in store for us now. Next target potentially coming up, but Sewers has attention as well. 2 players trying to make their push. Good timing from TenStar, and they actually burst the site. That's his massive work coming out. Deep hole towards Hell as well. Utility good enough to at least hold back towards that CT play, and the Killers maybe was considering. But for now, post plant begins, and they're happy enough for this.
See find one from heaven, actually. Brody trying to hold a very tight angle here with the operator. Will be gifted once CNED swings through, but Zeke will find another keyless.
One enemy remaining.
Does respond. But Cray now going to play on the back of his lockdown, and he does have the Nano Swarm on the spike as well, so it forces Keyless all the way back here.
Really nice.
So much time eaten up on the back of that lockdown.
I love that he pushed himself back towards the site as well. This is brilliant. He knows it as well. Cray just played that to an absolute minted level. Love that from him. Playing off the back of the lockdown, replacing himself towards the site. Just again, keep so much time and information on his side rather than saying passive towards sewer. That was lovely work.
Really well done. And again, on the back of a shaky purchase at least. Again, when they're coming down to one person, they don't really, I guess, maximize the output from that. You can see here they're struggling, considering where to invest this money. And I mean, all but, what, 2,100 total credits left in here. 3 light armors as well for TenStar. Starzo again has that operator in hand. She has to dash out there, pinged on the recon bolt. Forced away off that initial peak, and look at TenStar, how quickly they've converted this. Polvi straight into window, got a very deep position now. Got to be careful how he handles this contact, but in front of the Cosmic Divide, that's actually a cheeky little spot there.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty, and you couldn't ask for a better beginning. Cray's isolated Starzo. This could, if anything, spur on Polvi, and it does. Look at this combination from TenStar. The push and the pull, and now Seaside's looking isolated, but Zeke's still doing damage towards B, but that's not where the spike's going at all. It's towards A. They've absolutely sold them the fake to the absolute 10th degree. Spike can go down uncontested. They have no problem now at this point. They have everything going their way. They even got that, look at that deep lurk coming out towards CT. Look at this from Polvi. He's just a man unleashed, because great damage towards Bone Cold. Time being bought, and now look at what's left. 2 players, sure, but what can they do with it now?
TenStar can just tuck themselves in. The fact that Polvi finds one, done all the hard work for his teammates now. CNED makes his way up towards heaven to try and get something done here at least. Zeke still as if he wants his way in. Brody finds him off the rip though, before it even gets going. A little bit of utility in combination there from CNED, but nothing to do. 3 will survive for 10 star. And just coming back to that Cosmic Divide, it's huge that Polvy's able to play behind that because it's all the sound cues. Again, they deny all the information through Garage, and he hears, I think it's Kilos that tries to slip back through from C-Link towards B's site, and it's a freebie. And again, just that small kind of adjustment there to not have it cut off the backside of window, but give him a pocket to play inside. Really, really good stuff from 10 star. And again, the other side of that, sorry, Lauren, is also it cuts off all this information through sewer. So it's literally denying information on both sides. From Garage, that rotation comes through, they're stomping all the way towards A side from sewer, and Ascend have no idea.
That was lovely work. And yes, Ascend, neither of these teams are in particular danger from this, but I wanted to see maybe a better look from Ascend because they're getting punished here. And credit 10 Star still being able to play their game is very hard when you come up against, you know, a composition that you're not expecting, a style that you're not expecting, a little bit more, you know, freedom thrown into the case. Stars. Lucky man, Craig keeps his head about himself. 3 kills this round, but it is against that lighter purchase, so it's nothing to quite call home about. But Craig is cleaning house as Kilos is the last one alive. They may have noted his kind of maybe more common position from those prior rounds.
Yeah, you can see already here, Craig is considering the possibility, and he will find the ace here. A great anti-eco. Initially, actually, Bone Cold finds the open. I think Zeke finds a second as well, and it's Craig that actually responds to both of those kills very quickly and swings it back in 10 Star's favor. So looking pretty comfortable. You can see, I mean, even with what we can speculate about Ascend's approach to this match in particular, but 10 Star, they're not playing games. They're not here to mess around.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from them. You come in as, even if you're just regarded as a slight underdog, right? I want to see you come in and absolutely play this to the most, you know, 100%. Like, no worries. Oh, we're right back into it. There's a bit of a trade out to begin with. And aggression seems to be the name of the game, as already seen Ed starting to explore as well. Going to post himself up. Still a little deeper towards long after that initial exchange towards Garage.
So again, 10 Star will explore mid. Seemingly for free, but this time around, Starzai posted up with the operator, finds the first on the way in, but forced to back away. Now, Stanley, maybe just a glimpse of the minimap there. It looked like he was completely distracted there, and Kilo's able to find some favorable timing. Now just left to Russ. He does still have the spike, but he's got to find a kill. He's got to find it quickly. Starzai will deny just that. Send will get their second on the board. And again, now this sort of, I mean, traditionally with Ascend, we'd talk about, you know, now that the operator's in play, what do they try and achieve on the defensive half?
Oh yes, traditionally, CNED.
Yeah, traditionally at this point you'd look to see what CNED tries to achieve on the Asta with some of the, you know, these set pieces around his utility.
Yeah, known for it.
Weirdly enough, haven't seen an awful lot of that.
1 to 7, bit weird.
A little bit strange.
Don't know what's happening there. No, it's
Astro diff?
It's all a bit weird. But Starzo is probably having the time of his life. He's like, this is
somebody's got
great.
the short end of the stick.
Yeah, and poor old CNED, so they're like, pop a star down, right? Divide, cool.
Which round do I get aggressive, guys? Which round do I start pushing out?
When can I frag? When's that coming? For this point, though, if you are 10 star, you have to be constantly aware of the fact that these boys will be pushing. There will be aggression to no end, and for now they have at least pulled that towards A long. Gonna force Starzo on the readjustment, but he's done quite nicely from this position as well. Kind of tucks himself in slightly deeper side. And KO gonna pop. Ooh. Actually, Russ on the Ferrari peek through that. Starzo gonna be punished. Underhand flash is so good. Zeke, that is making KO look way too viable. Zeke, are you serious right now? And he did pop the ult, so he's not quite dead and gone just yet, but actually Brody wants in on his own part of the action here. Maybe a 1v3 on the other side.
Again, difficult to res Zeke here with where he eventually falls. See, he will bleed out eventually.
30
Brody brings it to 1v2. Hunter's Fury available, so if he can get a clean plant and reset, at least the opportunity to play that in a post plant. You see both members of Ascend actually committed here.
Yeah, they're still...
Considering Brody's still lurking towards sewers, but he's going to get just that. He's going to get a clean plant on C site. Cosmic Divide available, yes, but it's going to take a long time for them to rotate here, and actually Brody might even play this aggressively, Lauren.
Oh, that's naughty. Because they're going to know he's got that ult. He's trying to play this in their heads, maybe feeling though it's going to be that traditional post walk. There's nothing traditional about this round.
They nearly lined up for him as well.
Absolutely. That was a bullet away. Bone Cold does manage to keep this going in the right direction.
I love that thought process, though. They're going to look at the score, but Hunter's Fury, he's going to be sat long, right? So I think Brody absolutely makes the right decision there. Potentially, you know, takes control of Spawn. If anything, their Ascend, you know, if they don't show in Spawn, he knows that they've wrapped through to C long, which then it runs the clock down. Everything there plays into Brody's favor, but a little bit of a highlight play here from Zeke. Yeah, you can see the frustration on the player cam where he eventually falls, because he actually finds the headshot with a classic.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was actually a sick round from start to end. Now, 10-star do suffer, though, because of that. You're going to have a very weak purchase coming back through, so there is one rifle.
Yeah, but look at, you know, one round in the future. Look at the ultimates available, and again, they're going to be able to bank between 15 and 1,600 credits, even with a scrappy investment here, but see what damage they can do.
Taking that back.
Stanley finds a little bit of space towards Garage, actually. And Russ will note one player towards a site now. Nothing gets detected there by Zeke as well, so no real indication as to the setup from 10-star. Okay, well, Kiles will find that one. Neural Theft invested, and now they know exactly what the setup is.
Yep. And as you can see, with that information just to kind of secure the positions, no over-rotations, no facts found off the back. Russ is going to have to go big. Deep flash, but...
He found Zeke as well.
He actually got Zeke. Okay, that does change things now. You can see that Killjoy's just sat there like, please, just find one more. And actually the timing, oh no, the flank comes to CNET. Oh, CNET, no way! He almost dropped the ball. Came around the corner and knife out like, oh god, there's someone here. Russ, you got anything more up the sleeve? That second follow-up onto KO definitely caught us off guard. What is going on? What is going on? Russ just got another. Yeah, the slow lurk on the back line should be the death of this, but this is just the weirdest round I think I've ever seen. And it's just, it's done. It's
there's a moment Cena gets caught in his astral form there.
Yeah, he was open to it. I just,
It's not a comfort pick. So we just got to keep reminding ourselves, okay? He never has to think about smokes this much.
This is just the weirdest situation I think I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like it.
Let's see if 10-star, again, good damage all around like that. Doesn't really impact the economy too heavily on the side of Ascend. They can still get the operator. I think actually Starzo did have it in the previous anyway, but 10-star now. Again, did invest the Seekers in the previous. Hunter's Fury, Showstopper and the lockdown still available for them. So we want to throw that in the mix here. Stars are holding a very tight angle. Will actually find one. Russ will fall immediately. Bladestorm popped as well. Actually will find the second. The Hunter's Fury coming through doing lots of damage here. Stanley finds two.
Oh, this is just brutal between these two teams, isn't it? They're just absolutely taking lumps out of each other. No one relenting at this point. Spike now down. Brody does get a little bit of contact on long. Cena trying to play it back through, but there is presence. Bobby catches it. And he's been playing so well from this position. You can see Bone Cold was ready for that trade, trying to get himself into the scenario, but instantly Bobby's ready for this.
Out of charges.
Just spamming away. Bone Cold desperately. Again, find a little bit of damage, but no kill just yet. And he's low HP. Stanley will actually find it with a wallbang. And 10-star now. 3 rounds ahead of Ascend.
Yep.
Coming into round 12 here. Crazy, an absolute blinder so far on the back of that ace. So you can see him leading the scoreboard here for 10-star, 15 and 7. And again, previously, I said maybe 3 more purchases on the side of Ascend here. It's actually going to be 2 sheriffs in the hands of Kiles and Zeke. Rifles elsewhere. All they've got to work with here is Cena's Cosmic Divide.
And you've obviously watched a lot of him using that. What's the difference normally?
Usually it's a guy just right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
No other context behind it.
On one of the sites, maybe.
Yeah, one of the areas of this map. Yeah. Usually just to kind of split the attackers from the defenders.
Like this.
Perfect. beautiful
Sure.
example. Actually, that's 10 stars.
Yeah, I was about to
so.
say. But we'll wait and see what CNED does. Because
Does he mirror this one now? He could just go, well,
he could go for a classic.
that looks like a good wall.
He could go for a hot cross bun. Is a classic we've seen come out in the past. But now Stars are though going to find Brody. As Paul be happy to put himself on the line to try and take the space back and does at least get the game towards
Zeke?
Zeke? Where has he found those two from? They were not complementary angles to hit, but does very well. But Cray's still standing. Had a good game so far, could do with a little more. Maybe if he slips away towards that A site, there is a problem.
Starzo.
Nah, I don't think he does. Cray seems all but, well, he's been planting at least somewhat safe, but you can see.
Now he does. Starzo's just giving away the...
He's got to know. I'm a bit worried about this. If this is out on an island, that's an untradeable kill. He put himself on the line so early. Killers. Safe pair of hands at the end there.
Yeah, I think, again, Starzo just trying to bait out a little distraction there. I'm not sure what the chef's kiss was. That wasn't a great half sync.
No, it wouldn't be.
Maybe just a sheriff shots in,
Yeah, he
in
liked
the last
that.
round.
He liked that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, fair enough.
Chef's kiss comp. It's,
So do you think this will have a lot of play going forward?
I'm excited to see CNED really kind of come into his own as controller role because, you know, it's not been too exciting watching him throughout the year.
No, he's been quiet.
Yeah, so I'm great to see how this develops. You know, see Ascend really get behind him on that Astra. Maybe even, you know, dabble in a little bit of Viper, a little bit of Brimstone maybe. Does he take the Brimstone away from Bone Cold?
Bone Cold hasn't made much of a name for himself on it.
No.
So
You can see here it's doing wonders for him. 4 and 9, 2 assists. Now that's crucial for an Astra player.
You're right. You're right. You don't often have to touch on those when it comes to CNED, but it's nice that we now get to talk about that. It does become a topic, and hopefully people understand sarcasm. However, something that isn't sarcastic, the Pulvy's been quite an influence as well. 3-man play, make it 4, now down to 2. Oh, this has gone very poorly for 10-star, hasn't it? Oh, Russ gets to run away, but leaves the corpses of his fallen teammates by his side, and Bone Cold makes a meal of it as well. What is going on in this game? Zeke can at least try and keep control, but last one alive. Oh. It's not going well, I thought.
No. It's been tacked up. It took him a little while to locate the spike cam. Zeke now, with the spike in hand, will make his way towards C-Side. And actually, I think Stanley's got a decent grasp, actually, on what's going to happen here. Now, do Ascend swing through and clear this cross? Oh, no, Stanley just reconsiders. Now we'll be concerned.
Spike planted.
In approach here. Gives up the angle initially. Did they give him one?
Oh God, why are they both there?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, clean, comfortable. Really, really well played there in the post plant. There's no chance Stanley had.
I've already had enough of a day, IPOC. I've had enough of it.
We've got another one after this.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think it's going to be like this.
No?
No.
Interesting. I don't know who we're watching yet, actually, considering how the other games had gone, but see some more wacky comps.
Yeah, potentially.
So yeah, again, Ascend, if they can get through this second round of this half, tie things up right off the rip. 10-star actually lean heavily towards C-Site. It'll be a 4-man stack, but Ascend headed elsewhere. A-Site is on a platter right now. 10-star actually, they get all the way to the bottom of C-Long already. They're going to deal with the trap wire. I think, yeah, as soon as that's done, you can see now a couple of the Ascend players that will force their way onto A-Site, and now Bone Cold committed to holding this flank. 2 teammates in the form of Zeke and Kiles to come and give them some backup. Whether or not 10-star continue here, again, it's going to be massive confirmation there. 3 suppressed on the back of that.
Yeah, that's big info. And a little underhand flash. It doesn't do too much, really, at this point. They've had to already change things up. Head on through towards that A site for another approach. But, yeah, I mean, they've got odds and ends in the classic aim what it was. So, 10-star, if they can get anything away, that'd be lovely. And if anything, it's a nice adjustment because they probably won't exit through long. So this could be quite a nice way to get a couple of guns away. Quite like the idea. Yeah, really nice. Keyless does get most of them, but they have cost them a little bit. A good idea considering they didn't have much to gain from that. So
yeah, I'm sure Tombiz is excited to see Keyless getting such early progress towards that neural theft in the half.
Does Tom really like that?
Oh yeah, one of his favourite ultimates. See how Ascend utilise that once it does come online. See Keyless just one away now. Probably going to commit towards controlling one of the orbs here. Get that online nice and early.
Which one do you reckon? Yeah.
If it's me, it's the C-Long orb.
Yeah, you like that one?
Yeah.
It's your favourite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if Cena can coordinate a smoke somewhere else.
That'd be cool.
Didn't happen, did it?
Didn't happen.
Send still a little deeper this time around. 3 drifting into mid now. So yeah, CNED still considering the possibility 10-star decide to push through a lobby, but see here one player tucked up towards sandbags and Polvi actually playing pretty deep on. The Trailblazer will deal with the trap wire. Again, nobody noted on the back of that as well, so 10-star should be making a rotation to commit one more player towards C site here, but it's a little late. Ascend will find a 5v2 on the way in here.
Yeah, and 10-star are deep on these back. What? I guess pinged out, Zeke gets noted, but I mean, still, Starzo stands. That's just beautiful work. Must be a nice bonus to have Starzo completely unleashed, but again, it is at the trade-out of CNED, so it's not like we haven't seen Ascend's ability to do that in the past. We know that they can do.
Oh, Russ just got really good timing on Starzo. He's crossed here.
Does that
already onto long, and look at that, straight away.
Okay, maybe there's still a little bit of life in this, and it is.
Wow.
I'm amazed that
I mean, Starzo was shouldering Platt there to just catch the cross onto C-Long, but again, it's a split second where Russ is able to cross to the left side, and he's able to creep all the way up. Shoot Bone Cold in the back. Again, half a second makes a difference there from Starzo not holding that angle. I think in the position he's in, Ascender opting to play on his contact towards Spawn and Long. And that ultimately is where 10-star are able to find a way back in on that retake. So actually will put their 8th on the board, force a full repurchase out of Ascend as well.
You know how there's normally like an ebb and a flow to the game, you know what I mean? There's like
it's not here.
It's not here.
It's not here. No.
It's actually very hard to kind of...
Can't wait for the post-game, honestly. I'm really excited to
There'll be a Telestrator segment.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
What round do you think Lothar will choose?
There's several I can see. It's very messy, this game. And part of me feels bad for 10-star in a way. You can see they tried to come into this with a traditional approach, and when things so thrown out. So yeah, exactly, it's like, how do you predict any of this? Because Ascend, well, right now they're playing fine. They're very free, very loose, very carefree, right? Just take over that B site, take control, try and get that spike down. Yeah, 10-star on the case pretty quickly. They're gonna need some of that magic again to come through. Polvy's gonna get them one, but it is still a 2v4, which normally if you lose, it's mostly on you over peak him. Mostly, normally.
See if Russ and Polvi really commit to this unless they can find a kill pretty quickly. Looks like they will consider holding on to these rifles.
Yep. Probably the right shout.
Yeah. Again, at this point, I think actually they had enough in to potentially force something into the next. Again, they don't have the showstopper available, something you can rely on with a lesser purchase.
Yeah.
Whether or not Polvi will find one, everybody from Ascend actually heading towards C and Garage. There's no possibility there. We'll see what the decision is from 10-star in the next round. Again, Ascend still happy to kind of play a little fast and loose, especially in the early round to kind of get that early territory control, which is what they're known for, right? And yes, you could say it's on the back of usually CNED in unison with Starzo, especially on the rounds where that operator is not available. And you see here, 10-star actually do, I guess, call it a force. Yeah, it's fully invested here, but a Marshall in the hands of Brody. They want to try and fight for this one. And just look at, I think, one or two other ultimates close to being online. The first one you look to here, ultimately, is Polvi. Ascend, stacked up.
Oh, speaking of, he's actually walking mid.
I think he made, I saw the player cam there. He was shouting or relaying some information there, whether or not he caught a step or two.
Yeah, because he was close enough towards it. Ross gets no info from this, if anything, but support's on the way. And there it is. Polvi kind of shows the hand, but they now know there's at least 2 players coming through this way. Pops the ult, and this is now going to be a bit tricky.
It's denied.
Yeah, it's massive coming out. And hey, look, maybe we're seeing a little bit of a viability coming through, but Polvi is still standing. It may not be the rocket, but the rifle is fine. And now the 2v2 in the post plant. Starzo and Bone Cold. 2 superstars in their own right. First little peek gets shown from Polvi, but the player on long is now known up and over. A new angle found. Starzo waits for the smoke to fade. He gets the reveal. Gets one. He can't follow up as Polvi. He tried the best he could, but you're right. It was the trade at the end that secured it in the end.
Again, now I like the thinking of just before that Cosmic Divide drops, again, make use of, you know, not having any sound cues, and Polvi tries to satchel up on top there, but again, Xiao Zeke, the placement of the knife there to completely deny the showstopper from doing any damage whatsoever on that retake. So Zeke looking pretty happy with himself after that one. See now, and it's interesting because TenStar, I think, are going to be tapped out in terms of the finances. We'll see an opportunity here for Ascend potentially to pull ahead.
Just an update, we do have a little 10-star timeout, and maybe time to try and identify something. As said, it's very hard when you aren't playing that normal game. Everything's a little out of skew, it's kind of hard to read, but I mean, the fundamentals coming out from Ascend are still very strong, so gonna have to try and find an answer to it somehow. And 10-star, look, we've been impressed with them up until this point. I thought it was a great time to check in with them, and we've just seen the most baffling composition come out from the boys on the screen right now. But it's been interesting to watch. It's been pretty fun to watch, honestly. It's been something a little different. And again, if this is them testing the waters, that's fine. I don't mind it.
I'd love to believe that.
Yeah. I mean, not all at once. I think if they want to look at maybe bring out a KO as something they want to consider.
See, those are, yes,
Sure.
those kind of secondary changes, yes, I think maybe there's something to read into there.
But most
Zeke's look pretty comfortable.
He looked decent. But again, it's still Zeke, so it's like, how much do I give that to KO and how much do I give to just him being Zeke? However, what we do give is the opening kill to Starzo, so straight away, C is open, and Starzo looking good on the jet as well. This guy's really on a bit of a tear already, showing that confidence, that aggression, that style that he has. Yeah, it's looking pretty good in his hands, but Keyless has just heard so much already. Seen so much already. Does he expect another one? He's going to find out either way. Flash comes in, goes too deep, does not matter for him. And C in the meantime did find Cray. Russ with a banger of a shot.
That's a little bait actually there to find that kill to Keyless. Any further damage in a round like this for 10-star will be a bonus, but Ascend are going to give them the opportunity to do as Bone Cold will swing through, find Stanley comfortably. Now Russ noted earlier on in the round, so Ascend will survive as 4.
And as much as this is a bit of a Cinderella moment that we could talk about if this was going 10 stars way, to an extent, they're still a good team and a dangerous team. I think it's easy to look at them just as underdogs. They're not. They're very dangerous. Best of ones. Like, there's a lot of the situations I think really play to them.
Yeah.
Absolutely, right? So I don't need to treat them as these kind of like, oh, who are they? They are very solid and they are very capable in this. But bear in mind, Ascend are wildly experienced. They should have a great deal of depth. Not on these agents necessarily, but in every other facet, they should be able to tip this over the edge, but...
the fundamentals carry through. I think you can make the argument for Ascend where the comfort is there, where, again, they can probably, I don't want to say troll, meme around, but at least, you know...
Fast and loose.
Yeah, exactly.
And let's see if this holds up then, because already up Zeke, just happy to...
Well, we saw what he did with his last ult.
It worked very well. And now Stanley has to respect it. Sits himself in for now. As Ascend take the site. There's no contest on this. Oh, and Stanley waited so patiently. And he actually gets the benefit of the follow-up on Killers. That's kind of surprising. I thought the Drake
was beautiful.
Jeez, this work between the two of them is actually looking pretty deadly. What? Okay, what is this game we're seeing today? And now seeing Ed, yeah, you're not going to get any more. Russ is still alive. We do have Cray as well, who's been a bit of an MVP in this, but look who's around the corner. And Starkso, you don't have to ask him twice. You know he's going to push this. It's Starkso. There goes the ult. There goes all your hopes. And there goes the ult being ripped off the back. Russ still alive, just trying to do what he can. Now, good luck finding that KO. That will help, though.
I think it's a little late on in the day here.
Yeah.
The open plant Opportunity for Zeke to just watch onto that one. But that's a big round in terms of the economy here. One member of 10 Star going to carry a rifle across, but Ascend now put their 11th on the board. 10 Star will be struggling really to invest anything behind that rifle in the hands of Russ. We'll have to see what the decision is. You can see here Sheriff's couple of light armors may be considered, but again, you look towards Polvi. Showstopper in a round like this would be huge for them. It's not available. They have the Hunter's Fury online. Whether or not they look for an early pick on the back of that. But that's a big round for Ascend to come through. And they can play trades like that because the economy falls in their favor. Now, it's looking like Ascend will find map point. And so I have one purchase left to hold them. As they walk as four through towards A lobby. CNED posted up. Actually, 10 Star will respond with 2 kills here.
Yeah, CNED not finding the purchase he wanted. Zeke falling as well. And Ascend just going to have to look towards our B site. Send it while they can, and maybe a quick plant, or maybe a quick rotate through towards C. But there is a player lingering towards Garage, so it's not going to be completely free. Stanley on the timing, just right. I think Bone Cold is good. Starzo now on red alert. He knows he's in danger, but he does find Stanley. Gets himself out of dodge as well. He avoids on it, but he did lose Kiles. So a 1v3 presented. The man is very capable. You're seeing as to why. Polvi with a lovely off angle. And a chance, a lifeline now found.
To fight back into, I think Ascend have 2 purchases comfortably left in the finances here. So, again, they can buy out until this is a tie game, effectively. 10 Star did throw the Hunter's Fury in there. Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's Starzo opts for an operator, but again, there's another purchase behind this for Ascend. So, 10 Star still with it all to do to tie things up here. Again, I love that. As 4 walking through, again, initially you think Ascend got the right people in the right place. They respond with 2 headshots to the back of those Sheriffs.
I guess you got to try and make something happen. We say it enough, but it's great to see it actually coming through. That's wonderful. And lifeline now garnered for 10 Star. A bit of a clear towards Sewer. Flash out towards Long, so no subtlety to this, but honestly the name of the game at this point. Takes the space, doesn't mean they have to commit either.
Here.
Well, the Trailblazer confirms nothing other than the owl drone, actually. So, you see Ascend now will probably just freeze for a little bit, whether or not they did use Bone Cold's recon at the start of this round. And they're just waiting on that to come back off cooldown. But, Zeke stays posted on sandbags. The rest of Ascend progress towards Garage now. The alarm bot in there is going to give away.
They have left that KO still posted towards Long though, so...
Joe, I was just thinking there, does he have a lineup or something for the back of C site that he's just like sat there waiting to do? But Ascend will pull back this direction now.
Hey,
Polvi tucked deep in sewers. It could be problematic. Away from Ascend does come this direction. Looks like Kiles might drift into sewers.
Oh, the timing on this Polvi.
Hold it, hold it.
Oh, I think he's dead. I think he's gonna get one. But it's still not bad. The divide is here, so Ascend looking at the spike in the hands of the KO, so that's going to be going down. You can already see the play coming through from Stark, so...
That smoke is huge.
Oh, this is so good for him. Ross has no idea. And actually, they've won on the side, but they have no clue that Starkso was behind it all. Masked in the smoke, he tries to back away. He knows he has to get out of danger. Give himself a bit of a reset on the timing here. But we already see the creep towards the site. And again, Stark, so what do you do with this? How do you play this one out? You know he's lacking information. He's looking every angle. He hasn't got the full picture. Now he should know what's up, and he's going to push a little closer. Crayon towards the spike. He's going to try and get the defuse. And Starkso being a difference maker. That's the pedigree in Ascend, though. That's the level you get, and you're right. Him just getting behind that divide, just the timing to perfection.
That smoke was beautiful. To play off the back of, ultimately, what I think he was anticipating, which is the Sky Flash coming through. It's almost perfectly timed in terms of, you know, that internal clock from Starzo to expect that playthrough from Hell. Again, a little ahead of the curve. I would say Cray almost disconnected from that retake. He was a little further aside, so they can't really play trades on the back of that, but what a nice little play from Starzo. Hop up, again, we'll note 1 player.
Here.
Throw down a ping onto sewers just to try and catch a little bit of spam, but Ascend now on map point. 10 Star, expect them to play a little deeper, a little more passive in this round at least.
And probably unfortunate
I have
curtain
the
call, at
spike.
least in this matchup, for potentially 10-star here after having such a good run until this point. But Ascend being forced to work a little, and it ain't over yet, but Russ receives a boatload of damage. Gonna have to respect that and fall back.
Keyless, it's awkward. Spectre of Polvi actually will come out on top of that engagement. Stanley tries to readjust. Oh. It feels like it took him way too long to readjust for that recon bolt.
Yep.
10-star now find themselves in a 2v2. Brody's drifted out though, with the operator will find one. Now it's Cray, who's delivered for 10-star in this map. Finds himself in a 1v2.
Oh, he spotted, I think, CNED on the cross there. How much more can Cray do with this?
One enemy
He's going to get
remaining.
first. He's going to note the second. He's got to know what's up. But what can you do about it, Cray? You got to try and take Starkso down, and it ain't going to happen. The experience comes through. Ascend do manage to best 10-star here. And I mean, look, we were hoping to see a little bit of what made them look so good throughout this tournament. And I think we saw glimpses of it, but overshadowed by the weird compositions and the just strangeness coming out from Ascend.
Yeah, it was. Weirdly enough, for a team that's able to embrace the chaos every so often, the switch up a comp, they still look pretty comfortable, Laura.
Starkso's pretty nice at this game. He's pretty good at it. I think he's quite talented. And you know what? You were waiting for it, so let's not waste any time. You wanted to hear the analyst desk thoughts, and so do I. And honestly, it's going to be a treat. So guys, stick around for this one, because I'm sure they're going to break this down. Infection, Yinzu, what do you make of that?
Well, thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok, for that. You two, we didn't know what to expect when it comes to when Ascend decided to lock that comp in. What did you make of it? I know the casters had really high praise for Starkso. Seeing out on Astra, though, I feel like we have to talk about it.
Well, but what do we talk about? Because he is just... He just did what an Astra should do, right? He puts two smokes, stun here, gravity well there, and because of that we didn't see him in a lot of executes, because he is taking his time to set that up, right? So the other players in the team have to take the space and fight. So Sinu's essentially cleaning up the state of the game after that initial hit was happening on attack, so he didn't have a lot of time to shine, which I feel like it's a little bit weird. Right? We are just conditioned to see CNED kind of shine on.
Good guy CNED. Right? He's giving it to someone else for once.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think we'll ever see this again.
Well, I mean, Tom, you were making some jokes, and when we were watching this, about how like maybe CNED was positioning himself in positions where he would be able to dash out because I thought he was still playing the Jet.
He likes to play aggressively. We haven't seen him play too many other agents. To be honest, the main thing I actually wanted to talk about was some of the stuff that Zeke was actually doing with KO, because I feel like a lot of duelists that we've witnessed on this agent suck. Like, it just didn't work, or they were just slightly worse, but he had some like cool little pop flashes that were working for himself, and I don't think it's against a team, for example, with 10-star, where they're not like a bad team or anything. So even though this was kind of a bit of a meme comp that I don't think we'll be seeing again, I think it's much more likely to actually have Starzo and CNED switch, because that's something they'd actually been testing before the tournament, and I wouldn't necessarily mind him going back over to some sort of smoker role and having CNED on, obviously, on Jet. But yeah, Zeke on KO actually looked pretty good. Like, a lot of the other utility, I'm not necessarily sure it was like the most amazing KO you're ever going to see in your life, but it did kind of work. So although, as I said, I think this might have been a bit of a joke comp, maybe there's aspects of it that they could keep forward.
I mean, I can see KO being used a lot more because it just fits the meta game. It's a great agent to disrupt the typical Cypher Killjoy setup that we see on so many maps, right? It's also great against Viper, not because of post-plans or something. It's just great on attack to just deny the smoke, to just obscure your vision, right?
So cool.
But when it comes to what Tom mentioned about Zeke, Zeke has a very aggressive playstyle.
Yeah.
So it fits him naturally to play this way on KO, which is something I was pointing out a lot, and I had a huge criticism towards Scream when he was playing KO. He was playing it very in a reserved way. He was playing the support player like in CS, which makes no sense. KO needs to be that secondary duelist. He's called an initiator, but that doesn't mean anything. You can play him in a very aggressive way. What I wanted to just point out as well, Starkso was known for being a Jet player in like, you know, in solo queue, in other teams that he was playing, and he's very efficient at it, and you can see that he still has that confidence when he's playing the Jet. It's just unlucky for him that they have seen it in that team, because on any other team I would guess that Starkso would have been the star duelist player for that team.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But we're in an interesting position now because while that game was going on, London United won their last game, which means they are the first team in their group. So Ascend, they have to play either SMB or Gambit. And Tom, it feels like at this point, any scenario where Ascend could play SMB, it just happens. Like, they somehow always end up playing SMB.
If you're currently predicting the elimination of Gambit, I'll be incredibly sad if that's what's
Me
just
too,
happened.
but it's like Ascend versus SMB is like written in the script for some reason.
I think also, could you imagine like a quarterfinal game that's Gambit versus Ascend? Like that's like that's the grand final. that should be the grand final in every like stretch of the imagination. So the fact that that could happen with one of them going out of the top 8 is nuts. So either way, we're going to get something either quite funny, the fact that Gambit don't even make it out of groups and SMB are going to meet Ascend again, or we're going to get a grand final in a quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, which one would you like to see, Lothar?
I would preferably like to see the Gambit matchup because I would just like to see Ascend play against Gambit, and before we go into Champions, like maybe it will happen again in Champions, right? So I would just like to see how they fare against each other.
Oh no, SMB will somehow end up in Ascend's group in Champions. Like just somehow, like there'll be a rule change or something that brings them into the tournament. I have no doubt. But Gambit, they're 11-9 up right now. We're gonna see what happens right after this break on who Ascend's opponent is gonna be, and bring you guys one more match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the last game of the day. We've had some absolute bangers so far today. And I want to apologize for duping you guys a little bit earlier on social media. We said it was going to be a G2 versus Liquid for the last game, but due to everything that went on in the group and G2 being out, we are now going to show you guys a Fnatic versus Giants, the tiebreaker of their group. The winner will be the first seed coming out, and I believe they'll be avoiding Team Liquid. So this is going to be a pretty important match. But before we dive into that, Tom and Lothar, let's take a look at the standings. We still have a very important game that's happening as we speak, which is Gambit versus SMB. That's going to determine which team is going through. I think they're still playing in overtime.
I was watching it during the break.
Yeah, it went into overtime. So as Boaster would say, it's squeaky bum time now for them. It's 13-13 between them as we speak. If you want to check out that game, you can head to the Goose House and watch that stream as well. But for the rest of these teams, guys, any standout omissions that you expected? Well, there's one elephant in the room, Lothar.
Yeah, the one elephant in the room.
Is it Anubis?
Exactly.
That's what you're going to say, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
An elephant, you know. At least there's a dog. Doggo. You know, I had to explain the joke because I'm sure fans.
Wow.
I thought it was a cat.
No,
Is that not a cat?
Anubis is a dog.
Oh, I thought it was a cat. Never mind. Okay, well, Lothar, why are you so shocked about Anubis and their results today?
I mean, that was sarcastic. No, when it comes to pool 3, I think everyone was expecting Anubis to not do well, and it would have been a very pleasant surprise to see them perform.
I don't know, Tux had them winning the group 3-0.
He did, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Lothar's having the worst time today.
So about G2. G2
Yeah,
was
so-
a surprise.
G2,
Don't worry, I'll bring it back to you. I'll bring it back.
G2.
I'm lost a little. G2 losing everything, I think it's a very big surprise to everyone, and it puts a big question mark on why is this happening, because G2 doesn't play in Champions. They have nothing else to like fear when it comes to like what can we showcase to the opponents that we don't want to spoil. There's nothing. You should be playing here your heart out to win the games, right? So
yeah.
Why are they losing? And that is a big question mark on why is the team not performing, why they didn't win the LCQ and they were the favorites. And I feel like because of that, we should just look a little bit more closely. I will definitely look closer to them, to the VODs that they had been playing today, and just maybe talk a little bit more about it tomorrow on the desk. Because I think it's a very interesting case to talk about that such a team with high expectations of not performing well at all.
Well, they are the defending champions here as well, so we're going to have a new winner no matter what. And I've just been told by production that Gambit secured that game 15-13. So we're not going to have a repeat of Ascent versus SMB. I wanted to live for the memes, but yeah, Gambit expected to go through, but maybe as the first seed, not the second.
Maybe Fracture not for them, at least for now, because they've only just scraped through SMB and they lost the game before on it. And then in the game earlier in the day, they looked pretty damn good still. So it could just be that there's some teething issues. Maybe they're just testing a few things out here and there. But they got through. And realistically, if you're the team that's coming in as the champion of the last Masters, if you're getting through, everybody else should be fearing you, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend winning their group and then having to play Gambit is so sad for them. But we have a more important task here, which is Giants versus Fnatic. A little bit of a grudge match, because the last time they met, Giants, they beat Fnatic and stopped them from going to the EMEA playoffs. And of course, both teams didn't end up qualifying for Masters, but I'm sure Fnatic, they're keen to get their revenge. And we've seen both of the teams already on stream today. What do you make of these guys?
Well, Fnatic is, I think, looking very sharp. And even though I feel like they are concealing some information when it comes to the way they play the game, on a fundamental level, I feel like Fnatic is looking great. They have really good ideas when it comes to like just the basic executions, and it seems like they're on the same level of thought and thought process when it comes to like how to play the game. So I'm pretty impressed, and I hope we will see a different map than what I have seen from the previous games, because I just would like to see what they have prepared.
Yeah, I think as well, touching on Fnatic, you've got that whole aspect of, at least in EMEA, everybody would kind of steal their comps, use them against them, and Fnatic would try and adapt to beat their own comp in a lot of the cases. So we saw some weird competitions from them because they were like, well, if they're going to use our thing, so we have to use something else. And then they get beaten by their own thing. Whereas now, because they haven't played for so long, at least at a decent level, no one really knows what they're going to do. So I don't think there's anywhere near as many hard counters to Fnatic as there had been for so long because they were that peak of Europe. Now everybody's looking to beat Gambit, so Fnatic can kind of sneak through and be like, you forgot about us, didn't you? You forgot about us, didn't you?
I mean, I think that's exactly what the kind of strats they would come up with now with Anubis on the team as well. We saw a Fracture already. They played it. They played Breeze off stream against Anubis. So let's have a look at the last map they're going to be playing in that group. I can reveal to you guys right now, we are going to Ascent. Now, it does feel like I'm seeing a theme of Fnatic playing maps that they just don't play. Like Breeze, they don't really play that much. Ascent, Lothar, rarely.
They played it 4 months ago, last time on Ascent, and they played it still with an Omen, double Initiators of a Sky, and with a Killjoy. So it's like, I feel Ascent is one of those maps that Fnatic doesn't really like to play because it's a map that doesn't benefit from creative thinking. This is more of a just, let's say, boring aim map with huge open space in the middle where there's a lot of duels, and it's so important to have control of the mid. So you can't be really, let's say, neat when it comes to like, oh, we have this execution here prepared with some neat utility, because it always boils down to that fight of the middle in the beginning, unless it's just 5-man push as a side. So Fnatic playing this map, I'm a little bit surprised, but not really surprised, because most likely we're not going to see them play it at Champions.
At Champions, yeah. But Giants, though, you casted the game where David P absolutely handed this to...
We named a part of the map after him. That top mid spot.
I believe it started from this Fnatic match where he
Wouldn't
just
be
ruined
surprised.
it.
Yeah, his lurks became so disgusting on this map that even when people were trying to hard counter him, it still didn't seem to work a lot of the time, which was really peculiar. So I wonder if they'll actually have adapted, or if David P is just still going to be that irritating knife in the back every time you try and go around a corner.
If he's still going to do that, I'll be really surprised if he's not getting punished, because even during those really early games when he started to play that lurker role on the Omen on Ascent, after just one game, it was easy to read the way he always wants to do it. Like he was going through a short, going up to top mid, then jumping down to the Saprosa, like small angle, and just sits there. And it seems like no one really cared about that. And then on attack, when he was sitting in B lane most of the rounds, no one really cared. People just kind of ignored him, which is something that I don't feel like can be happening today. And if it will be happening, then I don't know about Fnatic when it comes to the preparations.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is good news for Giants, right? The fact they were able to get Ascent somewhere they feel much more comfortable with, Tom, and a very good chance for them to top this group because they avoid Team Liquid if they do so.
Well, that's the thing. I've realized that you spoke about one of the inevitable things in Valorant, which is SMB meeting up against Ascend. Well, I'm going to tell you the second one, which is that Fnatic always play against Team Liquid.
That is very true.
So that's why, before you even asked me, my prediction is going to be that Giants are going to win because the universe is saying it has to happen.
Well, I mean, Gambit, they defied that. They said no to the universe.
Both can't happen, otherwise the world will implode. Mitch will grow to 6'5" if they win this game.
He's gonna grow 6 feet. That's ridiculous.
I wanted to say that it will triple
we
his
are
size,
jumping into Agent Select now, and oh my goodness. Okay, the running joke of Fnatic is that Boaster has vetoed Doma's Reyna the entire time. Summon FC Fnatic, he does not allow Doma to play Reyna. Doma's even tweeted about this in the past, and Lothar, he's doing it here.
This looks like just a meme comp, right? That has to be. Like, but I'm happy to see it because Doma on Reyna is actually a pleasure to watch.
Is it?
Well, we'll see. I hope it will be a pleasure to watch.
You watch it often?
No, not
David P on Omen.
Yeah, that's a surprise, right? Giants played exactly the same composition that they played before on Ascent, which doesn't make me happy because I do really feel like Sage is not filling her role to the same extent that any other Sentinel could be there, like Viper, like Cypher, Killjoy. They can do that same job, but way more, let's say, efficiently in both attack and defense. The only thing that is an upside of playing Sage here is that you can boost yourself on attack to very weird angles that might open up the space for the attackers.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting for sure. Like I said, very important game. The winner, I cannot stress more, will avoid Team Liquid. But as I said, Boaster, he's always vetoing Doma from playing Reyna. And here are two people that I would never veto. They can do whatever they want. It's Pansy and Hybok.
Well, I mean, I guess that's nice. I guess we're allowed to do what we want. Yeah, you can play Reyna. You can do whatever you want.
We're into it. Yeah, let's go. Pistol round.
Let's go indeed. All right, let's get into the thick of things. Fnatic up against Vodafone Giants. This is going to be a bit weird and wacky and wonderful, maybe. Don't quite know what to make of this. The compositions are weird, but we'll take a weird game. And a good start for Ambi there. And we already got to kind of touch in on the Giants, and we got to see them on a map that was a little unorthodox. Now we get to see them back on kind of a more traditional approach.
Absolutely.
Maybe not for Fnatic.
Well, maybe not so much. As they re-explore here, Hoodie.
Hello.
With it trigger. Okay.
Oh, God.
Spike down B.
Fnatic.
A graphic of Lothar with the patch changes just up on the screen there. Great to see as he finds 3 with the classic. Mystic responds with 2 of his own.
Taking that back.
Let's see here if he can recover anything further in this round. We'll find David P as well, but down to 6 HP. The damage is already done. Meadow will clean things up. And it's a good start. Interesting, actually, the desk overlooked things. Again, I'm going to need a clip of Lothar actually saying he was excited to see somebody play Reyna. Not a good start. But also, I mean, we're almost missing Kukuka here because the Omen pick is another team that tried to employ this, potentially to be a little unpredictable. Whether or not that's Giants' game plan here. Surprised, really, actually, Tombiz overlooked that one.
It's normally so on the ball.
I mean, we're lucky we didn't have Mitch Man on the desk. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I'll be with you. Any time away from Mitch is probably a good time.
Yeah. Breathing space, some quiet time.
You need a little bit of it, don't you? Looks like contact up cat. And Coutinho going to just back away from this for now. Just really save a spot. Oh, it's actually aggressing on it for a second. Man, these boys are up against the ball, aren't they? Durka Warriors get 1, but they set up Meadow for success. Catching all 3. And so far, so good. Yeah, this has been quite comfy for the Giants so far.
4 will survive. Carry across these weapons. And a great opportunity to convert the bonus round also. See here what Fnatic throw at this buy round. And again...
Hold on, I think we're using the cams that the CSGO Major's been using. That's nice.
Very meta joke.
I know. Oh, look,
What major? Something else?
No.
Going on at the minute?
Nothing.
No?
Nothing. Does have a timeout coming in because it's us casting, of course.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously. How have you been without tech timeouts?
I've been a little lost, honestly. It's weird to have best of ones and have games actually concluded within 30 minutes. It's also a weird feeling.
NA last chance qualifier.
I went outside a minute ago. I thought it must be about 9 o'clock, surely.
No, it was, you know, still relatively early in the day. Man.
Which means we're due one.
Of course. Well, we go back into this now. Keep your eyes on the buy coming out from Fnatic. Of course, they do have the rifles beside them. And oh my word, why is there an Omen in mid? Oh, bloomin' X, what's going on? Fnatic! What's happening? Don't know why I went Welsh with that.
The Valley. It might not be late yet, but...
It feels like it.
It feels late.
It's setting in. It's setting in.
See if Doma's able to find anything. We desperately try and get back on track.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I mean, the round started with David P swinging mid with
just standing there, like a chocolate teapot in middle.
Standing.
Right. The 1v4 didn't go very well.
Doesn't even get started.
No, you gotta try. You gotta try.
Stand.
Yeah.
But yeah, a great conversion there. They're gonna get these upgrades on the back of Fnatic's purchase. Got what? What have you got? Okay.
A lack of sanity at this point, I think.
Yeah.
It's just like we've seen the weirdest comps.
That sent
mad. It sent me. It sent me. What are you meant to do? How do you recover from this? Talk me through the steps that you've gone through here to recover.
I mean, you start 6-1 on the Sage that Lothar said he wasn't excited to see. That's a good way to.
That's the beginning.
Get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
And Doma to start 0-3 on the Reyna. After all that excitement from the desk.
It was looking so likely. And it's going to be kind of one extreme to another, right? We're going to come out of these best of ones, and then it's like best of 5, like in longevity galore. So this is going to be one for the books, I'm sure, this event. Kind of a fun one to keep your eyes on. Definitely get to have a little glimpse of what the teams are working on. Some mad theories coming up. David P, unrelenting, does double dink down Mystic and gets away, building towards that ult as well.
Again, not to curse things, but last time they touched on this on the desk. This one went the distance. It was actually 18-16, the last appearance here on Ascent back in July. David P, he had a fantastic performance. That was, again, they already touched on it when David P was causing problems for so many teams.
Everyone.
The Giants and their little hot run. Actually, Doma will find Hoodie. Coutinho responds on the Boaster here, but again, everybody in the right position. Except for Ambi, finds himself with a shot card.
Still inside. It's important to find yourself.
Afraid.
Very important.
He's on a soul-searching journey.
Yeah, it's good to
30
see.
seconds left.
Magnum actually able to tuck in, and now in a really strong position to play off the back of his spy cam. Coutinho here, actually, got to be careful he doesn't get caught with it. Coutinho finds both of those?
I don't know how he just got both.
That transfer must have been insane.
Yeah.
I thought at that point, again, Coutinho's got to be careful because he's playing in front of Switch here. Again, with the spy cam tag coming onto him, he's got to be careful of anybody getting a shot with the Sheriff through from sight, but able to readjust for the second, and Giants put themselves 4 ahead very early on. Fnatic, again, they threw a Spectre in there. There was a couple of Sheriffs invested. Again, I've got to assume.
Who's flashbanging Fnatic? Casper, the friendly ghost squad. Look at him.
Mystic's hair's looking pretty spectacular, actually.
It's pretty good, right?
You're right, actually. Yeah, the camera angles are fantastic.
This is what I love to see. It brings me such joy. If you're going to
Anybody's
start
wondering, this is why we lean away from them occasionally.
It's great.
Lurker's got his cutback as well.
What's that?
His haircut.
Oh.
Cutting their vision.
So we're looking elated to be on this Reyna.
Yeah. You can see him driving. Ooh, Tino almost with the punish on that. But this is all going to be regrouping towards Ambi site. Now, there are still a couple of players present, Ambi being one. Hopefully it's a better scenario than the previous round, where he managed to be his own worst enemy.
Right here.
He does have Meadow by his side. Some calls are coming out for some support on the way, but already you can see the hit coming in. It's thick and fast. Already going to take the side, but Meadow does find Domus. Not bad impact so far. Durka, a little unleashed, a little off sort as well. Does eventually get shut down. This is not pretty work so far. Fnatic are kind of floundering to land that final punch.
David Piatti with the ultimate TP to back site, but he's isolated here. Magnum finds 2. Comes down just 2 members of Giants to try and recover this. Fnatic will get a clean plant, but all 3 players now stuck on site. Neural Theft invested, but again, only going to confirm their suspicions. Both players close by already. Coutinho got to find something with the operator on the way in here. And he actually does, he finds Mystic inside the Astral form.
Dreamy timing. Magnum, now he's sweating bullet to the back of the side, but they've got to get a move on. It's got to be now. We've got to make that move. Nothing being gifted at this point. Hoodie going to try and work in, but it's Coutinho all the way finding Boaster. And now Magnum caught in the side. And my, oh my, Fnatic looking a little rough around the edges.
Absolutely crumbled.
Yep.
That post-plant hold. And again, the timing there, as soon as Mystic slips in, the peek comes through, and there's no counter peek. Again, just on the back of that, he's way out in the open. That's all Giants needed to fight their way back onto site. And again, it's really difficult with the way that comes out. Ambi initially, and almost a little overzealous to swing ahead of that Cosmic Divide. Desperate for that trade onto, I think it was Meadow who initially finds the opening. But again, a rough round for Fnatic to concede.
I mean, we've got to talk about this. This is a best of 1, right? So as much as this isn't like, you know, staying in the event, leaving the event, any of that, it is now or it's your face liquid,
well,
right? And
are in fantastic form right
they're
now.
looking
We know
solid.
Coming out of the LCQ, they're looking very comfortable with the addition of Nivera. And again, almost written in the stars as the desk were alluded to. but it will be Fnatic to face Liquid, at least here by the first 5 rounds. If there's anything to go by, Coutinho will catch a tag on the Aldro. Meadows here to at least slow things down, but David P as well. He's got himself into a tricky situation. Look at that! It's disgusting from David P.
David P, he just always somehow gets away with it. The rattiest corners,
no
the dirtiest angles. He had no right to be there.
It's like you go back to 2020 Omen plays. It's like, I'm just going to TP behind you when you try and hit the site. I'm just going to TP behind you and shoot a few of you in the back. And it's so simple, but again, the amount of impact that he had, again, just coming back to that hot streak that the Giants had.
He sat there.
Cage is perfect as well.
Oh. And look, it helps that he can actually control himself incredibly well, adjust perfectly. Yes, it's mostly shots on people not fighting you, but the amount of times we see those get whiffed, but...
Well, the bait as well, for Coutinho to eat the Aldrone tag and then come back, it's almost like, yeah, push us, come on, I have to play defensively now. Initially, one player behind Jen's the one to slow things down, but David P in a position to completely rip that execution apart.
Hey, it's time out for Fnatic, and a necessary one. This has been quite unpleasant, to say the least.
Unpleasant viewing.
Yeah. See, clearly elated. So Durka.
Looking about as happy as Doma, actually, on that Reyna. But again, look to him to be... Again, with the compositions we've seen today, and we already know that Fnatic are not showing everything they've been working on. They've again, it's always exciting to see Fnatic have the opportunity to get back in the lab, get a little geeky, get a little cheesy.
Well, they're good at.
Get back to their roots, but whether or not this is the opportunity, because it's almost for them to avoid the LCQ and obviously be through to obviously what's coming at the end of the year. Here, whether or not they want to show their hand.
I like this. Coutinho been predominantly over towards that A side, kind of playing and showing a lot of presence. Adjustment. Did he get a tag off that? I'm not sure. It looks like he's clipped, or at least something's clipped a couple of players. However, look at Fnatic closing the gap, instantly hunting him down. Going to put his Ambi on the side very much on his own, but he did get a fair fight, at least on the first. Going to take down Durka, but the trade came in from Doma, and now the site is theirs.
Again, everybody committed to site though, and we know how this went for Fnatic last time. There'll be 3 members of Giants to come through. They have the res and potential here to actually invest it on front side. Actually, Hoodie catch the trap wire, but no follow-up from Magnum. And I can't speak now.
Nagmum.
Nagmum. I was due one of those.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a retake.
See if they can get this retake started.
He has got poster, so there is a chance for it. Let's have a look, though. Double stack towards the back of Boathouse, and Meadow's gone away with so much already. Just going to tear himself up here. He knows where he is, and Meadow's on it.
No
timing. Going to slip away from him, but they're happy enough with that. And Fnatic needed one back, honestly. They've been floundering so far. Get themselves a little bit of a goer here.
It's not even reassuring that that's the round they're able to squeeze through. It was almost like, we'll run the clock down, and it's ultimately the clock that decides that one for them.
Enemy remaining.
A fumble there on the way in. Like I said, Magnum unfortunately not in a position to swing on that trap wire, and ultimately that's the one that stops that retake. From getting started.
Of course. And I do have to say, though, at least for Giants, and this is maybe for people who only check in on the tier 1 events, they don't get to see these guys so much. Maybe you missed their kind of run to almost being at a lot of the bigger tournaments. And the absolute streak they went on, these guys are very much a threat, and you're going to see as to why. David P is part of that narrative, part of that message. See Doma try and do what he can to quell this. David P already going to take that space towards the middle.
And tuck himself in. Opposite Sub-Rosie here, and actually Boaster seemingly reading into this. I think he might be in range to hear this TP. But David P actually sticks it to Wine. Now that's huge.
Just kind of skipped ahead of the queue, but now Magnum, vision limited. Boaster going to try and work the timing. He's worked it really well. He needs that follow-up, though. Still does well enough to come away with 2 there. That's perfect stuff. Time is going to be a factor now. Giants make it. Oh my God! Doma does it to him!
You should stop trying.
All right. Look, Reyna, we'll still put a question mark by, but apparently that gun in his hands looks real good.
I don't want to see him on any other weapon for the rest of the half.
That's it.
Those first 2 were crisp. And in that scenario from hell, it's so difficult to actually isolate, you know, a single angle onto
Normally
one.
are traded, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Instantly.
I'm not sure. I mean, well, it was a little disjointed, or the timing was a little off. The fact that David P is able to commit to wine, that there is such a huge factor for somebody playing from hell, because you can't swing open onto site. Sodoma pulling off an absolute miracle in that round. Hoodie's forehead looking to have some input here. Whether or not he's going to be called upon. He actually be held in place there, and Doma
I know
converts it.
exactly where you are.
Could have been 5 head. Oh.
That's unlucky, Meadows. Meadows actually died because of Ambi's position being noted, and Magnum will find the second as well.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this is, you know, forking it. This one's done.
Yeah, a little bit of bite back actually from
Player
Fnatic.
standing.
Find David P as well. Coutinho now opting to try and hold on to this operator, but Fnatic, they want to double down, pile on the pressure here, remove it from Coutinho's hands. Don't give them anything to work on. Coutinho, look to your left. Oh my God, Durka. Yep, I'll allow that one.
That one is
Yep.
very much encouraged.
Yes.
Right.
Now everybody else is like, do we pick him again?
Game time seems kind of cool. Maybe we won't. Right, just gonna keep that up.
I mean,
Someone else
thank
can
God we
contest.
weren't actually watching Durka's POV there.
Can you imagine?
I don't want to.
It wouldn't have been nice, would it?
We had the webcam feed, that was enough.
Yeah. Saw the reaction.
So, Giants now will call a timeout with, again, a little bit of a different approach there. I think on both sides of the coin. Giants looking to at least, you know, fight to the death for that entry onto B main, and Fnatic also stacking up a little heavier than they have previously in these rounds. Almost willing to fight fire with fire, and that time it goes in their favor.
Look at that keyboard positioning.
I mean, I always said this actually with the online cams. Actually, that was nearly all over the mouse pad.
Don't do
How many
that.
times have we had that online? It's like, yeah, sorry,
Oh, yeah.
I've spilled an entire can of Red Bull onto my PC.
It
Great.
did not go any faster. I'm
Great.
devastated. Look, it's
That's what the glasses are for, though. When you are only 8 inches away from the monitor,
gotta.
yeah, you got to get the gunners. That's why they're
Yeah.
polarized. They got the old
Well,
Edgar Davids look on. 7 people in chat will know that reference.
Yeah. I
So,
mean,
that's an age thing.
could bring up that reflect cream that came out. Didn't go very well though, did it?
Not sure what you're talking about.
No.
No.
No. 6-3. And
Great
so
stuff, though.
Far. You a fan?
Yeah, big fan.
Big fan. Big fan. Okay. What do we have now?
Actually, the Giants pulled together, I mean, other than the stinger, they pulled together a pretty comfortable purchase here. Look at almost a team huddle outside B main right now for Fnatic. Everybody stacked up here. They will try and force their way in on the back of the Aldrone. I guess maybe anticipating that Giants haven't opted to fully invest into this, or at least throw everything into this. B-side, wide open for the taking, and a better opportunity now for Fnatic to take up some post-plant positions, but Boaster removed very early on, before the spike is even planted. The neural theft will actually give away that mid lurk as well, so they know they have the numbers advantage on site.
Okay. For now, the trade's still coming in, but Giants are cracking spot. Magnum had nowhere to go.
It's systematic. I mean, again, the timing on catching Boaster, the bait from David P actually there, he actually throws out a TP, but not necessarily even needed. Hoodie finding that kill. And again, way ahead of time, Lauren. A couple of these rounds actually look a little awkward for Fnatic, even when you consider the comp changes, not wanting to show your strats, and that's a little worrying actually, because the fundamentals completely lacking.
It's like, how much of a pinch of salt do we take, right? Because obviously Fnatic are not playing this to the highest caliber. But, I mean, to some extent, you do have to then ask the question about, okay, well, fundamentally, what's going on? because spacing's been a bit weird, trading's been a bit off, comps are weird. Like I get it, right? I do understand, but definitely posing a question at this point.
Get out of my way!
All right, Ambi.
Again, Fnatic trying to force their way into B site. Ambi's found very early on. Again, dare I say it, a comfortable opportunity here for Fnatic to set up for this post plant because all 4 members of Giants left standing are making their way through B main. Now the important thing is here, Fnatic send 2 into the defender's spawn. And again, look for them to counterbalance losing B main control for something else here.
Yeah, it's like the old switcheroo, it looks like. Now at this point though, Fatino does find Doma, so let's see if they can kind of crack open those players lingering around CT side, time being bought, and that spike is dwindling now. Time is a huge element. Mystic playing at the back of the side though, just needs to play to it, and it's gone! And the wall! Magnum has to try and break through, he finally shows his hand, and these guys are playing perfect Valorant at times. Just seeing these retakes really looking so strong.
But again, it's taking note of, obviously, Fnatic do what is necessary there. They take control of something else, they give up B main, they take control of spawn. And then Giants with the perfect response. Again, they just stack up and they prioritize one side over the other. And again, the word systematic. It's one by one they find everything on the way back in.
And the amount of these rounds now, that's 2 back-to-back they've been able to pull off like this. And 3 for Fnatic, just, it ain't enough. It's not doing it. And keep in mind, we had that Dome around coming in, so a couple of individual things that have kind of got them across the finish line. This is an off-brand Fnatic, it looks like, at this point. Struggling to make it land, and Giants going to take this with strides.
I mean, this is a 9-3 half. It's disastrous to say the least. Again, Fnatic try and force their way through to B site. Giants happy to give this up. This time around, Boaster's in position to try and address this flank coming through. But again, they find Boaster before the spike's planted. Mystic, the second line of defense in B main now. He will be called upon to quell some of this aggression that Giants are showing. Actually, Magnum now, the paranoia invested in. This should be 2 freebies.
Magnum somehow stays alive, and he actually keeps doing exactly as the doctor ordered for Fnatic. And that's a bailout and a half here as Ambi presented what seems the impossible. Doma in the dirtiest position, and now Durka has to respect this a little. Time still so favorable here. Durka's falling away to a far more favorable angle to catch that cross, and well, Ambi's got no time to dance.
Yeah, much better from Fnatic there. Again, investing what's necessary.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
To actually control that flank there. It will be 8-4 on the half. Again, Fnatic with it all to do to fight their way back into this one. The bar set pretty high. Again, I said this earlier with Giants on Fracture. You can see that they're not afraid to show their potential once again. And I think really, coming back to that hot streak.
What are these games today, Hypok? I don't know what to say.
I don't know.
This is mad. We've just had like the weirdest and most wacky results.
Revealing area.
We go back in, right? Let's go back to this. Fnatic, please. Just give me a normal half here. Let's get to a normal half. We can do it. Please.
What is normal after today?
You know what? That's a very deep question that I don't think I have the answer to anymore.
Well, what is needed is an answer to this little set piece in towards B. Doma immediately, though. Find Fatinho. And a ghost to boot. Oh, actually, you can see he's got himself a little angle. Hoodie tries to thread the needle to find a kill. Again, now, this wall, the longer it's there, the longer it kind of runs the clock down in favor of Giants. A 3-man swing on towards the stairs actually will go in their favor. David P responds with 2.
Player standing.
Dome will find another one, and Meadow on this late lurk in the pistol. He's got to find a kill now.
Timing, that diffuse isn't stopping. He can't get there in time, he knows it now. He's been outdone, outmaneuvered, and Fnatic finally starting to wake up.
And it's always a risk to leave somebody that late on in the round unless you absolutely have control of sight. And ultimately they didn't. Yes, the wall's there, but Fnatic are able to stack up as 5 people behind that. So there you're expecting Meadow to be the one to rip away some of that control.
Yep.
So a little disconnected, a little too much of a gap left with that lurk. Oh, Time was just woken up. He actually looks half asleep.
You're right, mate.
Yeah.
The worst thing is we don't have a cough button right now, so you just get us fully unleashed.
Unfiltered.
Yeah, normally
Dangerous.
the giggles get cut away, but you're stuck with us now as Boaster is stuck to the outcome the hoodie presented. Just pinged out, noted, and away we go. Fnatic might be instantly reminded, and Doma might need that wake-up call here, as Giants are going to be all over that site. Spike's already there, ferried in safely, and now it's going down.
This time around again, Meadow a little disconnected still, but at least closer by. Timing won't really be a factor here. But Magnum has to swing out here, and again, Giants will find a kill. It's Meadow to find Durka, but everywhere else, Fnatic finding what's necessary to fight their way back onto site. Mystic now called upon. Will get the better of Meadow. David P, the last man standing. Not for much longer now. Doma finds his 3rd on the round. And the defuse will come through. Fnatic now put themselves within 2 rounds of Vodafone Giants. That lead they were able to establish in the first half. And you've got to say, that's potentially now another one leaning in Fnatic's favour. See what the investment here, or what the purchase looks like actually for Giants coming to this one, because again, a couple of bits and bobs thrown at that, it's not pretty.
No, it isn't. I was seeing if there was anything that could maybe leverage a bit more of faith in this buy, but Boaster's up to something. Yeah, this purchase is going to be... I mean, you kind of hope it gets handily dealt with. I want their anti-ecos to be clean for Fnatic, just overall. But hey, we've seen these guys kind of pull a couple of decent shots out for the Giants. Again, individually extremely talented. And, they can hear the sheriffs. They kind of know already what they're up against. But it's always good to get that confirmation. There's already Doma on patrol. David P could try and find a bit of timing on this, as we know that he can do. Very much within the wheelhouse right now.
It's weird to actually see David P tucked in a position where he's kind of in the same realm as the execution, I guess, that's lingering now as the spike will make its way back towards top mid. You see there David P pinging out exactly where his paranoia is going to be sent. Like they're going to try and burst onto the backside of Generator here, but Doma in position to greet David P once he does swing. 2 members actually, Durka and Mystic playing on Heaven and Hell. I don't think anyone actually will be tagged with this paranoia here. Actually gets sent and it will catch people in Hell.
Ooh, Mystic's in a bit of trouble. Fatino does at least get past that hurdle, but it's Durka raining fire from above. He's still pretty safe up here, hasn't been threatened just yet. But David P always somehow finds some timing, as if Boaster just does it like that. It's not very pretty, is it? It's not
10
pretty,
seconds.
Valorant.
10
It is
seconds
indeed
left.
10 seconds. Boaster, how'd you play this one out? He's going to go in for it, but keep in mind that classic ain't what it was. Vitinho out of the bag on this.
I think Boaster may be anticipating the plant was actually on default in front of Gen there. Jumps down. You can see there with the lack of reaction, I guess, from Boaster. Completely caught off guard with that. It's a really awkward conclusion to that round after Durka's done so well to do the damage from Heaven.
Oh man, that's a bit of a kick in the teeth for Fnatic after what looked like the perfect bounce back. Right
well,
now, look where we're at.
Has to consider what the purchase looked like on the back of the forcing round 2 from Giants as well. It's round 3 they pull out.
Oh, and sends one up. No.
Ah.
Oh, but this go.
Isn't great.
you know, sometimes you got to believe in things, right? You got to kind of like hype it up. You see the potential, right?
I mean, it could have been. The worst thing is that Giants, the way they play this, there's 3 people. It's not just one kind of stacked up
like,
outside there.
That perfect back-to-back. There's a nice bit of work from Durka. Here we go. Maybe there's a little bit of life in them yet. There was a pick in the meantime as well, so it's not completely without reward. As there is only 3 standing, and spike yet to be planted. Durka going to close that gap. Hoodie on the site. Vitinho
Spike
and
planted.
Ambi.
That's bad timing. It caught him just tucking in behind the wall there. We'll get the tag as well, but Durka will retrieve an Odin. Now, whether or not Fnatic just look to do damage here, with the way that these have played out, this purchase here, again, it's almost a bonus on top with what they invested on round 2. So the damage is crucial for Fnatic if they can find anything else.
Oh, this hasn't been pretty from Durka. No, it's not good at all. Giants, again, it got a little dicey at times with Durka. And again, that moment from Boaster could have maybe become something.
That's the pivot point of that round. If Boaster can find anything ahead of that execution, it's huge for Fnatic because it gives them an extra 5-second buffer before the hit comes through. And again, it makes it a little easier for Durka potentially to double down on that mid-aggression, but we are back to a scenario, effectively 2-2 in the second half and back to a 4-round deficit for Fnatic to fight back into. And look what's left. Not an awful lot in terms of the finances. Durka throwing the Bladestorm in, again, in that previous round means they haven't got it now to look forward to in the next if they do concede. And if they do concede, it's 11 rounds for Giants. And seemingly 12 with the economy taken into account.
Yeah, it does start to just spiral at that point, it feels. There's David beginning to explore up towards Sean, but Durka in the meantime did find Ambi. Where was that? Oh, he pushed out through B and put him on Cat. Okay. Good little start though. Love a proactive play. But that A site is looking light on members. It is just Magnum here for now.
It's a big kill. Again, stop this before it gets going. Remove the smokes, remove the paranoia. Again, at this point they can give up sight because it's going to be a very shaky hold for Giants if they get this spike down. And you can see already how many bodies Fnatic have got stacked up. So Giants with it all to do here.
It's such a tricky one with 3 players. Effective trading can pretty much get you across that finish line, but Fnatic do need to stay on, you know, on a decent form in this. Vitinho trying to be the first, and he's got a clean no trade. Where's trade? There's no trade! Vitinho gets away with murder. Fnatic, what are you up to right now? Vitinho! He's tearing him limb from limb. That's 3 huge kills, and the rest is all just semantics. This is nothing. Boaster, Fnatic, you have to be gutted in that situation.
But this is what the fundamentals seem to lack in the first half. That right there is it's a 5v3 retake. They lose the paranoia, they lose the smokes, anything to really slow things down on the way back in.
What was
Fnatic.
that?
And again, for Vitinho, this is the perfect way to, it takes real balls, but this is the perfect way to play when you're at such a disadvantage. Get aggressive, be unorthodox. I don't think Fnatic are considering the possibility that anybody's going to try something that kind of overzealous to swing that back in their favor, but Vitinho massively delivers in that post plant.
I don't care if Fnatic are, you know, not as focused, not playing their full comps. You lose like that in a round where you have 5 alive on a retake, you had every right to win, you are not happy. That is fundamentals communication, something going astray. Yes, Vitinho did really well to get, I'd say, the first and second. Everything else, even just the spacing on that, even just the consideration that could be happening, it can't happen like that. Not from a tier 1 team. This isn't just, you know, oh, it's just Boaster and his mates. This is Fnatic. Meadows already found Magnum.
And that's so deep as well. Durka trying to actually follow up on this, but he's down to 20 HP. Newell theft invested. Will give away the setup of Fnatic here, and it's looking like Giants want to swing right back towards A site here. Hoodie elsewhere. We'll find one Doma trades out, but it's all a ruse. Giants find their way in. They force Durka back. Like I said, he's 20 HP. He can't stay to fight this. With a Marshal in hand, we really talked about what the purchases were going to be looking like for Fnatic in this round. If they conceded the previous, looks like Giants will convert even further.
Spike planted.
Now let's see if it goes any better. This time, though, you're not well equipped. You're not in the right place to do this. You're not maybe as well armed, but let's see if they get that opportunity. There it is, that's a springboard moment, but look how quickly Giants fill that gap, fill that void, and fill the scoreline with their names. This is Giants looking right on the cusp now.
They absolutely are. It's match point. Again, with that round that's able to just swing back in Giants' favor, I think now the momentum heavily stacked in their favor. Fnatic backs against the wall, the economy dwindling, going to be stretched financially here coming into this. It's looking a lot better than what you could ask for. Operator online, that's the thing I look towards. It's almost a miracle here. Nothing
Get out of my way.
else really for Durka to do, but to try and look for a first blood here.
Gonna try and do something, because right now it's looking like the Giants are gonna get across that line and force you to face Liquid. Vitinho wants to take him there, 2 huge kills. And the third now beckoning, he can't quite find it, as Magnum does at least to live to fight for another. As Giants still have 3 alive, the spike going down. What can these last 2 players do?
Spike planted.
They're going to fight their way back in from spawn here. Haldrone going to slow things down. The drone actually tags Magnum, so again, got to freeze for a couple of seconds to wait this out. Cosmic Divide will be invested now. That could be a lifeline for Fnatic.
It certainly could be. Magnum, can you make the most of it? Yes. Great first step. Perfect second. But Meadow in the 1v1. He's done it for him. Giants besting Fnatic. And the fundamentals looked flawed from Fnatic, but those retakes, the individual plays, it all lining up for Vodafone Giants.
Absolutely. I mean, take nothing away from that performance. I was impressed earlier on with what we saw on Fracture, and like I said, them demonstrating a very solid grasp of that map. But also coming through here, you can tell they've been in, again, in a mode where they're grind mode, right? They've been working on the game, and here it looked very comfortable. I don't really think this is an underperformance for Fnatic, but Giants absolutely demonstrating that, once again, do not sleep on this roster.
No, I think it's a stark reminder that these guys are very much on the brink of pushing any team. I don't care which region, I think they can always push if you have a big performance from David P or whomever else. That whole roster can have those moments. Hoodie has been fantastic. We've had Vitinho, that Raze play used to bring out the man's a monster. Regardless, Fnatic looked flat, and it was the fundamentals that worry me. I don't care about the compositions, I don't mind. They're safe enough in that regard, but it's the fundamentals that stand out. So, closing thoughts on the day very briefly.
I'm excited to see more Giants. Again, they're back in that form that we got so excited about last time. So, yeah, that's a really, really exciting prospect for me. Fnatic facing off against Liquid. I mean, it goes without saying that's going to be a banger once again. It's almost one of those bread and butter series that we come to expect in this region.
Yeah, and that is a tantalizing prospect for us, but that is all tomorrow. So for now, let's hand it back to the desk to wrap up the day and give you their thoughts on what we just saw.
Well, thank you very much. Hypok and Pansy, we knew that this map was going to favor Giants, and they proved to us why it favored Giants, but 3-0, what a showing for them. I think you believed in Giants, right?
I did believe in Giants.
Tom did.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay, delete the footage.
Delete the VODs, delete the clips. Yeah, well, Giants, I would say, they have just a old machine. You know, on Ascend, they were playing exactly the same way they did it before, with the really insanely impactful lurks from David, or just, you know, having good positioning from David, just holding an angle, then getting 3 kills out of nowhere. It's something that really pays a lot of dividend for the team. But also, I have to say, Vitinho showcases why Jet on attack is such an important clutch factor to have a beautiful, just an impactful execute. He was breaking so many line of sights and crosser placements for his opponents with just a simple dash somewhere on side or over the roof on B side. It was actually crazy. And that's about it.
Yeah, I think their retakes especially were just super impressive. Like the amount of times that we actually saw Fnatic get into an afterplant, and then, as you mentioned, someone like Vitinho, or maybe you'd have a lurk play again from David P, or Meadow just having some ridiculous rounds where they would just win these clutch situations and get back into the site. And these are the sort of things normally where I would at least expect if Fnatic are in an afterplant, they normally have everything down to a T. That was what we always talked about with this roster. They were so well regimented. They always had the right utility, the right timing, the right synergy. In this map, it looked off. Like, there were a few times where we were talking about Mystic just being caught out in like awkward positions or in astral form. And it's kind of one of those things that's like, maybe it's a few teething issues, which, okay, if you're having it in a game, which realistically you're still in the tournament, even if you are going to have to face Liquid, it's not the worst time to have it, but it's still those things that if we're looking at a team that's going to challenge at champions, well, they're not going to win it doing it like that.
I mean, it's definitely sloppy on their part, but also for the longest time, this and Split, they kind of flip-flopped between Ascent and Split. That was their permabans. We don't see them play Ascent and Split very often.
True.
So this could be the case of, you know, we speak about hiding things all day. This could be the case of them saying, well, we don't play Ascent, we don't intend to play Ascent, let's just do it here.
The problem I see is that Fnatic, even if they don't plan to play this map in Champions or Split, whatever, is that this is not a problem of how they chose the components of the composition. That is not the agents. It's the fact that they couldn't hold angles for each other. And like later on, I'll break down a round where it's very visible of what failed, because it seems like just on the fundamental level, Fnatic didn't have the grasp on how do I support my teammate or how do I play off my teammate, and because of that, they were punished by Giants who were just going in. And they were just having free space to make a retake because no one was holding one angle, and then they killed them in the back. So it's something that worries me when it comes to Fnatic's performance in the future and tomorrow, because that needs to be fixed ASAP.
Yeah, well, let's go to that round.
Oh,
and break it down,
okay.
because I feel like every Fnatic fan, when they watch this, probably weren't very happy with what happened.
Yeah, it's a very peculiar situation because it happened twice in this game, since this is the post plant for Fnatic when they go to B and plant it on site and have a very similar situation. In the previous round, we had seen Astra being in the place of Cypher and then two players in the back, and they failed with that retake. But now, again, it's the same situation, and it seems like Fnatic is not learning from it. Giants are doing a retake with two players from stairs and one player from lane. Now, this player from lane has a crucial part of this retake because his job is to get a drop on the player that is with his back turned to lane. And because of this Cypher is holding stairs because he is the first line of contact. If someone peeks from stairs into the Cypher line of sight, that means that the players from backside swing and get the kill on the player here. So either it's a trade or there's a straight up advantage. Now, this is only allowed to happen if the player that is in the backside is actually looking at lane. But as you can see, the Astra, so Mystic, is not watching lane, he's behind the wall, and because of that he will not be able to spot the Cypher coming out of lane, which will then make it very possible for a backstep to happen, and the Cypher will die while not having contact on the stairs. What is even more important is that we're gonna see from Giants, the Sage will throw a slow orb on the backside, which will not allow Mystic to actually swing to check on lane, and he will have to commit to the other entrance of the backside and will only focus on the stairs, which means that lane is completely free and Giants just have the freest retake ever. Let's play the clip and see how that goes out. We see Meadow goes in from lane, no one spots him. He has so much space, this is so easy for him to just go on side and just get the retake, and that's about it, that's how it happened. So Fnatic, this is the second round it happened, they just gave too much space for the retake to happen.
I mean, the most bizarre thing with that round is that, Tom, they ended up winning that round. They ran out of time to defuse out of all the things they could have done. But are you worried as well about these fundamental and the sloppiness we're not really used to seeing?
Yeah, I think they, even on just a level of like, okay, maybe, like you said, it's not a map that they play necessarily, but I think that those are more just things that are more down to team synergy, which I think is something that they've always been excellent on. And in the other games today, they were excellent on. So maybe it's a blip on the radar, especially going into the matches tomorrow. They've definitely made it a little bit hard for themselves. And it's easy to predict when you know the inevitable is coming. It's going to be a ridiculous matchup tomorrow.
Well, let's talk about everything else that happened today that we didn't get to see. The B stream, we have some highlights here. A lot of things happened, you know. We saw some surprises in the standings. Some of the teams that we didn't expect to lose some of their games, and also some of the teams we didn't expect to win them as much. I think it's coming now, so we can watch them. Yeah, you guys haven't seen a lot of this, so talk me through. This was the Na'Vi versus 10-Star game. 10-Star did win this.
Na'Vi. That makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah, me too. And a G2 football list too, but of course G2, they're not here anymore. And they are currently playing Team Liquid, but even if they do beat Liquid there, I don't believe there's a scenario where Liquid don't top of their group due to the head-to-head against the Willis.
Oh, that was a nice kill by Avova, but still...
A lot of nice kills by Avova.
How are they losing those games?
I have got absolutely no idea. Yeah, this was an incredibly long one. Like, because this was one where during the break I was switching over to try and see if a Gambit were actually going to get eliminated in groups. Of course, Supermassive Blaze we know individually have still some crazy players, even if they're not necessarily playing together anymore into the future. But the fact that we're so close makes me think that Gambit's fracture isn't all there yet.
Oh, we get a bit of Liquid versus G2.
Well, just wanted to pay attention to the fact that Nivera is playing the Cypher on Fracture, where typically we have seen him play either Viper, Killjoy on Ascent, and Sova on undermaps, right? So this is another agent that he picks up for the team, which showcases that he has actually very deep agent pool for someone who recently started playing this game.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that he's already put in some pretty ridiculous performances at LCQ to help them qualify in the first place. So, you know, I think it was both Pansy and Hypox saying that he was the player to watch. Has anyone's player to watch gone out? That's the question. I don't think they have. I think every single one of them has made it through.
Yeah, we've done very well.
I think Mitch's was the closest to going out, and he said Nats.
Oh gosh, yeah. Imagine a world where Nats was the player that was the closest into going out. But we saw some great highlights there. But also, one play that we did have here on the A stream here is the Legion play of the day. And I believe that goes to Killers from Ascend.
Reality is Ascend in this. They got one more kill. They're in a decent position. And Roden is low HP up close. Killer swings this. Okay, now, oh, it's almost winnable now, Tom. I start to get a little bit worried because Poison Orb goes down, blocks the angle. If he gets that rifle, all of a sudden, I'm believing in Killer's clutching this out. I need to see Team BDS play off each other here. The spike is down in the open. Everything is going their way in this moment. And that's a ranged fight versus a Spectre, one that should be easily won, but somehow it's not. And now Killers is alone, and he clutches it. Get out of here. Ascend win the third round.
That was absolutely nuts, and not to take anything away from him because that was another level.
Yes, we're throwing. Yeah.
No. Great. Okay, you can say that, but it is nice to see a play of the day, you know, go to someone on Ascend that wasn't seen it. I don't think that's ever happened before, but that kind of tells you the story of what Ascend were doing today with their comps.
Well, we also had that Zeke 4K, right? It was also ridiculous.
Oh, yeah,
almost AC hit the headshot on the last play. I think that would have taken the play of the day
if he had that fifth one, yeah, for sure. But this one is a good example of how to punish mistakes of your opponents. Well, it was a 3 versus 1 on a retake. Like, how do you mess that up? You can only win this round if your opponent is giving it to you. And that was unfortunately what BDS.
And that was the play of the day.
Yeah, anyway, we've had some treats there from play of the day, but let's talk about what you guys can do at home for some treats as well, because it's competition time. We love giving back to you guys at home. Lenovo Legion, they are the official hardware partners of Red Bull Home Ground, and they've got a great giveaway for you guys to get involved with. The Legion Y2525 is one of the fastest PC screens on the market. With its 240 Hz rapid refresh rate, the images are crisp, free from motion blur, and let you see every detail you need to get the drop on your opponents. And if you want a chance to win one of these, here is what you need to do. First, head to Twitch chat right now. I've been seeing you guys in there all day supporting your team, so make sure you enter the giveaway. All you have to do is use the command !Legion. You can also go to wings.gs/Legion or Twitter to answer this very simple question. How many Valorant agents are there in the game? The competition is now open. You must be 18 and over to enter and situated in UK or Europe. The closing date is the 7th of November at 11 p.m. GMT. And that's how you can win a Legion monitor, ladies and gents. Best of luck to everyone that is entering. I'd ask you guys how many agents are there in the game, but I feel like that's unfair.
Not enough.
Unfair. And we don't want to give the answers away to the people at home. But what is your favorite agent other than Viper?
Well, I would say that the newest one that will come to the game, Chamber, might be one of my second favorite, to be honest. I really cannot wait to play him.
And
Sky.
I've seen you play Sky, so yeah.
I like playing Sky.
and I destroyed you on Sky. Let's not forget that.
Camped in a corner with a.
I did. I camped in 3 different corners.
Even when the spike was down on the other side of the map, you just.
That was all I wanted to do, just to get you. That was pretty much it. But I believe all the games besides the Liquid versus G2 ones are now over, so we can take a look at the standings for the groups in the end of the day. We're still waiting for Liquid versus G2, but from Group A, London United and Gambit are going through, followed by Ascend and TenStar in Group B, Vodafone Giants and Fnatic from Group 3, Group C, and Team Liquid are guaranteed to go through now with Footballers, I believe, because Footballers did win their game against Big, but we're just kind of waiting on if G2 can maybe just take one map in this tournament before they bow out. Defending champions will not be progressing. What do you make of this, guys? The quarterfinals are going to be kind of crazy.
Who would have predicted quarterfinals to look like grand finals, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch. That's definitely, and it's going to be a best of 5, by the way, with the home ground rules, which if someone is just tuning in, is that if you're going to win 2-0 in a best of 5, you actually stop the match. So there's a lot more pressure to perform in the first 2 maps than in a typical best of 5. So I'm really actually looking forward to this.
Yeah, we basically have some of the most ridiculous games you're ever going to see in the quarters. So I think they're absolutely ridiculous. So I think we've got some crazy matches, but we've also got some teams, for example, TenStar, London United, one of them is going to be in the semi-final guaranteed, which for either of those teams is already huge. So like, obviously for Giants, they've been in sort of similar positions before, and we know the footballists in the past were champions in Turkey, so it's not quite the same as that top match, which genuinely could be make or break for some of those rosters.
Which one are you most excited for? You can only pick one, you can't choose the 2.
Ascend Gambit. It's just a nutty game in terms of pure individual brilliance. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Especially if both of them decide to throw all of their playbooks out the window and do what Ascend did today. You know, why not get CNED on something else?
Defo versus CNED on Astra.
Yeah. What about you, Lothar? What are you most looking forward to?
I want to be original, but I can't. It's just Ascend versus Gambit Esports. That's gonna be the prime time of tomorrow. There's no other way to say it, right? Liquid and Fnatic is, of course, a rivalry that we see all the time in different games as well. But Ascend versus Gambit is gonna steal the show tomorrow.
Oh, I cannot wait. You say that, but then we're gonna get, like you said, the random comms and agents.
It's still a show.
Yeah, it'll be
not a good one, but it's a show.
Yeah,
it'll be entertaining, that's for sure.
I feel like all the games today have been entertaining as well. We've been spoiled.
Best of ones are actually very entertaining when you think about it, because you don't know what to expect. It's like a box of chocolate. But old quote.
I never thought we were going to get that reference here, but I'm glad we did. And that's all the time we have today, gentlemen. But thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to everyone at home for watching as well. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for these crazy quarterfinals we have got, starting, I believe, around midday. So we'll catch you then. You can't stop me now. Can't stop me now.
can't stop me now. You can't stop me now.